prosecution on this issue. All issues really want you to believe really beyond a reasonable doubt. And
Thanks. What about, toss about it. No.
This continuation from
All
yesterday.
right, we're back on the record. All jurors, Counselor.
William
Jurors,
prosecution
present.
said
Mr. Takapina.
in
thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. So pick up where I left off, which was we talking about the picture of the extended magazine that we showed you, which described as clear or transparent, whatever it was not black. That extended thing that Lou and both photos had described. So in the end, the prosecution on this issue, all issues really want you to believe really beyond a reasonable doubt, and but you all been here for his testimony. I would submit to you that perhaps the most unbelievable witness in the history of American jurisprudence. You guys have a front row seat to a perjury machine. Again, they could have corroborated a lot of his testimony if they were truthful. Lydia Parker. I mean, they sat in their hands for years. They could have tested to see if Relly's shell casings came from that magazine, Blue Lemons magazine. They didn't connect Rocky Relly's shell casings with fingerprints DNA. And as a quick aside, if you accept their theory, I think I heard this on the opening summation, is that maybe Rocky forgot about the magazine. Why would he, if truly he had a gun and he was trying to get rid of the evidence of shooting from November 6th, why wouldn't he have got rid of the magazine also? Why keep it for 5 months in plain sight? I mean, that's where it was, right? It's not like it was hidden somewhere in the house. They had to find it. It was in a box in his bedroom with all the other ammunition, all the legally registered guns in plain view. They didn't show you, by the way, the shell casings that Relly claims he recovered at the scene don't match the 6 shell casings found in Rocky's house that belonged to Miss Levin. We had to show you that. We showed you that. They produced, as we talked about, no GPS data to prove where Relly really got his shell casings from. There's another one. This would have been easy to do. Relly claims first he said he wasn't in Los Angeles weeks before. I'm certainly not a shooting range. We won't go through that again. But he claims he left Los Angeles after being at the shooting range with those 9mm shell casings, and then he came back to Los Angeles 2 weeks later. They failed to prove that. I mean, you just have his word, right? That would have been easy enough to prove. I mean, how about an airplane ticket or anything else that he ever left Los Angeles and flew back, ever? After having 9mm shell casings flying to his face at a shooting range just weeks before. You took photos of his shell casings. I mean, that would have been an easy one to prove. Just bring his travel itinerary or an airplane ticket from Delta or wherever. He said it was commercial. How about on his phone? Anything that would show he actually left Los Angeles. Nothing. Nothing on the record. No evidence that he actually left Los Angeles after being at that shooting range on October 19th. So where did he get his shell casings from? At 11:45 p.m. that night, an hour and a half after the incident. Law enforcement didn't give us the means to answer that question. They never got Relly's GPS data. They could have given a definitive answer to you. They didn't, and that's not on him. That is not on him, because they didn't give you the evidence you could have been comfortable to rely on, as opposed to just taking Relly's word, which is not a word that you take for anything of importance in anyone's life. Whether he had him at some apartment in Los Angeles or at some friend's car or some place, who knows? We'll never know. We could have known, but we don't, and we never will. Because the prosecution gave you no one in this courtroom the ability to track where Relly went in the hour and a half after the incident. Only Ill's GPS data that they get. It shows they could get it, they just didn't get his. They just want us to take his word on that, word of the pathological lie. Look at all the things they failed to corroborate that they could have. To corroborate Efron's account, they could have done any of the following. And we're giving you a sense of comfort, a sense that, hey, you know what? He did tell the truth about this anyway. They could have called Efron's girlfriend, Libby Parker, who was allegedly with Efron when he claims he retrieved the shell casings. They could have collected GPS data from that night from Efron's phone to prove he returned to the scene. Again, they did use it for Ill's phone, but chose not for Efron. To look at the metadata on the photographs that Efron took of these shell casings, which were showing exactly where he was when he took those photos. These are things they could have done to corroborate him. Go ahead. They could have produced a plane ticket or receipt to show that Efron actually left Los Angeles after he went to a shooting range 2 weeks before the incident. They didn't do that. They could have called this Asap Bari to corroborate the conversation that he allegedly had, that allegedly happened on November 5th, the day before the incident, with Bari and Rocky, in which Relly claims Rocky badmouthed him. Well, no phone records of that, nothing. Then, of course, they could have tested Efron's casings to see if they came from the magazine found at Rocky's house prior to the trial. Of course, they could have tested Rocky's DNA against those casings or the magazine, and they did neither. Those are just some of the things. I mean, those are deficiencies in the evidence, and they create reasonable doubts. They're reasonable doubts. And especially when you consider what Relly did with the photos of those shell casings. He didn't go running to the police saying, hey, help, was a victim of a crime. He tried to extort money out of Rocky by going Rocky and his manager first. And I want to remind you that there are 2 hurdles the prosecution has to overcome to get a conviction in this case. First, proving that Rocky did not carry the property. And then, of course, they certainly they can't do that beyond a reasonable doubt, not even close. And then, of course, the judge's instructions told you should stop right there if you find that and find him not guilty. But also, the judge instructed you that regardless of whether you possess a top prop gun or not, you must find him not guilty if the prosecution had not disproved that he acted in self-defense or defense of another beyond reasonable doubt. And in this case, there is clear evidence of self-defense on another. And by the way, I heard Mr. Kozlownik say in his summation, that's a new defense. It's not a new defense. We talked about in our summation in our opening statement a month ago. The judge gave you the instruction on it, not because he was doing me a favor. The judge gave you the instruction on it because there's a view of the evidence that supports it. Right there, properly, you shouldn't even get to self-defense. But it's there. It's another layer that they have to overcome beyond a reasonable doubt. And Relly was the aggressor. There's no question. In their opening statement, they said Rocky was the aggressor. Rocky was the one who sought confrontation, and they did everything possible at the trial to make you believe that. Right from the beginning, they played their video of 16 East Delmore, which captured the incident. But they eventually left something out. When they claimed that Relly used ills as a human shield, what they did not want you to see was after it was all done and Rocky's out of the picture and Relly's already running out, they cut Relly running back towards Ills and attacking Ills again. So the human shield thing is no longer there. Everyone's out of the picture. And Relly goes back and takes one more parting shot at Ills to the left before he goes off to the right. They cut that out of it. Of course, they don't want you to see that. That's very damning to their case. They actually cut it out of the video and show that to you. What else did they want you to see or hear? The first shot actually occurred on the 1616 DC Del Mar video, which is why Detective Flores' testimony established that they mistimed the first shot. Remember, Detective Flores talked about this. As opposed to our video, which you know is the accurate timing based on two things, your eyes and 12. It's not a game. There's way too much at stake. His life is at stake. It's not a game. Detective Flores gave us uncomfortable testimony in that regard. It was a rough estimate, he said. They tried. That's not good enough. Gave you a living example how their timing was off by a full second. I showed you the video where one thing said 8 seconds, yet the video was 9 seconds. Detective Flores said, yeah, it was. But I didn't make it. I didn't make the video. Let's go through the evidence that shows that Relly, not Rocky, was the aggressor. And look, you can look at 3 things to show that. Communications, intent, and actions. So I want to just quickly get through that and then move on. But communications, intent, and actions. Let's start with communications. The prosecution wants you to believe that the events on November 6, 2021 started the day before when Relly claimed he was in the car with ASAP Bari and supposedly heard Rocky say, "F that end, Relly, I'll beat him up." First of all, I don't think Rocky is gonna say he's gonna beat Relly up in any lifetime. He's not, I mean, I think Relly made fun of him, made fun of his manhood, called him some derogatory names. He's not a gangster, he's not. Certainly, he's not thinking he's beating Relly up. And what's the proof of that? What's the proof of that conversation that started it all, that showed Rocky's the aggressor? No text messages, no phone records, no recorded statements, no other witnesses. And of course, the one guy who heard it, ASAP Bari, who Relly said he's still good friends with, they haven't brought him in here. Say, yeah, that's what Rocky said. So we just have to take Relly's word here. Just his word. For so many reasons, you can't just take his word on anything. You saw him lie over and over to you. Over and over. I mean, you can't joke. It's offensive in the joke. It's not funny. Including about this very issue about being the aggressor you want to be on. And they embraced his position on that. They embraced it. Remember what they showed you in their opening statement, text messages from Rocky to Relly on the way to the Playboy Cardi concert on November 6th, 2021 at 9:34. WYA is where you're at, where you at. Let's get to it, stop talking my calls. They showed you this. That's the, I think Stevens said 13. I have that right?
This lawyer
They showed you that.
ain't doing good.
They wanted you to believe that these were sinister messages and that Rocky therefore was the aggressor. First of all, you heard from 12-year-old Jamel Phillips who said that there was nothing aggressive about these messages. He heard the calls. They were late for this Playboy Cardi concert, whatever that is, and they were trying to connect with Relly. But what else did you learn? When the prosecution showed you those texts, they wanted you to believe that those were the first messages of November 6, 2021. What you learned was that Relly deleted the messages before that. The early messages that showed Relly's true character, his true animosity, his true aggression towards Rocky, his true intentions of meeting Rocky that night. He deleted messages before giving his phone to the police. On November 6, 2021, at 10:30 a.m., Relly texts Rocky first, saying this. Exhibit P. You got all this fake animosity towards me, LOL, beat me up, and I wish you would. Give me a reason, and you can, whatever. See what it says. Read that word. Relly made clear he wanted a reason to fight Rocky. He made it clear there. Matter of fact, his testimony made it clear. He said, from his trial testimony, what do you say under that color? Give me a reason, he answers. And then I say, a reason to do what? Fight.
I'm gonna pause it real quick. So yesterday, the prosecution did their closing arguments. Lewin, a lot of people say he's obnoxious, he's this, he's that. To me, he was clear, he was concise, he was factual, had a little bit of sarcasm in his closing. You know, smart people like sarcasm. He cooked butt. The man cooked butt, and a lot of this trial, I just was catching here and there because I had already seen enough of what I needed to see, but I did want to come back to the closing. Maybe I'll restream the prosecutor, but the prosecutor, he should come after this guy too, right? But to me, this guy, he seemed like not confident. Like maybe he told Rocky early on, like, this ain't the defense we should go with, but Rocky might have been like, let's do it. He just don't seem confident following up behind the prosecutor. The prosecutor came with the heat yesterday.
Or whatever at this point. So when he says, give me a reason, he's explaining what that meant to fight Rocky. Those were the first messages of the evening. You didn't see that. They presented the other messages from Rocky as the only messages that day. And that one was their fault because their witness lied to them, lied to the police, and deleted messages. Destroyed evidence in this case, which he's fond of doing. And when I asked Relly if he deleted those messages before turning his phone over to law enforcement, he lied to at first. There's a big shock at me. At first he said, I don't recall. Then I showed him the messages. What did he say next? His go-to line. See those messages? It's fake. It's fake. Anything that crushed him was fake. It's fake. You heard that a lot from him at this trial when confronted with his own words, whether text or recorded conversations, it's fake. But he openly admitted he sent those texts to Rocky that day. But obviously he didn't like the way it would have looked to the police. Chose him to be the aggressor. So it didn't fit his narrative. So what did he do? Well, delete them. What other communications were there? We're on communication still, leading up to the November 6th altercation. You saw text messages from Relly to his friend Ty Y on October 16, 2021. And Relly was in LA, as we know. And he said, if Rocky don't, this is an exhibit, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'ma beat that end up. So he's now threatening to beat Rocky up because he didn't think you heard what that was all about this ASAP member, ASAP Josh, who passed away. Rocky stepped up and paid for the why would be flown back to New York at the funeral expenses for the family. For some reason, Relly Zone just thought, well, Rocky didn't take care of that. So he would back. He did learn. So Relly sent that message on October 16th, threatening to beat Rocky up. Of course, when I first showed him that message, they objected. Not sure why that's his message, because they didn't want you to see that. Threatening to beat Rocky up. And why? Why did that not be relevant for you to see? It's offensive. That is offensive. That we had to bring that to you. Relly's willingness to lie to you over and over again without regard to his oath to tell the truth is offensive. When I asked Relly if he sent that message to, if he sent the message about beating up Rocky, he lied again. Falling back on his usual answers, I don't recall. I don't recall if I said it. So I showed him, and his response, what was his response here? What am I looking at in his text messages? He said, what? It's hard to read that for you guys, it's hard to read for me. But what he says is, what am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even write that, he said. why would he even write that? And when I explained to him that the text was given to us from his phone, from the district attorney's office, he changed his answer to, this means nothing. Even if it was okay, yes. I mean, just like that, just like that. From, I don't write that, I don't write like that, to, sir, this was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours? This means nothing, even if it was, okay, yes. So in a matter of 5 seconds, he went from, that's not me, I don't write like that, to, oh, they gave it to us from my phone, okay, yes, it is. That's perjury, ladies and gentlemen, that's perjury. Again, that's a crime, by the way, perjury. So I then asked Relly, if in that message that he sent, if the N word in his text message, I'm gonna beat that N up, referred to Rocky. And you know what his answer was? I don't recall. Seriously. The message said, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N up. So why did he say I don't recall? Because he knew that that message showed his animosity towards Rocky, it showed his aggression, and it showed his intent. That's why we had to bring that message up to you. We had to show you that. That didn't come on direct. His intent, number 2. Relly's message made clear he was the aggressor. They give you a little window into his intent, but so does his testimony. When I asked him if he was upset in his belief that Rocky didn't follow through on his promise to pay for ASAP Justice's funeral, Relly suddenly didn't know what the word upset meant. That's literally what he said. I don't know what the word upset means. So I showed him his prior sworn testimony at the preliminary hearing, which was also under oath. That's good for him. Question: you were upset, right? Answer: yes. So what do you do? Again, he just changed his sworn testimony in this courtroom in front of you. I said, well, no big deal. Yeah, I would be upset, he said. So the word he didn't even know what it meant a minute ago, he said, yeah, of course I was upset. His oath to tell the truth means nothing to that man. Absolutely nothing. Remember, he told you I could say whatever I want. And he showed me that time again. When I asked him if he was, quote unquote, pissed on November 6, 2021, and he was going to meet Rocky, he once again said, I don't recall. I don't recall if I was pissed. I once more had to confront him with his prior statement to get the truth out of him, this time with a recorded statement to a district attorney, Mr. Siegel. No, Engel. Engel. Yeah, Siegel. Engel. Brett Engel from the district attorney's office back in 2022. And he said, oh yeah, I was pissed. Again, why did he first say I don't recall that he was pissed when he had said it in so many other places over the years, but he didn't want to be pissed. He knows that makes him out to be the aggressor on November 6, 2021. And we were talking specifically about 20.
Oh, my bad. I was saying my whole issue with this guy, if I was in Rocky's shoes, I would feel like he spent yesterday and now today discrediting Relly, which I get. You want to discredit the guy, the victim who got on the stand to act like Charleston White. Cool. But you had other witnesses that testified that's unrelated to these guys that they heard the gunshots. You got this man on camera, the POW, the weapon. And then you got this man on camera with the weapon. So what I don't understand, his angle is not pulling away from the facts of the case. Relly is like a theatrical performer for real. He could claim he got PTSD from the incident. Shoot, I'm gonna let y'all listen.
November 6, 2021, when he was pissed. You know he was angry on November 6, 2021. You know, he was now pissed and upset with Rocky. We know Relly was jealous of him. He made that very clear. You heard him tell that person Wallace Jenny. We'll get to that in a minute. He said, I made that. He used the N word. I made that. You heard Relly criticize Rocky, saying it's been open-ended promises forever with him. Schroeder told you it wasn't true, but he was very generous the minute he got his first record deal. He moved everyone, 20 guys from ASAP into his apartment in New York. You heard Relly complain that he couldn't be involved with Rocky in the music industry and that he wasn't even trying to be in August of 2021. But despite that, you saw messages in the group chat with Rocky, Relly, and Relly's business partner, this is Justin Benea, on August 6, 2021. You saw during that exchange, Relly trying to get Rocky to help him professionally, and Justin Benea asking him to jump on a call, which Rocky was happy to do, but apparently not fast enough. For Relly, because he didn't respond fast enough, Relly sent a message to that group channel August 5th, 2021, saying, exactly, here it is, exactly my point, LOL. July 24th, FU and ASAP, fake ass N, effing goofy. Make no mistake about this. Relly was jealous of Rocky and his success. He wanted the world to think he was successful. I mean, that's why we went through these Instagram posts of his with his lavish lifestyle and his closet of cash and private planes and all the stuff he posted. However, the truth was anything but what he tried to make the world believe. So the bank accounts. And he was meant to be a multi-millionaire with $700,000 in bank. That was important. And that has to do with his jealousy and his greed. And there's no question he was jealous and angry at Rocky's success. And being as aggressive as he is, Relly, he didn't do much to hide his true feelings, except for being under oath. At least he tried first. He tried. Remember what he said about whether he would say F you to Rocky? Actually asked by the prosecution on that one. Did you ever say F you to Rocky? And, you know, if you did, would you mean it? And he said, well, if I said F you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love. So he said, well, that wasn't true. Because I showed him this text, Rocky, on September 18, 2021, which was him saying, no matter how much N try, you not changing. And everything about you, you fake ass N, I did hate you, sucker. I'm not even gonna read this disgusting thing, but this is what he said. This is what he said. No, he doesn't say F you to Rocky. Only wishy-washy with love. I mean, there's nothing he doesn't lie about. There is absolutely nothing he doesn't lie about. That's his level of anger. What was Relly's response when seeing that message? Look at his response. Yeah. Yeah. I said, yeah, it's from you. Okay, that's cool. That message was cool. That's what he said. That's cool. Bless you. That's cool. In which world was that message cool for anybody? That despicable message cool for anybody? It shows you who Relly is, who he was on November 6, 2021, an angry, jealous man full of hate. Third, his actions. His actions on November 6, 2021 make it clear, his actions in this court make it clear. When I was questioning him, he became hostile, volatile, and aggressive. I mean, at one point he flexed his muscles. He cursed in the courtroom. That was first for me. He yelled. He thought I was disrespecting him by asking questions. He looked like he was ready to jump off that stand, man. And that was in front of you in the courtroom. And just imagine what he's like in the street. It doesn't take too much imagination when his actions were caught on video. I'm going to show you that video. Like, he claimed he went back to the scene, by the way, to take photographs of cameras there after the incident. He said, I went back to take photographs of cameras. Well, you know, if that were true, you would have seen those photographs. They didn't show you those photographs because they don't exist. They don't exist. Apart from his word, there's absolutely no evidence that Relly ever photographed a single camera at the scene. And that's because the last thing he wanted was.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you up real quick. Relly, I'm gonna upload a video while we on here of the incident that's on camera. Relly is the victim, allegedly. He was shot at, they got into, I mean, he was blasted at, they got into it. The defense attorney is speaking now, arguing that Relly had animosity towards Rocky, which that's why he's showing these text messages, okay? Relly, he act like Charleston White on the stand. He was all theatrical, whatever. That is his argument. That's what he wants to prove to them, that this man discredit everything he said. It's not true. Rocky had a prop weapon, okay? And Relly is the aggressor in this whole situation. I'm gonna upload the video so you can see for yourself. That's this man's argument. The issue is, in my opinion, even if Relly was a jealous Charleston White, and y'all know Charleston White, he tell you, you do something wrong, he's going to sue you. He has sued his jobs for safety things, all type of stuff. So when I say he like Charleston White, that means he quick to sue, okay? You got money, you do me wrong, I'm suing you. So Rocky had a friend that was, according to the attorney, jealous of him, whoop-de-whoop. But my thing is, for Rocky, you messed with the wrong one. Why would you keep on going back and forth with a guy that's jealous of you, okay, who ain't got enough money? He flaunting, he's saying Relly faking the funk, like he living this lifestyle. He did. Rocky, why would you, yes it is, why would you even engage? You messed up. That's where you messed up at, because it's enough other proof that you had a weapon. People heard the sound. So all this he's saying right here to me is like, okay, and he got into it with a man that's gonna be quick to sue. You got money. What you thought he was gonna do? Duh. That's what he gonna do.
So the police to see what's actually happening with these altercations. Listen, folks, I have to say this to you. I just hope I haven't taxed your patience by my persistence and my zeal. Yeah, I've never learned how to talk about human liberty or human faith concisely or complacently. I just don't have that ability. I just don't have that talent. And I know I'm covering a lot of material here, but I don't know like what you need here and what you don't need here. I don't know, you know, from going through something you're like, yes, we know that already, Ms. Beckby. I know you can't say it to me. But I just can't sit down with all that's on the line here and thinking I didn't cover something. So please bear with me. I know this is a long process, but it's my last chance to speak to you. And again, there's just so much riding on this that I just can't be brief. I can't cut corners here. So please accept my apology that I'm going on and on, but it's important to him. And I just don't know what's important for you guys. So please. So the one on Argyle Avenue, each of those two instances, the one on Argyle Avenue, the other one on the corner of East Del Mar, Relly was expressing both his anger, jealousy, and hate. And following through on his threat just a few weeks before, now I'm going to beat that end up. Relly's testimony about his expectations on the way to meet Rocky was clear, and he was looking for a plan. And to use Relly's words, he thought if there was going to be an altercation, quote, there would be a bit of roughing. In fact, although he again first tried to hide behind another one of his, I don't recalls, he then admitted under oath that when men are angry, they fight. That's what he believes in. When men are angry, they fight. And despite his initial effort to make you believe otherwise, on November 6, 2021, we now know he was angry. You saw that anger on display. During the opening statement, the prosecution said that you see on video Mr. Mayers immediately is aggressive towards Mr. Efron. They showed you that Rocky is pushing Efron backwards as he pushes him off camera out of view. Well, let's see if that plays out. I'm going to show you this video. You can see for yourself. The first one reaching out is Efron. He's the first one to make physical contact with Rocky with his left hand. And you also heard that from Joel. He was there. Boom. And Rocky's right hand's not even up yet. He then puts it up. And as Stroby told you, consistent with that video,
There go the gun.
it was Relly who grabbed him first.
Was it a prop gun
In
or a
fact-
real gun?
Relly realized his actions in this video were a problem for him. So although he first testified that he was a lefty, while watching himself in this video, he grabbed Rocky with his left hand, he suddenly switched to being a righty. I don't remember that testimony. He said, I'm a lefty. I'm a righty. You could always ask for a rebound. He switched from being a lefty to a righty. He said, I can see I was stopping a little. Like I said, I'm a lefty. I'm a righty. Whether you're left-handed or right-handed is not one of those things you forget. It's not one of those things you mix up. Why lie about that? Why try to minimize? Because the video showed him doing that, what you just saw, being the first aggressor, the one to make contact first. And despite the prosecution's promise about that video, it does not show Rocky as the one who is the aggressor or immediately grabs Relly. It doesn't. And what else does it show you? It does not show you what the prosecution promised it to show you, which is Rocky pushing Relly off the screen. It shows the opposite, and I'm going to show you what I mean. You've all seen and heard about how much bigger and stronger Relly is than Rocky. Okay. Not a fact in dispute. Consistent with that, 12B told you that Relly was pulling Rocky off the screen. But you know who else told you that? Relly told you that. He told you I was pulling him. That's his testimony. For his standard operating procedure, when I first asked Relly if he was pulling Rocky back, he said he didn't recall, he didn't know. Then, after being impeached with his prior testimony once more, he heard his answer. He was walking in, I tried pulling him back. That's Relly at the preliminary hearing. He tried pulling him back, and that's what he's doing on the video. He's pulling Rocky back. During their opening statement with respect to this first incident, the prosecution also told you that Rocky produced a similar amount of pistols and pointed at Relly and said, I'm going to kill you. Let's break that down and see what the evidence really shows. First of all, the object was not a semi-automatic pistol, it was a prop gun. That's pretty clear from the evidence. Not only witness testimony, the fact that there's no evidence of shooting it. But beyond that, Rocky certainly did not point at Relly. The video shows that, and 12B told you that. In fact, based on Relly's own testimony, the object was put away when two people walked by on the street. And as a result of that, whatever Relly claims Rocky did with it, while they were off camera to the right, meaning inside that parking garage, that's a problem for them because they were off camera in the parking garage for only seconds. Not long enough for Relly to have happened to him what he described happened. What does the evidence show about this? That he again lied to you, changed the story about what happened in that insert of the parking garage that's not on camera. He testified here, Relly said that Rocky just pointed the object at his head and his stomach, nothing more. He denied here that there was any physical contact with his body and the object. He denied that. But when he spoke to the district attorney about this in that prior recorded statement in 2022, he gave a completely different version. He said that Rocky actually pressed the barrel of the gun against his stomach and pushed. Why give a different version of the score? Because when we talk about this, when you're lying, sometimes you just can't keep it straight. The truth never changes. In that regard, remember what Relly first said to the desk officer, Kirk Anderson, one of the last witnesses for the prosecution, maybe the last, when he reported this incident on November 8th, 2 days later. Officer Anderson told you that Relly said Rocky pulled out the gun from 5 to 10 feet away as he was approaching. We know that didn't happen. And that's 2 days later. The video doesn't show that happening, but of course, Relly first reported this incident. He didn't know that there was video. In other words, Relly could not say whatever he wanted to say, as he thinks. But he stopped from trying. Then he said that Rocky said during this incident, I'm going to kill you right now. That was his words to you all. I'm going to kill you right now. Now, folks, if someone says that to you, you're not likely to forget those words. That's going to be in your mind's eye for a long time. I'm going to kill you right now as a pointing a gun. You're not going to forget them if they are truthful. If they're truthful. But when I confronted him with his prior statement to the district attorney recorded, so it couldn't be fake. Only a year after the incident, in 2022, not 3.5 years later, like the trial testimony, only a year after, what did he say then about this? He told the district attorney on a recorded interview 1 year later. And then Rocky's like, he's saying something I don't remember because it was like a long time ago, and I don't remember what he was saying. First of all, it was a year later, and that was a long time ago. 3.5 years later, he remembers being given a death threat. A year later, he doesn't remember what he was saying because it was a long time ago. Again, the truth is not easy. Sorry, the truth is easy to keep straight. That's the truth. And when you're lying, when you're making up stories, you can't remember the lie all the time, and that's when these things happen. So what's Relly's explanation for a completely different answer on that? What's his explanation? Here's his explanation. Here's what he told you all. When I asked him, I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That was this. I'm getting tired of talking. You said Rocky said he's going to kill you to this jury. A year after this incident, you said. It was too long ago, you don't remember what he said. What's the story, Mr. Efron? I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That's the answer. Just give me my 30 million, my 30 M's. I gotta get out of here. I want to talk about this. This is the man they want you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think we know from using our God-given common sense, the truth doesn't keep changing. It doesn't keep changing. You don't get inconsistent versions of the truth. You don't need to memorize the truth. One last thing on this point, that first incident. You heard Twelby explain how he believed, it was his observations, how he believed the prop gun came into Rocky's hand during that first altercation. To him, anyway, to Twelby, what it looked like was that Rocky's sweatpants were falling down, and you actually do see that in the video. And that Relly was lifting him off the ground, and you see that. And that Rocky grabbed the prop gun to adjust it. It was like a little clip. That was Twelby's belief on what he saw in that chaotic moment. You have the video to watch for yourself. Along with that video, you have Twelby's testimony. And that makes this clear. Rocky was being strong-armed by Relly. No question about that. You see him being choked at one point by Relly. Twelby pointed out. He was grabbed, he was pulled, he was jostled. And under those circumstances, Rocky's actions in that brief encounter were fully justified. His Honor will give the law on self-defense. He has those sheets there. Jury instructions with you to take back. They have to disprove it beyond the reasonable doubt. They can't do that. That's a very heavy burden to carry. They won't be able to carry it.
Yeah, that's in your overall.
And you know who tells you that? Not just the video, not just 12. not just the video that you saw, not just Schwelby. You know who else tells you it was self-defense? Relly. When Relly was talking to Wally Sajeni, at a time he didn't think he was being recorded. Remember the recordings he called fake? Here's what he said.
He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense.
Well, so the guy wanting 30 million, the quote-unquote complaining witness in this case, the victim, is saying he pulled out a gun for self-defense. But somehow you are supposed to believe it wasn't in self-defense. That's his words. That was Schwelby's words, and the video shows that. That's it. That's it. Their own so-called victim saying Rocky acted in self-defense. How could they prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt? They cannot. One last thing on this, when you watch the video, Rocky held the prop gun in his non-dominant left hand. Her testimony, Rocky's right. The entire time, it's his left hand. Obviously, it was never meant to be more than anything but a deterrent. That thing is in his left hand all the time. Now, unfortunately, Relly wasn't deterred there. We heard about that after the first incident. You heard what happened. He followed Rocky, 12 and Hills, all the way down to Argyle Avenue, around the corner to Selma, and then to East Delmar. Of course, when I questioned Relly about whether he followed them, he told you that he didn't. His answer was negative. Negative. So I tried to impeach him with his prior testimony, asking him whether he just said it was incorrect that he followed him. And what did Relly do? He became belligerent with me, asking me, when was that? What are you talking about? Because you tripped me. Like, I don't understand. That was the answer to me. Relly understood full well what was happening. They understood full well what was happening. Because when I tried to question Relly about this, there was an objection saying that the word following was vague. Following was vague. Does anyone in this courtroom not understand the word following? Don't shield a witness like that. Relly said that previously under oath. They knew that. And despite efforts, you hear that. Relly, you heard it yourself. Relly testified previously after the altercation by the parking garage that he followed Rocky Schwelby and it was followed. So why did Relly and the prosecution fight so hard? Directly with hearing that. Because they knew that's not the act of a victim.
No, that's improper.
And certainly not the one who claims to have just been knowingly assaulted with a real gun. That's not the act of a victim. That alone, folks, is another reasonable doubt that puts the nail in the coffin in this case. That is not the action of a victim. Following someone who just pulled the gun on you, according to today's recollection, and you know it's a real gun, you're going to follow them. Not only follow them, verbally assaulting them as you follow them. We'll talk about that again soon, but right now remember what Relly did as he followed Rocky Schwelby Mills. Relly was livid the entire time. He told you that, as a matter of fact. He was ready to hit Schwelby, he said. Ready to hit Schwelby. But only after answering, this is my favorite, honestly. Were you ready to hit Schwelby? Correct. Court said, yes, no, I don't remember, I don't know. Court was giving them options. The witness's answer was to, are you ready to hit Schwelby? Was yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. So, this is a game. Again, I remind everyone, this is their only complaining witness, their only witness to the events of that night, taking the witness stand, making serious accusations against somebody. that have serious ramifications. You need to and get to assess his credibility. This man can give you a straight answer, not without having pulled from him, not without having to court punish him. I mean, do you remember this one? He's telling me what to do. Literally, he was telling me what to do as I'm trying to question him. That's why he was on the witness stand for 5 days. And the court won't said, no, don't tell Mr. Patrick what to do. His job is to ask questions. Your job is to answer questions. I mean, the guy was instructing me how I should ask, or what I should be doing while I'm questioning him, as he's on the witness stand. In any event, Relly openly admitted that he was ready to hit Chloe. And after initially denying it, Relly also admitted he told the district attorney on 2022 and 2022 that he hated Ills. Here we all loved Ills, told you. He told the DA 1 year later, I hated Ills. Hate. So with that hatred festering in him, he followed Rocky, 12 and Ills, and he screamed it all. And why did he do that? Why did he follow them all? Remember what he said about that? Because 12 put a knife away. That's why I follow. First of all, that doesn't make sense in any world. According to Relly, he decided to follow someone who he claimed had a gun and threatened to kill him because he saw a knife being put away. That's why he said he followed. That defies common sense. Second, you heard from Officer Anderson, who testified in this trial at the end. He was the guy who was lucky enough to receive the letter on November 8th, 2021, and heard him say, well, he never mentioned anything about a knife when he first reported this to the police. Never. In fact, according to Officer Anderson, Relly told him that 12 actually tried to de-escalate the situation. That's what Officer Anderson said Relly told him 2 days later. And third, beyond that, you heard from 12 himself. And he told you it wasn't true. He didn't carry a knife. And if we don't believe, is there any real question about which of them is more believable, Relly or 12? You get to assess their credibility. Their credibility is based on everything. The way they answer questions. Did they get caught in lies? Were they impeached? Were they inconsistent? How was their demeanor? Relly didn't follow Rocky 12 Mills because he saw a knife being put. He did it because he was angry and jealous. He did it because he wanted revenge. You heard what he was yelling at as he was following him. He told Ills he was a crackhead. You heard that Ills does have some serious problems with that. You heard he said, 12 you live in the projects, mocking that whole kid. Like, how horrible. You're not as successful as me. You live in the projects. And that Rocky had failed us all. Think about that last line. Rocky failed us all. Like he was his ward. That last line shows you there's no question of his anger and resentment. And the second altercation, and those negative feelings came to a boiling point when Relly and everyone else reached that corner of East Del Mar. According to them, when they reached the corner of East Del Mar, Rocky just turned around and started firing. For no reason. He just started firing. And then Relly used Ills as a human shield, he said. The evidence shows you that's absolutely not what happened. The entire time that Relly was following Rocky was trying to get away from him. He was verbally assaulting Rocky. Rocky never said a word. Not a word, you heard that. Relly even told you that, 12 even told you that. He was just the first one walking away. It was Relly who was acting crazy and screaming according to 12. So why would Rocky suddenly go from 0 to 100 for no reason at all, just shoot him? He wouldn't, he didn't, and it doesn't make sense. But what does make sense is what you saw for yourself on the video that we're going to show you again. And what do you see for yourself on the video? What 12 explained. That Relly was looking for a fight, as he already said. That he attacked Ills. And that Rocky fired a warning shot with a prop gun in self-defense and defense of another. And the prosecution played you a video called the sequence surveillance video. We're going to show you that video at the end. Which placed the first shot from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video over the 1660 East Del Mar video. Before Relly grabbed That video plays the first shot before Relly grabbed Ills. That was meant to be staged, because that did not happen that way. That's not what happened. You heard from Detective Flores on this. That sequence surveillance video, that's what it was called, sequence surveillance video, was made by hand, so a little cursor bouncing around up there. And it was a rough approximation, his word, rough approximation of what happened, rough. Where every second here counts. That's a rough approximation. So when you try to put the sound into the video, it was a rough approximation. No. Rough approximation is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Detective. He also told you the first shot depicted would have actually occurred at a later point if the 6200 Hollywood video was fast. And what did we see the other day when he was testifying, when I cross-examined him? We looked at that video in real time, and it was really fast. It was fast. Like Flora said, oh yeah, one thing says 9 seconds, one says 8, you're right. So we know the sequence surveillance video is wrong. In fact, Detective Flores at that point distanced himself from it. He said, I was the one who made it. I didn't make it. Well, who did? I don't just believe Detective Flores. I know he didn't make it, but who did? Where did it come from? You were never told that. No one told you how they made it. That rough approximation that turned out to be wrong. We just threw it together, hoping that would be sufficient, that we'd all accept that as the video with the sound, and that's the time. Hoping no one would notice the action. We did. That's what they're trying to pass off as evidence in a crucial issue in this case. Did Rocky fire before or after Relly lunged at Ills? Because that fact changes Rocky's mindset at that moment. The prosecution wants you to believe Rocky shot first. For no reason, out of the blue. And that Relly then dove for Ills as human shield. That's not what happened. You heard from 12B, who looked at the enlarged video that we introduced. The one with the first shot happening after Relly lunged for Ills, after Relly hit Ills multiple times. And 12B told you, he narrated that video what actually happened. You had your eyes, you see his arm go out with that first shot. And that's when the first shot is. It's well after Relly's in full-blown attack mode on Ills. And 12B told you what happened. When the prosecution cross-examined him, they did everything possible to not let him explain what happened. Yelled at him, demanded yes, no answers. They berated him. Anything but let him explain. They did that with 12B, a compliant witness, a respectful witness, over and over. But when I asked questions of Relly, I got speeches, insults, not answers, but I didn't cut him off. I didn't demand yes or no. If he wanted to tie the noose on his own neck of credibility, I let him. Let him keep going. But they kept cutting 12B off because they don't want you to hear what really happened.
No, that's improper argument. Fair comment on the other.
From a witness who's seen. That's why the prosecution and their case detectives didn't even try to speak to 12B. For 3.5 years, they knew who it was. They knew where he lived. 3.5 years, they didn't try to speak to 12B. Yeah, two weeks before the trial started, or no, sorry, not even. As the trial started, they asked in court with the judge, do you want to speak to us? He was like, nah, I'm good. Okay, the trial had already started. He was a witness. 3.5 years, they didn't think to reach out to him. But they tried to make you think otherwise. They asked Detective Flores on direct whether 12B would agree to an interview. Detective Flores said no. That was it. No. Which would leave you with an impression I would understand that 12B was not cooperative. He didn't want to speak. What you learned on cross-examination, that Detective Flores only first tried to speak to 12E a couple of weeks ago in 2025. Come on. I asked Detective Flores, is January 2025 the first time you tried to interview 12E? About what happened on November 6, 2021? His answer was, correct. Me personally, yes. So I had to follow up that one with you personally. You say you personally. How about anyone else from the police department? His answer was, no, that would be the first time. I mean, Detective Flores seriously think I was just asking about him personally? Of course not. That was devastating for them. So I had to go through 3 layers of that. Oh, here it would be. We're putting it up in there. Why? It was up. It's a nice beach. Yeah. It was a beach anyway, ladies and gentlemen. That doesn't prove it.
There it is.
Okay, that's, so, just so no one thinks I'm saying, yep, that's what he said. 12 would agree to be interviewed by you, and you said no, he wouldn't. Remember? Yes. Are you referring to 2 weeks ago in court here? Yes. Is that the first time you tried to interview him? Yes. So in January 2025 is the first time you tried to interview 12 about the incident that occurred on November 6, 2021? Correct. Me personally, yes. How about anyone else from your police department? Yes. No. That would be the first time, correct. Why did I bring that out on cross? Why? Search for the truth. Why is that not all coming out on the record? As opposed to leaving you with the impression, if I decided not to get up and cross-examine, or I was asleep, you'd be left with the impression, fairly, that 12 was not compliant, he wasn't cooperative, he didn't want to speak to me, he refused to be interviewed. That's not the case, as you see. And then 12 told you what happened. His testimony is consistent with what's seen on that video. Look, that's defense exhibit EE, and I will say this, thank God there's a video. Thank God there's a video, he's still on. Before you play, hold on. When I was listening to Mr. Loma's summation, the first summation that they get, it was as if he never saw this video. This is the exact right time of what happened. Based on the video, based on 12B's testimony, based on the Detective Flores saying that their video was a second too fast. You see well-thrown haymakers in this video. Haymakers expression, punches, repeated and show you. Then Mr. President said in his opening statement, in his opening summation, that I said in my opening, that I promised you I was going to bring in pictures of ills to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't make promises I can't keep. I promise you, I never said that in my opening statement. As a matter of fact, they get to go again. I will not object if they put my opening statement up.
No, that's improper. Here's the sustained.
Show me anywhere where I promised pictures of ills. I never did. But that was argued to you yesterday. And why would they take pictures of Bill's bloody lip on November 6, 2021, just in case there's a trial in 2025? Okay, let's watch that defense exhibit EE. You'll see everything Trolley described in the video. That Relly acted as the aggressor, that he repeatedly hit Bills. Only after that, Rocky tried to defend Bills by firing the first warning shot.
I see this video.
So he could sort of suggest on his body cam. You see his arm extending to fire the props when you hear the sound. It's clear and obvious. You had a live witness who was also there. Let's look at it now. This is the RDE. There's Rocky, there's 12B, there's Hills, and there's Rowe. You see him going after, then boom. Second shot. You see Rowe still going after this. still going. Rocky's gone. Bobby's about to go. Hills is stuck in the upper left-hand corner there. Watch Relly go back after him one more time left before he goes right. Hills running away, he falls. And 10, Relly goes off to the right. Now, we have to break that down a little slower. It's very fast what happens. Again, guys, when you're deliberating, you get to see this. And Judge Witt, back in the room? Yeah. Does this get to go back in the room with them? Oh, good. So, you can see as much as you want, as long as you want, as slow as you want, as fast as you want. But look, that didn't stop Relly. One thing, yeah. What you see is repeatedly hitting Hills, move towards Schwalbe, and try to hit it. And look, you see Relly literally cocking his arm back and slugging Hills. I'm going to try and show it to you here to get that pointer. I'm going to sit in this chair so I don't block. You all back. Can everyone back there see? Yep. Big head. Okay. Wow. Be gentle and sweet. Rocky. There's Schwalbe. There's Hills. And there's Relly. And boom, he's going after him. Look at him. He's tussling and there's the first shot. There's the second. And look at his arm going back and forth here. Can you go back for a second, guys? Look, you can see the arm going back and forth. Go back one more time, guys. A little further. Watch his arm. Boom, and you see the head of Hills there, going back and forth. And why does Schwalbe tell you he ran? One more time, guys, please. He said he sees Relly coming at him, and he has that something hernia, renal hernia, whatever that is, and he couldn't find watch. He's right there. Then he sees him coming, and he runs because he can't fight. Look.
All right, y'all. So the guy he says is running right there where his stick is pointed. He testified. All these people testified. 12 he testified. Of course, everybody testified in favor of Rocky. Dude says he's running because he was scared of Relly, the victim, the one that Rocky's shooting at. He said he not running because he letting off shots. He said 12V said he's not running because Rocky was letting off shots. 12V said he's running in this video because he was scared of Relly, the victim. Relly, the victim, this attorney is describing it as Relly, like Illy is tussling and fighting with Relly. Relly, the victim, said he was using Illy as a shield. Said they were not tussling. He said he was using that man as a shield to protect himself from getting, whatever. So the defense is saying Rocky's friends were running at this moment that shots, bots, I don't know what I'm calling them. At this moment where shots are being let off, Rocky's friends said they're running because they're scared of Relly, who's bigger, a little bit muscular. They're running from that. Do that make sense? And then it's testified that all of them knew that Rocky had a prop weapon. They all knew it was a prop. So if I'm Relly, this big, tall guy, I know you got a prop. What am I running for? I'll just take it from you. That's why I said they should have went with a different defense.
It's over. Why is he still fighting? And he just knocks those down. DA cuts off this part. Boom. One more. Good graces, and then he goes to the right and leaves. Well, the good news is you get to take that back in the video. The jury. So that's good. You can see as many times as you want. Whatever speed you want. Stop wherever you want. I encourage you to do that. That's the fences at the E. That's the right time. You see, Jack, we do one more time, just that shot part. It's out, it's what Charlie told you, but again, you have eyes. Rocky's arm goes like that. That's where the shot is. I really described that. That's what he's doing. He's shooting down. It's after Relly attacks him. Boom, he's hitting Hills. boom, you hear the shot. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no real question that Relly was the aggressor here. The video from 1616 Vista Del Mar makes that perfectly clear. Perfectly clear. The real video, not the rough one that was off by a second, that makes the shooting all look ridiculous. I mean, their video, you hear a shot, and then Rocky swings. That's the video that captures what happened. 12 narrated for you, your eyes can tell you. He wasn't using Ills as a human shield. He wasn't underneath or behind Ills. He was on top of Ills. That's not how you use a human shield. And 12, he told you that he told Rocky to leave because of the noise, because of his status as a high-profile person. And Rocky ultimately left, but still, after that, Relly continued to attack Ills. They, as I mentioned to you, they cut off their video, so you didn't see that anymore. Hoping, oh no, so let's play their video real quick. Can we play theirs? This is their video. Watch what is cut off at the end. Rocky's going. Well, he said he's checking to make sure it was okay. Then he runs. That's it. 1616 Vista Del Mar. 1616 Vista Del Mar is cut off. Go back one more time, just where it gets cut off. Combined surveillance video. That's the one. What you know happens next is Relly, they're out of the picture now. Relly goes back and hits Ills again. 12 can describe it for you. Why did that not make it into this video? Go ahead. Boom. Because I think this chair is a little, the nail sticking out, by the way. Just so you know.
That wasn't me.
I know that wasn't you, John. That one I don't blame. Is there a bill I can send for this suit that you sent? Literally, is a nail sticking out. Anyway, don't worry, Mom. Don't be sitting there. Not really. Okay. Anyway, the video, folks, the video itself by itself is reasonable doubt. It's a reasonable doubt in this case. Another reasonable doubt. It just makes clear that their case does not hold water, that Relly was the aggressor, that Rocky acted justifiably in self-defense bills. Even though he was carrying a prop gun, those Ills will be dead. That was a real gun on that second shot. And again, Judge David trust no self-defense. I have to discuss it with you. What matters is the defendant's perspective is what matters. And what he thought was right at the time. Judge gave instruction on that, reasonableness and all that stuff. You have to listen to that. The prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act reasonably, Rocky. It has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense of another. If you have any questions in your mind as to whether he acted in self-defense or defense of another, if you have some doubt or some concern that he just may have acted in defense of himself or another, you have to stop. Not guilty.
It's like stating the law. It's true.
Is it staying on?
Yeah, it's what you said, it's not
I'm sorry?
what you said, it's not accurate. Here's a jury instruction that's already been given to you, and this applies to everybody. You must follow the law as I explain it to you, even if you disagree with it. If you believe that the attorney's comments on the law conflict with my instructions, you must follow my instructions.
But I think I understand what Mr. Lewin's objection was. He actually was right. I said some doubt. It's not some doubt. It's a reasonable doubt.
That is right.
It's a reasonable. Okay. See? No swap. So if you have a reasonable doubt that he may have acted in self-defense of another, you have to stop. Okay, and the judge again will define to you what that is. Even if you get that far, because you should, because the evidence is overwhelming. If there's a possibility he acted in self-defense, you must find him not guilty. Rocky, now we got to address this. Rocky didn't testify in this case. We heard the judge's instructions about that the defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. We spoke with some in jury selection about that. And that decision is not to be considered during your deliberations. With that said, during your deliberations, keep in mind that there was nothing more said than what was already explained to you by both our witnesses. So what we rated, we know that for a long time. You heard from Twelby, who explained what happened that night. And Rocky carried the prop gun. You heard from Lou Levin, who explained how Rocky got possession of the prop gun, why he carried it, and where it went. There was really nothing more, aside from the video of Twelby and Lou, for Rocky to have added to the truth about what
That's
happened.
an improper argument. It's just-
Well, look, by the way, with regards to Twelby and Lou, you heard people say, and I expect they will say it again, the first time that we mentioned the prop gun was during this trial. This Detective Flores' testimony when they tried to ask him that or suggest that this had just come up. Question to Detective Flores. No deposition, criminal cases, correct? Okay. Question. So basically, what you were being asked are questions related to discovery and disclosure in a criminal case. And you said, yes. Okay. So these discovery-related matters, and because Pitt received discovery notice, is not the same as it just surfaced at trial. Like it was just invented. That's not true. Lou and Twelby they told us about this last year. And of course, Detective Flores told you law enforcement didn't have a chance to speak to Rocky after he was arrested. And of course, there's no idea.
That misstates the
No,
evidence.
who didn't say they had a chance to.
Do not debate. Just said misstates the evidence. As I said yesterday, I don't know what the evidence is. I don't think anybody remembers every word of every witness. If this is something significant, as I mentioned yesterday, you can ask the court reporter to read it back. The court reporter will have every word that has been spoken. Go ahead.
Anyway, of course, Detective Flores had no idea what was said by Rocky, whose attorneys back in 2022 when he was arrested. And ever since.
That's also an improper argument to rule outside the evidence.
In any event, there's absolutely nothing new, as they're trying to suggest. And look, they also brought up something that I now have to address. That would be an outburst, so to speak, in trial. Okay, knowing that he's innocent, he had to sit here and listen for more than 3 weeks, listening to relevant.
This is improper argument. It's addressing what Mr. Loman brought up.
He had to sit here for more than 3 weeks, listening to Relly say the most.
Okay, I'm just pausing it for a second because at this point he's going to address where 12E, which was one of the witnesses that was there on the scene, while he was on the stand, he was questioned about what AWGE stood for. And ASAP Rocky, the defendant at that time, told him, don't answer that. While he was sitting there, he told his buddy on the stand, don't answer that. His buddy went on to testify that he did not know what that stood for. Whatever AWGE stands for, Rocky did not want it to be stated. So now the attorney is going to address that.
Horrific, most offensive things about him in messages, calling him horrific names. He didn't say a word. He sat in silence. Always composed and respectful to this court and to you all. At some point during a minor, unrelated question, unrelated to November 6, 2021, Mr. Lewin was asking 12E the meaning of an acronym in Rocky's bedroom. Rocky did something, was a crime. He said, don't say. It had to do with his kids. It was personal to his children. And he asked not to say, okay. He regrets doing that?
Your Honor, there's no evidence of this. Can you read that back?
Mr. Llewellyn was asking for the meaning of an acronym. And if Rocky did something that it was private, said, don't say it, it had to do with his kid. It was personal to his children. He asked him not to say it.
The jury heard what the question was. The jury heard what Mr. Mayers said. Leave it at that.
That had absolutely nothing to do with the facts of this case. Truth, what happened on November 6, 2021, whether he carried a prop gun, he didn't commit a crime. The fact that they actually argued that to you in their summation is indicative of just how desperate they are in this point. That was something worth mentioning to you in their summation. Let's talk about the crime of extortion by Relly. That was actually proven in this trial.
Your Honor, that's improper argument.
Overruled.
It's a legal conclusion, crime.
Overruled.
That's why Rocky told Relly in a text message that night, go to the police. Go to the police. But Relly didn't, not until he got civil lawyers 2 days later, because it was never his intention to go to the police. You heard that loud and clear. Instead, his end game was always to take Rocky's money based on false accusations. That was always his intention. And that's why that night, instead of getting the police involved, Relly, according to him, with his shell casing that he found, text the photos of his shell casings and knuckle scrapes to Rocky's manager, John Heyman, saying he was going to be rich. And that following message was sent to his own business partner, Justin Benea, saying, I want to get this end's money within minutes. That was in his mind. And you heard Relly complain in bitterness how Rocky didn't give him opportunities. So when the opportunity presented itself on November 6th, 2021, Relly jumped all over. Right from the beginning, Relly tried to get Rocky's money. Right from the beginning, without going to the police, without even going to a civil lawyer. So you heard from his own mouth what he knew that to be. Words so catastrophic to his claims in this case that his immediate reaction was to lie and say the tapes were fake. Fake. Get those away from me. You have to tell me Nora. Fake. But
So you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you? Yes or no? I don't know how you do it. This is a wonderful. Why did you guys just keep playing fake audios and like fake stuff? I never said none of that. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with this case. You're trying to slip it in. Okay, stop. All right, check the question.
fake audio tapes. The fake audio tapes that the district attorney played yesterday with the Torella Farm name next to all his quotes. And the Torella Farm was sitting here yesterday, he'd be screaming, those are fake! During Mr. Brzolnik's summation. I heard Mr. Brzolnik say in his summation, who cares what he said to Wally? Who cares? He did forget the import of that conversation, that he committed perjury to you and said that they were fake when they were real. And, you know, during the cross-examination of Wally, the guy flew from Paris, by the way, honestly, because he had to be here. Okay, literally a 13-hour flight to testify, and then take another 13-hour flight back. And the question was, you flew business class, didn't you? Like, as if that were the reason he took 26 hours of plane to get here to testify. I had him on direct examination for 10 minutes because he was here for two things. Do you know anything about this case? I know nothing about this case. Good. is this tape real? Is that, do you make it? And is that your voice? And is that really voice? Yes, it is. Bye-bye. Have a good flight back. Nope. 2.5 hours on cross-examination. But you know what was never asked on cross-examination, not even once? Is the tape fake? Is the tape fake? Did you doctor the tape? Not even once. By the way, the tape is spent, I don't know, the portion designation playing for you yesterday. We provided to them. We provided them that tape. That they think it's so helpful to them. They know those tapes are death. Death to their case. First of all, their main witness once again committed perjury on a most important issue in this case. Those are fake, he said, fake. Get those away. He is a clown. Those tapes are death to Relly's claim and his credibility in their case. As Wallace and Jimmy made clear that anything but fake, you heard Relly tell him that you ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion.
You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. Feel me?
But that's exactly
You
what
gotta
Relly,
do everything accordingly.
that's exactly what Relly did. Because he didn't have a lawyer until November 8th, 2021, after he already tried to ask for money from Rocky and his manager. And after Relly lied about what he just told Wallace and Jimmy, we called Mrs. Jimmy just to establish the authenticity of those recordings. Nothing more. He knew nothing about this case. And because of the evidentiary rules, we were only allowed to ask Mrs. Jimmy about statements that Relly denied making.
No, that is untrue. Overruled.
So we had those 5 questions that we asked him. Did he say this? Did he say this? Did he say this? That's the prosecution played other parts of the recordings afterwards. And it was not a gotcha moment. So we gave him those tapes. At the time of their discussions, remember this, the Wallace and Jimmy discussions, that was in 2022, after Rocky's arrest already, after he filed his civil suit. Relly. They were about the events of November 6, 2021. There were of no significance at all what Relly said to him at that point regarding November 6th, at all. Because he had already been arrested, Rocky. Relly had already been telling his story for months. His fabricated story for months. So that he said it to Wally on a tape makes it more true. If you tell a lie 100 times, it doesn't make it more true. So in an effort to give weight to that story about the incident, those recordings, they played. Rocky was already arrested and he had already had a civil suit, been permanent disabilities from a bullet wound, and he needs $30 million. That was his story by then. Big deal, he said to Wally, in part. He still had no qualms lying to Wally at all on those recordings. When it suited him, of course, telling Wally that he was a millionaire and that he made Rocky's career, that was on those recordings too. That wasn't true, neither of those things. But when Relly didn't lie about, however, what he didn't lie was about his intention to take Rocky's money, which is why he falsely said the recordings were fake. He knew what was coming. And he just said, if I say they're fake, they can't play them. They're fake, get those away from me. In other words, get away from me. So Wallace and Jimmy was an IP guy who came in for one reason, authenticate tape, period, end of story. First question I asked him, do you know anything about the facts of this case? No, I don't. He was not brought in here to talk about the facts of this case. But the prosecution, in 2.5 hours of cross-examination, asked him about his motives for making the tape. Is he better friends with Rocky? That's not being a very good friend to Relly. It doesn't matter why he made the tape. Who cares? He could have, whatever his motives were, who cares? He made the tape. It was real. Those were really Relly's words that he said were fake. Whatever his motive was is irrelevant. Even if he wanted to help Rocky, he told you that's how it was, is that the brother was trying to get involved, and he was falling, whatever. But whatever his motives were, it doesn't make the tape less real, or really statements less real. He was never asked one thing about those recordings being real on cross, which means they accept the fact that their witness committed perjury to you when he said they're fake.
That's improper argument. Overruled.
Fair comment on your.
That should be offensive. And especially to you, the jury, trying to make a decision of such importance in this case. It's a lot on your shoulders. That should be, you should be offended by that, I would say. So what did Relly tell us on those messages? His earlier text messages to Rocky when his manager, when they were trying to get money before his lawsuit, that he never cared about the police. He still doesn't care about the police. Quote, the end game, I'm suing the shit out of him. That's my end game regardless. I don't give a F about no police. And those are his words on the tape. In fact, Relly only went to the police after his effort to extort Rocky failed. And Relly's civil lawyer said, unless you go to the police, I'm not taking your case. That's why Relly showed up at the police station in Hollywood with a civil lawyer standing next to him 2 days later. What victim of a crime was a police station report a crime with an attorney next to him? Judge, want to do it now? Rick?
If you have 2 more minutes,
You
use
go
that,
ahead.
otherwise you
Sure,
can bring.
sure. Yep.
Say again?
I'll do 2 more minutes, just tell me when to stop.
Then we're gonna take.
Yeah. As put aside, you heard, by the way, the prosecution questioned Relly about telling the police he heard 3 to 4 shots, but only giving them 2 shell casings before having seen the videos, as if somehow that makes him more credible. That makes no sense. He was there, of course. He knew it was 2 shots. By this time, he already saw the video. He knows it's 2 shots. And in fact, he would exaggerate when speaking to the police. Does not make him more credible. By the way, when we talked to Wally, he had up to 5 shots. He had up to 5 shots when we talked to Wally. So before Relly went to the police, even before he went to a civil lawyer, you saw the messages he sent trying to get Rocky's money. Part of his plan to extort Rocky, Relly sent text messages to him, falsely accusing Rocky of trying to kill him. Obviously, Rocky knew that was false and was shocked that Relly would even make a claim, so which is why Rocky wrote him back. I tried to what? Stop making shit up. He wrote him back. And now the prosecution has alluded to the fact that during this trial, Rocky didn't mention in his message anything about his prop gun. They don't consider one thing, though, about that. They don't consider one thing. Unlike Relly, Rocky didn't have a reason at the time he sent that message about stop making shit up. He didn't have a reason at the time, or think he needed a reason.
What y'all think about this prop gun, y'all? What do y'all think about the prop gun? His security test, ASAP Rocky security testified that he had a prop gun so that, if someone came after him, he has a way to scare them off. I don't think they should have went with that defense, but I'm going to play it some more.
Reason to create a record of events for some later date. At the time he sent those messages, Rocky thought they were between the 2 of them. And he knew why Relly understood his claim wasn't true, because it wasn't true. Rocky didn't shoot him and was aware that Relly knew he didn't shoot him because a prop gun doesn't shoot bullets. A Star pistol doesn't shoot bullets.
Detective,
Yes, sir.
it's time.
Okay.
You want to finish the thought?
If I could, just a thought.
Finish the thought, and then we'll take the.
And then that's a perfect place to bring it. And that's why after learning soon thereafter that Relly was contacting his manager trying to extort money from him, Rocky was done communicating with Relly. He stopped answering completely and said, go to the police. And what kind of person tells someone to go to the police if they know they've committed a crime? Your Honor, I could resume from here and come back.
All right, we'll take a
Okay,
break
close to
until 11 o'clock, folks. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
A prop gun, y'all. I'm not hearing it. They might be back from break, y'all.
When there is no instruction, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. To make sure that this trial is ethically conducted. They have repeatedly, I've objected, you told them it's improper. You've overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. He just said a moment ago, this is a direct quote, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object, you respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So Judge,
What I heard, I could have been wrong, what I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relly as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relly committed extortion. There is no legal.
Do you think the jury's gonna ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor,
Forcing someone to pay money, that is quote extortion.
Your Honor.
Forget, go on to something else.
Your Honor, I wanna make my record. I mean, you're gonna do what you're gonna do, but I have a right to make my record. No lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on that crime. When in fact, Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter, and after a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, wow, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care
Well,
about it.
it seems, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is.
I don't agree with you. I think using the word quote extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion.
Your
You
Honor,
can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said, is the court was repeatedly told them, do not connect the prosecution to committing perjury.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm gonna ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm gonna sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue, not
Yeah.
everything else you said. What I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect, I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. The one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relly saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not, okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Efron. So that means by that, just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that witness committed perjury. They have to. There's no way, let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know it wasn't fake, it was real, that was perjury. So by them moving forward with it, arguing that the tape is important for the prosecution, that Efron said these things, that when they cross-examined Mr. Jemmy, that wasn't being a good friend to Efron because he made a tape. All that is doing is, I didn't say this is warning, it's different. I would never say that, I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it, because they didn't say, we have an issue with witness, he's committed perjury. It's accept. I said they accepted their witnesses committing perjury. That witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor. It's not inappropriate. It wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin. I just said they accepted, and that is true. That there's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment, it is completely unethical.
Oh,
I agree with you.
So, Your Honor.
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Tacopina just stood up here and basically defended, said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear. And Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again, he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him, right?
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the
There
weirdness.
is not to be any disparaging of either side.
During an argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here and point out when he was being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows, that'll be the first time. Court knows, I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows,
All
court's
right,
already made.
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make a, bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical is not just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I just say this on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Brantford case.
Your Honor,
So
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop.
He might want to stop.
I'm so correct.
You should be, Joe.
Oh,
Let's take a break.
You should be.
don't tell the courts that told me I was a liar.
This prosecutor is, I'm telling you.
Oh, I'm so scared of you.
Stop it.
Y'all, this freaking prosecutor Lewin, he's not a joke. Now I want to know, what did he say they gonna air out? Let me back it up. I know we behind.
5. I'm doing the
California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Brantford case.
Your Honor,
So
Your
I want
Honor,
to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
stop.
He might want to stop.
I'm so correct.
You should be, Joe.
Oh,
Let's take a break.
You should be.
don't tell the courts that told me I was a liar.
Hold on. Hey.
Oh, I'm so scared of you.
Stop it.
This is the criminal case, but if he started with a civil suit, so he won this, he won the civil suit as well. I think, and it's just my opinion, it's just my opinion, and I'm not the one in the courtroom or the one that would have had to pay. So they might still be on break. This ain't my money. This ain't my time. No. ASAP Rocky had a plea deal of like, okay, wait a minute, hold on, y'all. ASAP Rocky ahead of this trial was offered like 6 months locked up with like, I don't know, some low probation, whatever. It was 6 months to be locked up. And so he didn't take the plea deal. Before that, before Homeboy took it to the police, that's why they keep saying he was extorting, because Homeboy really was asking for money. Rocky didn't want to pay him. It's his money, his pockets, whatever. They didn't want to pay him. But pretty much, to my understanding, if he win this, he get the civil suit as well, which is like $30 million or something to that extent. So, I mean, I don't know. But I think he's facing like 20 plus years if he get the full time, max amount of time, which I don't see them giving him that. If he is found guilty, I don't see him getting no 20 nothing years, maybe 2 or 3. I don't see him getting nothing too crazy, but hey, you never know. So the defendant ASAP Rocky was standing up. Drake ain't in there. Drake don't like ASAP Rocky. Drake used to mess with Rihanna. They had a beef last year in a song or something like that. But that little argument right there was between the prosecution, who cooked, in my opinion, in his closing. He cooked. That man don't play. So I feel like the defense should have came a little bit harder. And I think that prop gun business was not a good defense. Their whole argument, and I know the defense don't have to prove anything, but their whole argument doesn't even sound believable. The friends are all running, even though they knew it was a prop gun, and they're running from the guy who got the grazed knuckles. Now, I do believe that his knuckles could have got grazed in the scuffle. I don't know how that happened with the whole knuckle business. I ain't gonna tell you no story. But I just feel like the charge isn't whether or not you shot him or grazed him or anything like that. Is that you did it. And now they're arguing that it was in self-defense. Now, in all honesty, when the defense just showed that, my camera frozen, so I'm gonna turn it off for a second. When the defense just replayed that video and he called out that Relly reached first, I don't know. Maybe he did at that point. I can't really tell. But I did give it a fair look. I'm like, well, did he? But that's not where the shooting happened at. So for the sake of the trial, they broke it down to 2 incidents. The one we saw there, the prosecution argued that if you look at that video again, and I did upload it, but the prosecution argued that Rocky would have shot him right there where you see them scuffling. It looked like a train station. The prosecution argued that Rocky would have shot him there, but it was other people that could identify him there. So that's why they're saying that the shooting or pop, whatever you got to say on here, the releasing of bullets happened down the street. That's what
I want to tell you that
later.
when I make a mistake, I own it. I have no problem admitting when I made a mistake, and I made a mistake, and I'm going to tell you what the mistake was. Mr. Tapatita mentioned, and I missed this, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I missed that. There was an objection. I overruled it. I didn't hear the whole statement. I'm not accusing anybody of doing it proper, but that statement puts the prosecutors in an unfair light. And that was improper. I overruled the objection. I should have sustained it. I don't want any side being disparaged or being put in a false one. So I made that mistake. I own it. I apologize.
Two things. One, by the way, I realized something. I said before that Mr. Efron said he'd seen the video previously when he said there were 2 shots. What I was talking about was when he was speaking to Wally. He had already seen the video. This was obviously after Rocky's arrest and after the civil suit was filed. So I wasn't suggesting he saw the video when he went to the police on November 8th, in case that came out unclear. My co-counsel thought it did, so anyway, now we're back on the Wally's Jimmy case. Look, all I'm saying is this: their witness said those are fake. They played it as if they were real. So whatever that means. But here, I'm going to go back to the crux of the Wallace and Jimmy case, what we were allowed to play because they impeached the testimony of Efron. And what I argued to you, and I'll say again, is the only crime that was proven here was relative extortion. He heard from his own mouth. And he boasted to Mrs. Jimmy that he was getting $30 million. He said, I already know I'm getting 30 M's. And I told you at the beginning of this case, I said in the opening, that there would be clear evidence of extortion, and here it is.
You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer versus for extortion. You feel me? He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Stop for a second, pause for a second. You know, what he's saying is obviously he's going to trade his cash for the case, and sell the criminal case. So he'll get his cash and he'll disappear. The example he uses, the analogy he uses, is disgusting. Of course, that's who I don't know what front is talking about a domestic violence case, and he references hitting. He said you're a bitch, but that's how his mind thinks. That's his example that he could come up with. But it really just goes to show you who he is and how despicable he is. And that was the example he gave. But what he's saying here is, I get my cash, I'm gone. I get them. Play the next one, please.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically,
And then they gonna beat your case out.
because I'm gonna be on another highway. Just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in this and it's not gonna be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
That's it. Game, set, and match. That's extortion. That's him trying to sell a criminal case for $30 million. That he will go to an island, be relaxing, if he gets his money. Too bad for them. They'll have to go look for him. They have to find him. Imagine poor Detective Flores having to go search around, looking for Carol Efron as he's on an island sipping pina coladas somewhere. There's 30 million. That's it. That's evidence of extortion. It's his mindset. He doesn't care about this. He just wants money. And you're his vehicle. The only reason, and by the way, this transcript's a little tough to read, I think, but you'll have to go back with you and you'll have the transcripts. But again, remember the only reason he's not on some island somewhere relaxing all here in this courtroom is because Rocky refused to be a victim of his extortion demands. It's that simple. And that's why he's using this trial, really, using these prosecutors. Now he's trying to use you to get him his money. Because he knows that a conviction here will get him what he really wants in the civil case. That's it. This isn't about justice for him. It's about a payout and a payback. My last quote of some of the greats in our history, I just love using some of the words of our founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson said, an ancient friend is the bitterest of foes. We saw that coming here, live and in color. Lest there be any questions about his true intentions, consider this. He sent an article, you heard this testimony, to Wally Sajek on December 24th, 2024, just before this trial started, entitled, Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial. And he sent it with a smiley face. A smiley face. This parasite is happy if he can hurt that family, that woman, and her family by sending a smiley face. That's funny. That's funny. Because she fears the heartbreaking consequence of this trial. So he doesn't care about this trial. He just wants his money. He wants to be idle, relaxing. And he's laughing and mocking what he can do for Rihanna.
Now he trying to get sympathy for
I
Rihanna.
need you to get that done. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution has not proven this case on relevant charge. It's not you. This literally, I'm not telling you what to do. It's fighting for it. Take as much time as you need. I'm not trying to impede on your progress. The only thing proven beyond a reasonable doubt is that this relates to the relevance of pathological liar, perjurer, and extortionist. Which was proven beyond a doubt. They know that. They know that. Because they asked Nick Flores the question that I just heard. I used to be a prosecutor. It was a question that they asked.
That's improper argument.
Which one? Which one?
No, it's perfect. This is that. You used to be a prosecutor.
What was the statement?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the statement, sir? What was the statement that he, what part?
Did they know it's perjury?
I didn't say they knew. I didn't say that. I said what was proven beyond reasonable doubt was that a lot of liars for 32. I didn't say they knew. I understand the court's rulings.
We object to the argument.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, that's.
all right. So, anyway,
Sustained the best.
what they know, they asked Detective Flores this question. Would you agree, Detective Flores, that you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred? Well, first of all, you do need it. You do. Remember, after breaking it down with Detective Flores, he made it clear to you they have nothing without him. We broke it down with him. We'll show you that transcript in a second. So you definitely need him, but he's just not credible. Why the heck do you think they asked that question? I mean, think about what that question screams out to you in the jury. We don't expect you to believe him, ladies and gentlemen. But it's okay. It's still true. No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. If you had to make a decision, the most important in your life or of that of your family is on his word, would you do it? Terrell Brown's word, would you do it? You all know the answer to that question. What you're being asked to do is make that decision the most important matter in his life. On his word. Please look at the evidence carefully, please. Evaluate it cautiously. You'll see that there's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Rocky Ridge is innocent. It's not only not guilty, he's innocent. An innocent man's on trial with absolutely no concrete evidence against him, no reliable evidence against him at all. Of course, he's not the luckiest man for the face, certain. Because there's absolutely no evidence of shooting. And that heavy burden should not be yours to have to live with on this evidence. It should not be. It's not right, it's not fair to ask you to do what the evidence won't condemn an innocent man. And by the way, remember this, it's in your instructions, circumstantial evidence. If the evidence points to both guilt and innocence, you must, there's no option here, you must side with innocence. If there's two interpretations of the evidence, guilt or innocence, you must side with innocence. That's what the law is, the judge will tell you. It's in your little books, jury instructions. You must, it's not an option. Terrell Efron, I mean, what kind of system, seriously, folks, do we have if this kind of witness can convict someone and destroy their life? With all you know about him at this point. I've talked about there not being any forensic evidence in this case, no fingerprints, no DNA, there's none. No independent evidence outside of Terrell Efron. And ladies and gentlemen, the judge told you it only takes one lie under oath to throw this case out of court by you, if you choose, your decision. But just one lie. You could, it's justification for you to say, I disregard all this testimony. You can't even count the number of lies he told under oath in this case. You can't. He lied directly, he lied to your face, he lied under oath over and over, he exaggerated, he gave around answers to try and avoid questions, he verbally assaulted me, he cursed in the courtroom, he threw a water bottle, flexed his muscles, he said he had enough, he was going to leave. How many does it take for you to know that this case is a fraud? To use Relly's own words, Relly's he's just trying to profit off extorting a second. Just wait for one thing. Then he's got it. And if they come up and say, well, Relly's not on trial, that thought crosses your mind. It's true, he's not on trial. He should be. He should be. Perjury, extortion. But he's not on trial. But what is on trial is his credibility. His credibility is on trial. And that you have to assess, and you get to assess, you must assess. Trial rises and falls on his word.
Yesterday he said it was
With
on
that in mind,
5 more minutes.
again, I ask, what kind of system do we have? That man. With all you know about him. The issue in this case is the life, future, and right. And that's what will be placed in your hands very shortly. And the question you have before you heard is, do you believe Tyrell Efron beyond a reasonable doubt? I'm going to keep saying that because it's really what we need to discuss, beyond a reasonable doubt or not. If you don't, Rocky has to. You don't. Has to. You submit upon this testimony you've heard, perjury you've witnessed, the lies you've seen, the destruction of pieces of evidence you've observed, the application of those, Mr. Efron's trustworthiness, there's no way in the world that you can find that he's trustworthy beyond the reasonable doubt. So, on the important issues in this case, let's find out. He lied about everything. He lied about the important issues. And if you can't do that, if anything they said to you, if anything they presented caused you to pause or wonder what really happened, you have doubt.
He
Reasonable doubt.
just stop. He making it worse.
You must. That's our legal system.
I don't know. Everybody thinks differently. But we see.
You just witnessed extortion demands throughout the trial, the lies, the hiding of evidence, the line about being in Los Angeles 2 weeks before this incident, 9 millimeter shell casings, on and on and on. And if you think he was lying about these important issues, prosecution's case fails.
I link it.
Okay.
So it's very simple, as you know, if you do not believe Farrell from beyond reasonable doubt, he must put it as the law. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. In this case, it's not been proven. In the case of reasonable doubt, whether guilt is satisfactorily shown till it is reasonable doubt. And presumption
Wrap it up, bro.
placed upon the people that heavy burden of proving guilt is beyond reasonable doubt. Why is that standard called beyond reasonable doubt? Why? Look, there are many, I just want to give you some sort of analogy on this, but there are many legal systems around the world that don't have this proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They don't use juries, they use judges 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4. But our country has a philosophy, and that is we cannot convict people who are innocent. We cannot ruin their lives because what happens is so harmful, devastating,
He's
brutal,
trying to play the
based
field
on
right
anything but the strongest evidence.
and he's rambling.
And what is being attempted here?
It's not a good look.
It's so harmful, so brutal, so potentially devastating to him. That's why there's such a high standard. Standard is higher than what you find in civil cases when you have disputes over money or property. If you have a reasonable doubt about this case, about the testimony, about the double talk, about the lies, the perjury, the manipulation of evidence, destruction of evidence, Efron's motives, it's over. It's over. You must quit Rocky. According to the law, it's actually. Our system isn't perfect. We saw examples of people convicted in DNA later exonerates them because well-meaning juries didn't have
This
evidence.
is improper argument.
So you have those, you've heard of those things, like 250 less. There's nothing to do with this case, right? But it's by jurors who meant well, and they were subsequently exonerated by DNA evidence. Nonetheless, we have a system, and it's the best system in the world. It's the best system in the world here. It can't be perfect because human beings aren't perfect. But I'm begging you to honor that principle. Honor that principle of proof beyond reasonable doubt.
Because we can.
Rocky must be acquitted under that standard. All the problems of falsehoods, the issues we've addressed, they cannot overcome. They cannot overcome them.
You're trying to make them feel
It's
bad.
exaggerated,
Playing on emotion.
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 mock terminology of our witnesses. They can be sarcastic, repeating their unimpeached testimony. They can do whatever they want. They can't do this case beyond reasonable doubt. This case never should be brought anyway, based on Errol Efron, what he was.
I don't know why he's doing
These are what we call burdens of proof in our legal system. In a civil case, again, which is dispute over money and property,
He rambles.
one side that proves preponderance of the evidence, that's standard. They get the burden. Okay? And it's often described in very simple terms. If you have a scale, like scales of justice, it just goes 51%, 49% in favor of one party, they win. That's a civil case. That's called preponderance of the evidence. That's enough to bankrupt somebody. That's enough to take away their business, make them penniless. It's not enough to bring them up. There's even a higher standard than that law called clear and convincing evidence. And clear and convincing evidence, for example, in custody disputes, for example, where the custody of a child is at stake. Clear and convincing evidence in some custody disputes, you can take a child away from the parent if you prove by clear and convincing evidence that that parent should not have custody. They have not met the standards for the legal system requires for parenting. Clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence alone is not enough to convict someone of a crime.
I'll be right back. My battery's about to die.
So take a child away, but not enough to convict of a crime. Let me ask you this: do you think you've seen clear and convincing evidence in this case that Errol Efron is truthful, that he's believable, that he's honest, that he's honorable, that
You already
does not
said
have
that,
financial
bro.
wealth in this case, that is to be believed and trusted? They can't even meet the clear and convincing standard, let alone the highest standard in our legal system, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even close. To further explain beyond reasonable doubt. And the judge gave some great examples in his preliminary instructions and how high that standard is. If you think someone may be guilty, that's not enough. If you think perhaps they're guilty, that's not enough. If you suspect they might be guilty, that's not enough.
That is enough if they didn't
Possibly
do
guilty,
it, bro.
it's not enough. Probably guilty, not enough. Guilty likely, not enough.
Keep making it worse.
Guilty highly likely, not enough. It has to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Dang, you just doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you get into that jury room, ask yourself, do we have a reasonable doubt about Tyrell Efron in this case? Any. It's all the cases.
Bro, not on
Just one.
trial.
Just one. You have all cases. Look, my time is almost up. I want to apologize to you, Anthony, that this journey is taken.
It's sad.
But you know, you're seeking justice is really hard.
Woo!
You would trade that with me. You would want to fight for it, especially if it was for a person who's maintained their innocence from the get-go, from day one. And I hope and I trust that you understand that in a journey towards justice that there are no shortcuts. Let me tell you how this is going to proceed now. After I go after lunch, I think, maybe now, the prosecution will go again for another submission, for rebuttal submission. We had this one opportunity to address you because they have this very heavy burden, so the first offense. They will seek to rebut, which I brought up. Presumably, they won't be back up here talking about all sorts of new things, or they'll face objection. But they have to seek to rebut what is being argued right now. And let me tell you up front, I'm loath to object during someone else's argument. I think it is, I can do it once before. Try not to do it once before. But if something new is brought up, you know, it may be more peak. Let me tell you also this, if he brings up anything new, you may be precluded from standing up again and saying, wait a minute, here's an answer to that. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, you have an answer. But you can substitute your common sense. You all can substitute your common sense.
Substitute the
Your judgment in that place, and that's required for this journey. In this journey towards justice, you can substitute your common sense. You can respond for it. It's not out loud. Don't do that. You can respond. I'd like to remind you of something, Judge Arnold. By the way, before I do that, I just want to also tell you that we're all very fortunate to have this judge. I've been before many judges. His patience with us in particular, his humility, he's an inspiring role model for what a judge should be. So you're all very lucky. I feel it. Anyway, His Honor told you in the beginning that Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity, the prosecution, Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity to sum up last. It's not because I lost the point to this. It's not because of that. At the beginning of this thing. It's because that's the rules. They have the very, very burden, and those are rules established by the state. So because they have the heavy burden of proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they go last, and that's a burden that never shifts to us. We have no burden. When a prosecutor has a particularly weak case like this,
bro.
which stands or falls on evidence not worthy of belief, they always make some sort of pitch like, oh, the witnesses aren't on trial. I defy them to get up here and convince you that the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt.
It don't. You making me more and more sure. Like, stop.
Beyond reasonable doubt.
You making me think about him pulling out that weapon.
I defy them
see
to
it in
explain
my
to
eyes.
you why.
Bro, if I was
Watch her acts in defense, watch her questions posed by him, knowing we're not allowed to respond. The law says you can't respond for him. Another thing I'm going to pose to them right now. Remember yesterday I was telling you about this issue regarding cartridges from a prop gun.
he's still talking about the evidence?
Because you heard about prop gun can eject, doesn't eject. Some sort of a casing. I said to you, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank casings from a prop gun look like. You heard evidence that from Lou Evans, the only one that was asked about it. There's paper and plastic in a prop gun bullet, so to speak. There's no evidence of how far or what direction they would be ejected to from the prop gun, whether they would still be intact or not. Be split open. There's no evidence of that in this record at all. And certainly, there's no evidence that they would look anything like something that would be absorbed by the police, like those silver, shiny, metallic casings from a real firearm. No evidence whatsoever. I was told yesterday there was an objection. I was told I was missing the evidence. I then said, first of all, I don't mistake the evidence, and I challenged the prosecution. If I'm mistaking the evidence today, when they get up, show the jury.
Your Honor, this is improper argument.
If I mistake the evidence, show the jury when you stand up. That I mistake the evidence, show them the evidence in this record that cartridges from a prop gun
Why he
or,
go back to
or
the prop gun?
metal or metallic or
You
anything.
sounded stupid.
There's no evidence in the record at all. So let me state the
Oh
evidence.
my
They
God.
could probably should. Now, it comes a time for me now to conclude my remarks, and I may never, not this second, maybe when the case goes. And you've been told many, many times, there are very, very burdens based upon the prosecution for good reasons. Prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And as such, it is Fluent's duty to answer for you as best it can any legitimate questions arising from the evidence which we believe is cast out on Rocky's guilt. There may be 1,000 such questions in a case like this, which we could put to them, but we intend no such exercise. Some. I do think after careful deliberation that it might be fair to suggest 10 questions that literally hang in the air in this courtroom at this very moment. And as the time approaches for you to decide this case, for us to hand the baton to you as you will, I offer these questions now as the most important
He
challenge.
putting
to
the
the
nail in the coffin for somebody like that.
prosecution claims met this burden in this case. They claim that.
You make it worse. He should have stopped
If the
at
burden has in fact been
the
met,
up room.
then you'll be given logical, sensible, credible, satisfying answers to each of these 10 questions. On the other hand, the questions are overwhelming or unanswerable. Those questions will be ignored, or you'll be told that the prosecution has no obligation to answer our questions. If you're giving anything less than complete, sensible, satisfactory responses to these 10 questions, beyond the reasonable doubt, you'll quickly realize that the case is transparent. And false, and false. We prove real arguments for you, things you can see, things you can take back to the jury room. And in light of this, you have to find.
Yeah, they're gonna come back so fast.
Not included. For Mr. Lewin's convenience, I should decide to deal with these very troublesome questions. I'm going to leave him the written list up here.
Please wrap it up.
Questions when I conclude. Let's see, what's the room? I'm going to show you those 10 questions. Here they are. Let me go over them with you one by one. Very briefly. Question number 1. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he photographed shell casings at the scene? Okay, there is none. You know that. Because even though they have photographs from his phone, they didn't get the metadata to show where those photos were taken. We also know they didn't get his GPS location at 11:45 that was shown where he was when he took those photos. Number 2, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the shell casings even came from the scene? No things other than his word. Lily Parker's not here. Just talk about the metadata and the GPS location. Third question I asked him to answer. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he even went back to the scene? Because now we know he swears that at 11:09, that's not him. That's not him anymore. And there is no video of him going back to the scene. So now we're left with his word again. Because they got Bill's GPS location, but not Relly's. Number 4. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he ever left Los Angeles after going to the shooting range, shooting off 9mm, by the way, 2 weeks before the incident? Again, it's just his word that he left Los Angeles 2 weeks before. So he took a flight, and he took a flight back. That would have been a very easy one to prove. But we just have his word. Number 5. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the scrapes on his knuckles were gunshot wounds? He didn't have to comment on that. Number 6. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that a conversation ever happened on November 5th, to set the tone for November 6th, between ASAP Bari and Rocky? Other than his word, there was no ASAP Bari, there's no phone records, so we just have to take Relly's word that that happened. Number 7. In light of Lou's testimony, in light of Lou Levin and 12's unimpeached testimony, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that Rocky did not carry a problem? Other than Relly's word? There's none. No evidence of shooting. Nothing from either video says that's not a problem. None. Number 8. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he was shot by an operable semi-automatic firearm? Again, other than his word, no evidence whatsoever. Number 9, this one's my personal favorite. Number 9. How is it that you do not need Relly's truthful testimony on that question to establish a shooting occurred when Detective Flores told you, A, the parking garage video does not show an operable gun? That's his testimony. So let me break it down this way. Video 1 alone, you don't know if the gun's operable. Correct? Correct. B, the video from 1616 Beaches Del Mar does not show if there's any gun at all. The answer to that was simply just looking at that and not looking at anything else. No. That's the video. Just looking at that, no. And C, the sound heard on the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard may have come from a replica firearm or two, Detective Flores. So, no evidence of an operable gun in one video. No evidence of a gun at all or any shooting in the second video. And the pop, according to that case detective, could have come from a replica. So, do you need Relly's testimony? Because if you just don't have it, if you take it out, like was suggested in that question, Detective Flores told you there's no evidence. No evidence that there was a shooting or not.
Gotta try his best, but he's sounding.
And number 10, given that Relly told you he can lie whenever he wants, you saw him commit perjury multiple times. Relly told you that he will commit perjury when he doesn't want to answer a question. How can you trust Relly with a matter of importance in your life, the life of a loved one, or the life you sit in judgment of?
Bro,
I don't know how they answer those questions. They can't. I will leave these 10 questions right here. Let's see if you get answers. I don't think so. You have the capacity to transform his very dark 3.5 years into a bright tomorrow. You have that capacity. You have the power in your hands up to you now. You're going to pass the baton to you now, or very soon anyway. And you will do the right thing, I'm sure. You made that commitment for justice, you'll do the right thing. I will go someday on other cases, no doubt. Mr. Lewin, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Persona, Mr. Kaplan. We will, Judge Arnold will try another case someday, I hope. But this is Rocky's one day in court. By your decision, you control his very life and hands. Treat it fairly. Treat it fairly. Be fair. Do the right thing. Remember the testimony of Terrell Efron and ask yourselves if you would trust him with any matter of importance in your life. And if the answer is no, you can't trust him with a matter of importance in his life.
Really?
His rises and falls.
A whole bunch of stuff, bro.
All you can do is try and rock these like that. Imagine living under despicable accusation 3.5 years. Facing what he's facing, knowing he didn't do a thing wrong. It's been my privilege, my absolute privilege, and honor to represent someone that I admire as much as. And I thank his amazing family for their trust.
Rocky's sitting there like, I should have took that plea deal. He like 6 months wasn't so bad after all. Whew. Ain't no way his lawyer told him to take this to trial.
You ask questions, the jury selection. If you had a doubt, would you have any problem saying not guilty? Would you have the courage to say not guilty?
Oh.
Did you have the mental fortitude to walk back into this courtroom and fail to prove him guilty? You have the courage to walk back in here and say you find him not guilty. You all said you could do that. You all said it. That's why you were there. That's why the 16 of you are here. You know that was part of your job. You said you could do it. I'm going to hold you to that. I hope you hold yourselves to it. That's what makes the system great. Your courage. Your willingness to stand up for what's right. Look, this courtroom says Mark S. Arnold, Judge. This is Judge Arnold's courtroom. But when it comes to the facts in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's right in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's fair in this case, it's your court. No one can take that money. This is your court.
$500 he play on
Let me
the
tell you something. What happened here is important. Think about that. The message we're going to be sent out, that proof like this is not to convict one of us, one of our citizens. None of us have a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break now, folks. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1 o'clock. At which time we will hear from Mr. Lowe. Please remember, an open mind. We have not heard everything. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we'll see you in about 7 minutes.
Y'all, that was painful. That was painful. I don't know what y'all thinking, chat. What you think so far? Did he do a good job? Now he he started on yesterday. He went about 2 hours, and he pretty much said the same stuff yesterday. What you think? How'd he do? Defense did good. Probably in a couple minutes. I gotta take a break. Mental. That was terrible. Let me stop saying it was terrible, because some people think he did a great job. I'd imagine. What you think? You think he did a good job? I think that hit the like button, y'all. He overdid it. He definitely overdid it. I wouldn't be happy if he was my lawyer, that's for sure. Not after he keeps saying there's no facts.
But you know what? Oh, this time.
All right. Now we live. I just think their whole defense was sorry. I don't know how to put it because, everybody brains is different. Some of us see things one way, some of us see it the other way. Creative minds use more part of this part of the brain. Other people use other parts, the left, the right part of the brain. So at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to what the jurors, how their mind process it. Yeah, that could be his strategy. But each time he was saying stuff, the way my brain was working, he was making me more and more sure of what the dang on prosecutor said. He did. That's why I'm saying just stop, bro. Because the prosecutor, of course, when first he got ahead of this whole man's argument, he already told us the man was going to talk about Relly. He already told us everything the defense was going to say, which is the prosecution strategy, but he hit us with facts. And he was very clear. This guy, he played a lot on emotional impact and, you're going to do this to the family and Relly is this, that, and the third. My take is, okay, even if Relly was a drunken drug addict, okay, because that can happen. And I'm not saying that that's what Relly is. I'm just using an example. If he was a drunken drug addict, if this had happened to him and he had dementia too, now he's forgetful, it still doesn't take away from the act of the crime, like his ability to recall the story based on what we saw, the video, they had altercation, the random witnesses, because this fool did this in the broad daylight on Hollywood Boulevard with his prop gun. That's not even believable. Like, random people called the police, testified in court that they heard the shots. So, okay, so now you're saying it's with a prop gun, bro, and you can't. Now, if he could have produced a receipt or anything saying that he even owned a prop gun, that would have been nice. That would have been like, okay, he actually had a prop gun. But the whole prop gun theory, I don't know. I mean, I can't process. It was all about words, and you heard some of the text messages where Relly, pretty much it sounds like A$AP Rocky was treating Relly like a flunky. Their friendship was not going great. A$AP Relly was saying Rocky was really broke in real life and he ain't got no money. He only got money when he on tour. A$AP Relly feel like he made A$AP Rocky, but Rocky started squatting on him as time went on. Their friendship should have been over, honestly. But I felt like they met up to fight. And this is the situation that happened. So, yeah, they use props for music videos, movies, all that. But who's taking a prop gun to a fight? You're planning to fight this big guy. Because that's what all Rocky's friends testified, that, Relly is big, he's muscular, whatever. So they couldn't fight him. You're planning to fight this big guy you're going to pull out a freaking prop gun? A prop gun? That sounds silly. Like, okay, I'm about to pull out my prop gun, but I'm really angry. Just imagine. Okay, I need y'all to just imagine. Let's say a knife, for example. You are very upset, and this person is saying that, you broke, you this, you ain't got no money, or you are this. He wants to fight you. Y'all done met up to fight. Y'all angry. Y'all calling each other the B words, everything like that. You are angry. You going to angry pull out a prop weapon? You're angry. You're not joking. Like if I put out a prop, we would start laughing together, I would imagine, logically. Or Relly would be like, man, get that out of here. What you pulling out that stupid stuff for? Then maybe they would laugh. Like, I don't see how you could, like, a prop, that wasn't a good idea. And then you saying now the prop gun on set, now they do got some that just will blow out some air or something. But then they saying this one put out shell casings and none of them was found. They modified the defense, which I know you could do, and said that it could put out what they call them, some type of shell casings. That don't make no sense to me. I think he should have tried something else. I think his whole they was like, this was okay, we about to go at it. Let's go, let's do it, whatever. And you come with a prop gun. And then his defense, this is the first time I heard him say that Rocky only touched the prop gun because his pants was falling. What? It's just a bad idea. It's just really, 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 really bad. It's just really bad. And so if they give him not guilty, they got paid. That's the only thing I can figure is they got paid. You really can't. The video, it's just on video. You're on video with the weapon. It's not a good idea. It was horrible. You should have took the freaking plea deal. And people are going to say, oh, he shouldn't have took the plea deal. You got a witness saying you did it. That's enough for me. Especially if you know you was in an altercation with this person and they're saying you did it. Even a person off the street, a junkie on the street can, because they all do the same stuff. They think they could get away with it. They do stuff and think nobody's going to hold them accountable. Because look at it. You got a whole bunch of people who can't see that this fool actually did something to him. Now, I don't know, because his knuckles is like, it looked like he might have fell. I don't know what happened to the knuckles. I don't know. I don't know if it was grazed. I don't know. I doubt it was grazed, but that don't change the charge whether you got hit or not. It's you shot at him. And he's not denying that he shot at him. First, he said it was a warning shot. You shot at him. It's a bad defense. That's really risky. You shot at that man. We heard it. We seen it. Your friends was running. Like, I think he should have said something different. It just wasn't a good idea. So we're going to see, because I feel bad for him. I feel bad for Rihanna, because I feel like anybody, Rihanna and the lawyer, I feel like they both told him to take that freaking plea deal with those 6 months. I feel like they told him that, because who is going to go up against a witness that's sitting up here talking about, yeah, he probably failed trying to run away from this fool, trying to blast them. And then he argued, oh, he said it was 3 to 4 shots. Fool, I'm getting shot at. Who counting? Who is counting? Who counting? Who is counting? And another thing that they trying to clown the victim about is because he the one who popped the shell cases. Him and his girlfriend supposedly went back to the scene and got the shell casing. But like the prosecution said in his closing argument, because they trying to say he planted the shell casings, bro. Oh, this is bad, y'all. I'm gonna link yesterday because y'all gotta see it. They said he planted the shell casings, but the shell casings just so happened to match the magazine that Rocky had at his house. The magazine that Rocky had at his house, his tour manager came and testified that that was his magazine that he happened to leave at Rocky House on accident because they was going to go to the gun range. But they decided not to go to the gun range because they started drinking. And they said, well, why you ain't go get your joints? Okay, but how did he know what type of shell casings to plant in Nana's life? How did this man know what type of shell casings to plant? And that when they go search Rocky house, he gonna have that out of all the weapons he got. Now, how they gonna know? How they gonna know? He got plenty of them though. How he know which ones to choose from? How he know which one? He's saying he planned them on the site, on the scene. And then the magazines they found at the house that matched the ones that homeboy found on scene. He's saying the tour manager said they was his, that he accidentally left there. It's just not good. That's not logic. That's not logic. That's just not logic. The prop don't have real bullets. The prop don't have real bullets. Oh man, the prop don't have those. It's just not a good look. I know, but I'm just saying they was being silly when they came up with this. They was being silly. The prop don't have those. I'm trying to think of what they could. He should have said, he just should have been said we was fighting. Because when the defense showed that one video, the first part of the incident, where Rocky come back with the gun, and he was like, really reach for him first. He should have stuck with that. He should have just stuck with that. Get that prop bull crap out of there. He has he's a licensed gun carrier. You know, he can carry a weapon or whatever. You should have stuck with that. Or better yet, why did you go meet up with this dude? Do you really got anything to lose? Who do you think that you are? Why did you even do this in broad daylight? Like, who do you really think that you are? But what makes this is so crazier is that this all happened. Then he gonna turn around and get Riri knocked up. He got Rihanna knocked up twice. He knew what he was doing. He needed a security blanket. And he needed her to pay them lawyer fees. He is not slick. He knew he was wrong. And what Relly was saying must have been true. Because Relly must have hit a nerve that you had to go blowing him off in broad daylight. Now, I'm not saying what Relly did was cool, but we all know people gonna push your buttons if they know how. Especially if he trying to sue you. If he trying to sue you, I ain't saying that is right, but plenty of people gonna sue. And if you a millionaire and if you shoot at me, I am suing you. I'm suing you. So Rocky, whether it's a prop gun or a DOP gun, if you come shooting at me, I'm suing you and Rihanna. Y'all both getting sued. Yes. Even if I get aggravated in court, I don't care what's going on. I'm suing y'all. No, he was on the mob with them, ASAP mob. He worked with him. He was doing his own thing, but now I don't want nobody mess with him because he snitched on Rocky and brought these charges. So they're not fooling with him. So I just feel like it was a bad idea, and I feel like Rocky was a little bit too cocky. He didn't know who he was fooling with. He didn't think Relly was going to press the issue. He thought he was going to just not, just let bygones be bygones. No, bro, you shot at me and told people you was going to off me and you didn't do it. Rocky should have, if he was going to do something, he should have just, I ain't trying to promote that, but you should have just offed, and then you would have had a better defense. Sure, because this don't make no sense. Then you could at least say he was trying to take you out or something, but this facing 24 years, fool, is you nuts? You should have just paid that fool. You got to know when to be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Because, boy, you done messed up. Now you messing up the church's money. Rihanna didn't pay for these attorneys. Now she going to have to pay a civil suit. You get found guilty in this. And the only way they're not going to find him guilty is if they're emotional. And because Rihanna brought them kids to the courthouse yesterday, and they all up in there crying and screaming and hot. And she brought them kids in there looking for sympathy, I imagine. Well, I think that was ASAP Rocky mom. She the one probably told her, bring the kids, because Rihanna don't look too pleased with this fool. I believe Rihanna told him to take that plea deal. Any logical person would have said that, because she's tired of court. She was tired of the lawyers and tired of the stuff. So Rihanna probably was like, oh, 6 months, take that. Oh, that's just like you going on tour. And you facing 24, and I'm paying for these attorneys. You know, Rihanna paying. Nobody knows ASAP Rocky's songs like that. Like, he ain't willing in the dollars like that. And that's no shade or tea, but let's just keep it real. Like, he should have just let it go, number one, or then comply. Like, it's so many things that show me two back to back. As soon as she had the first one, he popped another one in here after this incident happened. It's just bad. It's just bad. And it's sad for her, because like I said, I know she covering these attorney fees. And it's so many things that show me he a bad decision maker. Okay. The smartest decision he made was to keep himself up under Rihanna. And that just show you right there what type of time he on. You got her knocked up twice after this trial. Now I know she paying your attorney fee. That man used to be Trump's lawyer, and then he left Trump team. So I don't think he's that much of a great lawyer. And somebody said he should have got Brian Steele. I don't know about that either. Brian Steele was going to tell him to take a plea deal, just like he tell everybody else. That whole thing with Brian told Thug to take that plea deal. That little performance he put on, he had to say that because you still had defendants on trial. Brian told Thug to take that plea deal, just like everybody else. Brian still take a freaking plea deal. Name one person that don't. They take plea deals, and they get good plea deals, and they get their Rocky probably didn't listen. He don't listen, because I know his lawyer advised against this stupid prop gun. She probably did tell him to do this, to get a different lawyer. He don't listen. Look at him. He don't listen. He think he know everything. I know she didn't support this. I could look at Rihanna and tell that she told this fool to take a plea deal. And Brian Steele would have told him to take a plea deal. 6 months, bro, over this, and this horrible lawyer. The lawyer is up there like he don't even believe this stuff. Nah, Brian was acting. No, Brian was definitely acting. He was acting, and he did a good job. He was acting. He told that man to take that plea. This is a great opportunity to get up out of here. He can't say I told him to take the plea deal, because that you still have 3 other people on trial, and that's going to make the other people, it's going to make it look like the state got something on other people. So he can't say, this was the best thing for my client. That wouldn't have been wise. It's a mind game. That wouldn't have been wise of him to say that. He was not pissed. He was ready to be done with it, and he told him to take a plea deal. Anybody Brian Steele represent take plea deals. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. Brian been telling Thug to take that plea deal for that week. I already know. As soon as it came up that plea deals was an option, Brian was telling Thug, take that plea deal. I know he was. But like I said, he can't come around and say, I told him to take the plea deal and do all this press conference and stuff, and you still got 2 other dudes on trial that would look bad for those other dudes on trial. He told him to take the plea deal. Look, the stuff at Thug's house was going to get put on somebody. It was there. They found it. It's no argument for that unless those jurors, now we all know those jurors was kind of like on the internet. So if they would have found it not guilty, we know it was rigged in that too. But realistically, like, it's just this celebrity culture got people, their minds screwed up in some way, shape, or form. They can't see stuff for what it is. If Thug got stuff at his house, he was going to get those same charges anyway. So Brian told him that they're going to put this on somebody. It's your house. You might as well take the plea deal. I can't act like I want you to take it because it's going to look bad for the other guys that's on trial. What was it? Yak and Shannon. He couldn't say I wanted him to take it. Brian wanted him to take that plea deal. He wanted him to take it. The realest attorney, the baddest attorney was Max Sharp, because he actually had to go up against some evidence. He actually had to do some work. You know, he actually had to be creative in his defense. He was the baddest one. Just like Bruce Harvey told his Quay, and Bruce is a awesome attorney. Remember the Ray Lewis trial? Bruce represented the other dude that was there for that. I don't find it lawyering when you can play on somebody's celebrity status. A lot of this stuff is these people get to play on. They use the celebrity status to their benefit, and just like this attorney, he brought Rihanna up in the closing. Like, what does that have to do with what he did? You know, it's to play on people's emotions. So if you got to do all that and you can't just argue facts, you don't get no points. Max brought the facts. Adams was good too. Adams was good. Adams was better than Steele. I think he was more realistic than Steele. Who else did I like? I think they all different, bring something to the table. I like Doug. I think Doug is more personable, so I think he won the People's Award. But as far as like lawyering, I feel like in that case specifically with Yak, it wasn't much work. And I ain't gonna say much work. It wasn't much evidence against Yak for Doug to have the same level of work that Max had. Sharp had evidence. Shannon was talking. It was, phone calls, text messages, corroboration, video. It was loads of evidence against Shannon. And if it would have got to Nichols, that we would have saw Bruce do his argument or whatever. But Bruce is smart. He told that man to take the plea. You got to use your brain. You got to. He told him to take the plea. It only made sense for you to take the plea, do this little bit of time, get out the way. Just like I know ASAP Rocky lawyer told him, take this plea, do this. But Rocky was like, no. They'll say it's a prop gun. I be seeing prop guns on set. Those prop guns, how they know it wasn't a prop gun? Yeah, that was his first trial. And he won, but anybody would have won that. I'm just saying. Anybody with common sense could have won that. Not to downplay him, but I'm just comparing. I like to look at complexities. And that's how I choose, like, who my favorite is. Like, Bruce Harvey, he got the braid, the tall dude. He been lawyering for a long time. He was good, and he would have had a complex case with that dude. But yeah, Doug was good. He was definitely good and personable. The people could relate to Doug. He was funny. He connected with the people for sure. But I think like with Thug, he had to either he could take the plea deal or not, because the plea deal, he took the stuff that he already had at his crib. Boy, you was gonna get charged with that. Now, like I said, the jury said they weren't gonna charge him. I don't know how. That's just crazy to me, but that's what they said. But yeah, out of that trial, I will roll with Max Sharp. Max Sharp is the MVP. He didn't get all not guilties, but he did the best for his client. He did the best for his client because Shannon had loads of evidence piled up against him, and he navigated it confidently, realistically. You got to be realistic too, you know. I feel like, but again, it depends on your audience. We'll never know who the juror is going to be, because I feel like if you're not realistic in your argument, some people going to give you the side eye, like how I'm doing this dude with this freaking story. So I think, you know, that's a big deal. Like, you got to be able to be real. Like, give me something real. Like with this situation, if I was ASAP lawyer, I would have thought about this. Okay, let me think. Y'all was fighting, and he pulled out a weapon on you first. That's my defense. He pulled out a weapon on me first. They could argue all day and say really ain't had no weapon. He had a weapon. And he pulled it on me first. That would have been my defense. That was like right there. That was right there. Because you know what we could have said? That second video was so blurred. We don't know what the heck happened. All we know is that we heard the sounds. We saw his friends scattering after we saw Rocky with a weapon. So with that discovery, I would have said that Rails, whatever, pulled out first. That was so clear to me. But this whole business they're talking about, it's like, dude, give it up. You got to give it up. You got to. I feel sorry for Rihanna, but she knew who he was. Then I said too, what heck? Exactly. He was real. He was real. Yeah, you agree with that? My defense theory? You should have said that he was, forget what's his name, Ills and whoever they said he was fighting with. He should have said, yes, we got into it. Dude is bigger than me. Like they tried to say that part. Yeah, two under two. Yes, we got into it. Yes, all this stuff happened. Yeah, we met up to fight, but I wanted to talk to him after. I really wanted to just kick it with him. Yes. It was all that. But he pulled out a weapon first. Self-defense, stand your ground, at that point could come into play. And it's believable, you know? And then if he didn't even want to take it to trial, he could have, like I said, took the plea, or he could have just not showed up with, why are you going to fight this man? And they've been childhood friends. You took this prop gun. You took a prop gun. Why'd you even take a prop gun? So it's like, that's kind of like playing on somebody's intelligence, because it's not even logical. And then the darn attorney gonna say he only grabbed the prop weapon because his pants was falling down, bro. Yeah. And then even he twisted some of Relly's words in there. He was like, Relly said it was self-defense. Relly said, that's not what Relly said. He said something like, dude was trying to say it was self-defense. So it's just bad lawyering. And I agree with Lou and that prosecutor. It's like, do you know the law, or you just don't care about the law? That's what I'm wondering. Do you know the law or what? Oh, they not coming back till 4:00, y'all. We might have to take a break and come back on. Yeah, they've been knowing each other for a minute. Word on the street is, and I believe it, Rihanna was feeling Relly, allegedly. And that would make sense why Rocky hurried up and got her knocked up 2 times. But that's the word on the street, word on the curb. Yep. So yeah. ASAP Rocky, ASAP Relly, ASAP Ferb. It's a whole ASAP mob. Always strive and prosper or something like that, y'all. Oh yeah. I don't know. But I know I wouldn't be playing with my life like that. Who you think you are? But then again, I heard that Rihanna was walking around the hallways, stopping on breaks and stuff, and standing near the jurors. You know, they can't talk to them, but they said she was going near the jury, standing next to them. I guess, I don't know. And then she brought the kids in there. You know, they looking for sympathy points. What was you thinking all of? That's what I was thinking it was all about. Oh, Rihanna. Yeah, they said Rihanna was feeling him. That's what they said. Let me see if I can pull up Relly_boss Instagram. That's what they said. This is he don't got much on here. This is Relly. This is Relly Instagram. Let me see. He just do workout videos and stuff. So they he is a gym person. He loved the gym. I don't know if I could do the audio. He is a gym guy, and they said that that's why they was afraid. Hold on, let me stop sharing. I don't know. Yeah, really testimony. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna have to pull it up on another one. The really testimony is days long. I ain't gonna tell you no stuff. I couldn't watch all this stuff. I couldn't watch it because it just was the dumbest trial to me because the defense was not good. It was horrible in my opinion. And sometimes it be like that. But I gotta remember that some people is they see things differently. You know, like I said, all of us, our brains is different. Because some people think that this defense attorney is doing a great job. It's just a matter of who gets selected on the jury. You know what I mean? Let's see, was that it? Hold on.
between means like I'll kill you right now, pussy, or like whatever, like just was, and then I'm right behind Elijah, and I'm saying,
And here
if you
now.
brought a gun, use it then. And that's when Elijah was like in between means like I'll kill you right now, pussy,
You hear
or
it?
like whatever, like just was, and then I'm right behind Elijah, and I'm saying, if you brought a gun, use it then. Like the fuck you brought a gun for, pussy. That's the words I was saying to him.
When you said he pointed it at you, where on your body was it pointing?
Like towards my stomach, like towards like my headish a little, like everything was happening so fast, you know what I mean?
And from what you're describing, was it moving?
Yeah, it was moving, he had it up.
Okay, so he didn't just hold it at your stomach, it was kind of.
No, he was looking for a spot to shoot.
Okay,
If Elijah wasn't there, I don't know what would happen.
and you said as he was pointing it at you, what did he say?
I'll kill you right now.
And was that in an angry tone?
He did, he was livid.
Was his voice elevated, like was he yelling this at you, or was this something
Yeah.
he was saying quiet?
Yeah, because we was yelling back and forth at this point.
All right, and you said that after he pointed the gun at you, you became angry, correct?
Yeah, I became furious.
So what did you say back to him?
I told him to use it.
Why
Not
did
because mentally, like, I couldn't believe he just pulled the gun out. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you better use that shit. The fuck you got a gun for?
Can you explain, I want, as best you can to the jury, explain to them what you mean by, I can't believe you just pulled a gun on me. What do you mean by that?
Like, I physically cannot believe there was a gun in my face. Like, that was the breaking point for me. Because like what I said, I told this kid numerous times, if you have a problem with me, let me know. You know what I mean? I feel like this got to the max. Like, this was like, no return. So, if I was willing to die for my respect at this point, I don't care. You get what I'm saying? Like, if this is what you want to do,
Hold on, before you pay for yet
So that's just a clip. Yeah, that's just a clip. Like, to me, the man said on the stand, you did it. That's a lot. Now, of course, it's some moments of like, what the heck, fool? Where that man turn up. Where that guy turns up. And so,
You would have communicated, hey, listen, I've seen Rocky 3 other times with rock gun. Would you agree that'd be important?
Yes,
So do you believe that you would have told the defense of that important information when they interviewed you?
I'm not so sure. It was a while ago.
Do you agree that there's no mention of it in what I handed you?
This is,
What's the grounds?
relevancy.
It's not relevant to this. Sustain.
Now, you're aware that at the time of this incident, that Mr. Mayers,
In the process,
can you explain, you said that he carried the starter pistol for security measures, and you then expanded that to say he did so after being a victim of violence and home invasions, correct? Can you explain to me how a starter pistol would assist someone who was the victim of violence or a home invasion?
Only answer that I have is that you could scare somebody away with it. That's the only thing that I have.
So if somebody was doing a home invasion, watch this assume the following hypothetical.
Yes.
an individual does a home invasion and they have a weapon such as a firearm, would you agree that a prop gun is not going to act as a deterrent to someone with a real firearm?
See, that's how,
Also, second,
that's hypothetical situation.
You don't have to answer, the objection suspended.
Mr. Phillips, can a prop gun, in your experience, does it have the ability to actually stop somebody from committing violence against you?
From my understanding with the situation with Relly, no.
In fact, the reason you say that is, it's your testimony that Relly knew it was a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna get back to this in a moment. In the entertainment world, in the rap world that you are involved with, are you aware of individuals, of rappers, unfortunately, who have been subjected to violence, even have been proven murdered?
objection, closed.
Yes.
Would you agree that if someone was out to commit a violent offense against an individual, that a prop gun is not going to be a match for a real gun or a knife or any other kind of weapon? Would you agree?
Well, I'm not too sure because I'm not in another person's shoe and I'm not too sure how they would react to seeing.
Bro, is the prop gun
I
gonna
want to give you
stop?
the following hypothetical. I want you to assume that you're in your own home and home invaders come into your house with real firearms. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to be the kind of weapon that's going to have any ability to stop those individuals?
I'm not too sure.
So you think that an individual, someone comes in with actual firearms, person pulls a prop gun, can you explain to me what they can do with that prop gun when they're up against somebody with a real firearm?
Well, the prop gun sounds and looks like a real gun. So I feel like if somebody's breaking into your home and they see you make a gesture to protect your home, they might not even shoot you. They might just leave. They go,
So,
You're getting a little loud. Don't sit so close to the microphone.
so it's your testimony though, your prior statements, that Relly knew allegedly this was a prop gun at the time the defendant pulled it out. Is that correct?
yes, I believe that.
Can you explain to me how if Relly knew it was a prop gun, how pulling out a prop gun that Relly knows is fake is going to act as a deterrent to anything?
The sound.
The sound.
Yes, the sound.
So meaning your testimony would be that if Relly sees a gun that he knows is fake, you would be a prop gun can't hurt him. Would you agree?
Correct.
But that if that prop gun that can't hurt him is fired, that the sound is going to scare him.
Well, I would object, what you stated upon the notice that you just over.
He overruled that?
Can you rephrase it?
Are you saying that even though you testified Relly knew that this was a prop gun, and not real, you're saying the deterrent would have been that, well, the sound could have scared him?
Yes.
Can you explain how the sound of a gun that somebody knows is phony and not real is going to scare anybody?
Well, it's so loud that you would think it's a real gunshot and you would move away.
But you just told us, sir, that it's not a question of whether he thinks it's a real gun or not. Your position, your testimony is that he knew it was a fake gun, and that as soon as the defendant pulled it out, he said something to the effect of, put that fake shit away, correct? That's what he testified to?
Yes.
So how is it that if he knows it's a fake gun, how is that going to deter him from anything?
Speculation.
You're aware that at the time of the incident, that Mr. Mayers had real guns, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Well, you've seen real guns in his house, correct?
I never seen him with a real gun in his house. No.
Let me,
I said I never seen him with a real gun in his house.
let's show people's 39, A through F, please.
Like that don't make sense. If he know it's a fake gun, what he running for? This is ASAP Rocky friend.
You've been to the defendant's house in West Hollywood, correct?
Yes.
You stayed there, correct?
Yes.
You partied there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
You've been there on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
You were there in 2021, correct?
Yes.
You've been there since that time, correct?
Been here since a couple times.
So this people's 39, you recognize that's the defendant's bedroom and his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
Because it also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib. He be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic. So
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now,
It's not a day. It's a season.
does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWG mean?
Oh,
Huh?
I heard Rocky tell him don't
What does
say
that
it.
mean? Does that mean something?
So that's the part. He said, what does AWGE mean? Rocky says, don't say it. Y'all caught that?
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWG mean?
oh,
Huh?
oh,
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
being old.
Okay. Have you, what's that term from?
Objection, relevancy.
What- It's, Your Honor, I'm having this group.
Do you know what that means?
No, I just know it's old. It's just,
Do you know what the letters?
That appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWG mean?
old,
Huh?
old,
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
being old.
Okay. Have you, what's that term from?
Objection, relevancy.
What- It's, Your Honor, I'm having this group.
Do you know what that means?
No, I just know it's old. It's just,
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know. I could have my own way, but I'm not
You
sure.
don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
Speculation.
there was a,
One shoot of sidebar, or we gonna-
yeah, we did go to sidebar. So, what AWG is, and you have said you have no idea, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you hear the defendant, when I asked the question, loudly say, don't answer it?
I heard something. I'm not too sure what I heard. I was listening to.
Did you hear somebody say, don't answer it?
I didn't hear what was verbally said. I heard something.
Isn't it true that AWG, AWGE, is a brand that is connected with the defendant?
Yes.
So a moment ago, when I asked you what AWG was, and you said, I have no idea. Why did you say that when you're now saying, yes, it's a brand connected with the defendant?
Objection, this is testimony, Your Honor. That's what it means. Not what it
Yeah,
means.
that was the question. Sustain.
Did you a moment ago testify that you did not know what AWG was when I asked you?
You asked me what did the acronym mean.
No, I never used the word.
You said, well, you asked me what.
Don't start debating.
I asked you, what does AWG mean? And you said, I have no idea. Do you recall that?
I know what ASAP means. I don't know what all means.
All right, that's
Okay.
I think that's the end of that.
COVID, flu, or unexpected injury? There's a Peachtree Immediate Care just around the corner.
So
I would say maybe 20,000 per year, so say 60,000.
And I would assume, is he one of the bigger names that you work with?
No,
He's not?
I work with a lot of people, a lot of brands, a lot of celebrities and names, yeah.
What was your income last year?
I have to look at it or ask my accountants, but income last year, let's say, around 85,000 possibly.
So if your income was 85,000, then even by your own estimate, he would have, his business would be about 25% of your income, correct?
No, like I said, we get paid by a lot of different people.
No, so that's what I'm telling you. You said you're estimating your income at 20 grand a year. I'm sorry, your income at 85,000 a year. You're saying he's giving you about 20 grand a year over the past 3 years. 20 grand is a little less than 25%.
Well, you asked me for my personal income, right? I didn't tell you what the business made,
But
right?
I asked you what, well, wait a minute, you said it's your business, correct?
Correct.
So would you agree that the defendant represents a substantial bit of income for you?
For me personally or my business?
For you personally?
No,
Well, if your personal income is $85,000 and he's giving you 20,000, you just don't consider $20,000 to be significant. Is that
he's
correct?
not paying me personally. He's paying my business.
So in the end, if he's paying, who owns your business?
I do.
So in the end, does the money go back to you?
Not all of it. I have employees.
So you say that he is a friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
How close of a friend?
Speak time to time, not often. Sometimes I don't hear from him.
How often do you talk to him?
Once every other month, possibly.
Once or so you're aware, I just want to back up. Fair to say that the defendant is a pretty big person within the rap world entertainment industry.
You can say that.
Well, I'm not asking. If I'd say, would you agree to it?
Sure.
And would you agree that his girlfriend, significant other, she's even bigger than he is, right?
Sure.
For someone like you, would you agree that being in a good relationship with people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, that is a positive for your career, is that right?
Well, I only do business with him. I don't do business with his significant
That
other.
wasn't my question, those were striking answers.
Stay.
Listen to my question.
Sure.
My question is, would you agree that people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, given the business you're in, that getting in good with them is positive for your future business?
Sure.
And in fact, that's why as soon as, according to your testimony, as soon as you finish that call with A$AP Rocky, you called the defendant, right?
Correct.
And in fact, it's fair to say, you did this call because you wanted to set up Relly to see what you could figure out, what might end up helping A$AP Rocky in this case, correct?
No.
So when you set this up, you said you wanted to video, you wanted to audio record. That sounds like you had some planning involved, correct?
I didn't set anything up. I was there to mediate the situation.
So you just decided that you were gonna call him up, chat him up, and then immediately after that call, even though you only talked to him like every other month, you're like, yeah, I think I'll call A$AP Rocky up.
Well, he was calling me numerous times first.
Who was calling you, A$AP Rocky?
Really?
That's not what I asked you, motion to strike. Yeah, you know what,
Just a minute, he misunderstood.
Listen to my question.
Ask the question again.
What I'm asking you is, you're telling me you rarely talk to ASAP Rocky. You talk to him maybe every other month, right?
Correct.
But as soon as you spoke to Relly, the first thing you do is call him up and let him know, hey, here's what I got, right?
Correct. It's a situation between them two.
Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
TaxAct is here to remind you you have to do your taxes. Let's get them over with.
And you were looking to parlay your calling Relly to see if you can help ASAP Rocky and ingratiate yourself with him, correct?
No.
Well, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if ASAP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
No, I'll be fine.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. If ASAP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting that 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward, correct?
Objecting.
Grounds?
Thank you, sir. The first question was, it wouldn't be positive. He answered that.
That's not a legal objection.
Just state the legal question.
It's a different question. The first question was a different question.
It's not a legal objection.
Just, hold on.
Courtroom. It's a courtroom.
Read the last question.
Your Honor, we don't have a still objection.
Did you withdraw it?
No, I didn't. He's misleading the witness. The first question that he answered was a different question.
That's not an objection, Your Honor. It's not
Oh,
a
I
legal
just did.
objection.
Objection misleading. There it is.
That's not a legal
Both
California
of you
objection.
stop. Both of you be quiet. Wait for the question. And the answer.
Question, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if ASAP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him? Answer, no, I'll be fine. Question, that's not what I asked. Listen to my question. If ASAP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting the 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward. That's when there was an objection.
It's a fair question.
You understand my question?
Objection's over.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. You testify that you're making approximately 20 grand a year. You said your income is $85,000 a year. I'm just asking, you would agree that if he gets convicted, you would agree that probably does not portend well for you with respect to continuing to get 20 grand a year from him, correct?
Sure.
Sure, is that a yes?
Yes.
So-
Technically, yes. Yes.
You would agree that no matter what actually happened in this incident, your motivation, your goal as you sit here is you don't want your friend to get convicted, correct?
No, my goal is to tell the truth.
That's not what I asked you. Do you agree that as you sit here right now, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you don't want him to be convicted?
Technically, no, I don't want anyone to go to jail, so, no.
So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
The objection.
Grounds.
It's a fair question.
Your Honor, again, he doesn't, he just says objection and then he gives no grounds.
All right, well,
Judge, when you asked me-
any grounds, it's overruled.
Okay.
So the question can be asked.
Ask again?
Please read the question back.
Question, so what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
No.
So a moment ago, you just said you don't want anybody to get convicted and go to jail. Now I've just asked you whether you want the defendant to be convicted, even if he committed a crime. You said, no, I don't agree that I don't want to convict, which is,
If he committed a crime, sure. Justice, right, needs to be served, so.
so as you sit here today, your position is you're just an unbiased person coming in here to do your civic duty.
Correct, I was friends with both of them, so.
Well, you weren't really good friends with Relly, correct? You're much closer to the defendant.
I was friends with him,
Well, you were much closer to the defendant, correct?
correct,
You said you flew out here, is that right?
correct.
I assume was that first class or business?
It was business,
Nice lie flat seats, I assume?
sure.
Yeah. Well,
From laminate and vinyl to tile and wood, Floor and Decor has more options for pros.
This prosecutor is going.
I wasn't there. So does sure mean that's what happened? What does sure mean?
Sure means yes,
Okay, if you can answer yes or no, but just make it easier with my question.
no problem.
Okay. So you flew out yesterday on a lie flat seat at the expense of the defendant and his lawyer, is that correct?
Correct,
And you came here not because you have any financial motivation, but because you simply want the truth to come out, is that right?
correct, because someone said the audio recordings weren't real.
So let me ask you something. What you just heard, those were snippets of approximately 30 minutes of conversation, is that correct?
Correct,
And during those 30 minutes of conversation, at any point in time, did Relly ever tell you that the shooting did not happen?
no,
Did he ever tell you at any point in time, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to get his money, but I made the whole thing up.
no,
In fact, isn't it true that what he was telling you was that that man shot at him and Relly wanted to make sure that he got his for what happened? Is that correct?
that's what Relly said.
And you weren't there, is that correct?
No,
Correct? Hold
yeah,
on. That was another thing. You weren't there, were you?
no, it was not.
And you don't have any idea whether or not this incident happened or didn't happen.
No,
So here's my, did you ever ask Relly? Hey, I'm sorry, did you ever ask the defendant, hey, listen, this guy's saying you shot at him. You ever ask him what happened?
Objection relevance.
You ever ask him what happened?
I don't recall.
All right, so. Whew. That dude I showed y'all testified, and he recorded a phone call with him and Relly, the victim, where Relly was telling him what happened. And he even told Relly, man, don't press charges. Won't you just get some money from him? That call has been played in court. So that's what the prosecution wants to ask him about. Now let's see if they back. That's the defendant's friend who he just sold y'all. The defendant paid for him to fly out to LA. He had a phone call with Relly. And this dude recorded it. You're supposed to go back at 4 o'clock. Homeboy on the stand I just showed y'all, he the one who recorded the phone call that was played in court with Relly telling him what happened. That did not paint. The only thing it proved was that Relly took his advice. Homeboy told Relly, man, don't take it to court. Get some money from him. That's all on the thing. So after that, Relly took that man advice. That's what his phone call proved. They were so focused on making it look like Relly after the money, which if he was, big deal. If you did the crime, it's terrible. That's why I say it was bad lawyering, and I didn't agree with the whole motive because okay, you didn't prove that Relly was trying to get money. That dude is the one who gave him the idea. I think his name was Wally. He was a surprise witness. He didn't even know he was going to be called to the stand, according to him. So he is loyal to A$AP Rocky. None of them mess with Relly. So of course, he don't remember nothing. Dumb trial. So they should be coming back soon. They said 4 o'clock. Like I said, if he get off, it's because they fanned out like the YSL people. He should have just paid. Because you heard the prosecution saying, and that dude now just testified. Relly never told him it didn't happen. Relly didn't even know that phone call was being recorded. Homeboy was being sneaky, recorded it so he could send it to A$AP Rocky, like the prosecutor said, to get in his good graces. Ain't nobody crazy. You want to be close to Rocky and Rihanna. Yeah, I don't speak all the time, but you sending him recordings. And then like the prosecution called out too. I ain't show you that. Why you ain't record your conversation with Rocky?
That's the VIP show.
Why you just called? That's why he had a conversation. You just called. Nothing record.
Are any of you folks in the audience cold? I have a jacket downstairs. If somebody wants it, I'll go get it. No, I'm serious. I have no control over the temperature in the room. Does anybody want a jacket? You do?
I'm good, we're good.
Nobody? Okay.
Bring back the horsehair wigs.
Did he say horsehair wig?
That'll keep everyone warm.
Did he say bring back the horsehair wig?
You ready for the jury? No, we're waiting for Mr. Tacopino. Yes. Oh, you got a jacket.
You gotta take her for the jacket.
Where? Right here. I'll go get it. Can I have the robe? I only got the one.
Quality man. Horsehair wigs. Bring them back. They'll keep everyone nice and close. Not until the gavel's down.
You don't realize that micro.
See, like I can't take pictures of like them hugging or anything. It's like only like they did like at the end or they something like that while they're still in gaveled in. Maybe, but you can't shoot the yeah. I'm used to a lot of these where it's like really dry, like I'm not doing anything, but one person.
They turned the mic off. They must have heard. Yeah, buddy. What you mean horsehair wigs? Oh, wait. Wonder who he talking about. He just didn't know. The mic was on, buddy. Oh, wait. It's like a bumblebee. Oh, no. Doom, doom, doom. I gotta order. Place. Pipe down. You ain't hear him? The microphone? He said horsehair. Hi.
Record, all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Lewin, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Over lunch, I had a nightmare that when I was going to come back up here, that Mr. Tacopina was only half done. I think, I'm not sure, but I believe I had a birthday and at least one grandchild during that closing. And I bring that up for a specific reason, and that is, do not confuse the length of that argument with the persuasiveness of it. What we kind of have gotten away from is why we're here. So this is the case of People versus Rakeem Ayers. This is not People versus Mr. Efron. It's not People versus John Lewin. It's People versus Rakeem Ayers. And the reason that I point that out is because if you didn't know better and you listened to the closing, you would think that either Relly was on trial, maybe I was on trial, and we're not on trial. And I think it's important when you are listening and really going through these arguments that you understand what this case is about. And for that reason, I'd love to say that I'm going to be very brief up here. And the reason I'm not going to be is that, unfortunately, I've got an obligation to make sure that I address the points that defense counsel made. Whether those points are relevant, whether those points are persuasive. I can tell you this, I won't be as long as Mr. Tacopina was, and I'm confident that you will get the case today, this afternoon. But that's where we are. I want to start with, this is Randy's Donuts. This is Randy's Donuts. This is on the corner. You're looking at Randy's. This is in Inglewood, on the corner of basically Florence and, Manchester and La Cienega. This is the exit from the 405. If you're coming, we're looking northbound. And 30 years ago, when I was a young deputy DA in Torrance, I used to drive from home, and I would have to take this route on the 405. And I would, every day, I would get off on the 405, and I would tell myself that if God wanted me to get a donut, he would make sure that the light that you can't see right here was red. As you can see, God wanted me to have a lot of donuts. I ended up, most of the time, I stopped. But there came a time where it just wasn't good enough for me to take the chance on the light. So what I would do is, it's a really long straightaway, and you can see when you're getting off the freeway, you can see that light. So what I would do is literally, I would coast my car at 20 or 25 miles an hour, making sure that I hit the red, and then I could go in and I'd get that donut. And I bring this up because passing up that donut was extremely difficult for me. Very, very hard. And most days I wasn't able to do it. And I always thought that that's probably one of the hardest things that I would have to do. And then I became a trial lawyer. Then I started trying cases. Then I started trying serious cases. For what it's like when I have to sit here during a closing argument, and the defense is up, and I have to listen. And I want to get up and I want to scream, I want to yell. I can't do it. I try to do different things, try to focus on something else, try to go to a little happy place. It's really, really hard. It's especially hard when, as in this case, Mr. Tacopina makes an argument, and I want to be clear about something. I'm going to attack the arguments that Mr. Tacopina made, because that's what lawyers do, that's what's fair. I'm going to attack the arguments that he made. I'm going to attack the case that the defense put on. I'm not going to attack Mr. Tacopina personally. I'm not going to cast aspersions on evidence that he put on. In the end, witnesses, we don't vouch for our witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. What that means is that we put on witnesses, and those witnesses testify to what they're going to testify to. So I'm going to go through, and I'm going to very critically point out what this case is about and what it isn't about. And kind of before I get there, I want to talk a little bit about your role as jurors. So you 16 people, we started in what year? And I know many of you, probably most, maybe all of you, none of you wanted to be here. Okay? And I get it. It's understandable. But you were chosen. It wasn't simply magic that you ended up as jurors. Both sides chose you. And honestly, and one of the few things Mr. Tacopina and I probably agree on is that in our country, it's an incredible honor to be able to be a juror, because in other countries, we don't have jury trials. We don't have any system of justice. But you were selected, and it literally is an honor. But along with that honor comes a duty and a responsibility. And I'm not going to understate it. I'm not going to pretend it's anything other than it's not. I will tell you, Mr. Kozlenek and I, we have done our duty, our responsibility in putting on this case. We have given you a case where we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. it's going to end up going into your hands. And I'm going to explain to you what the evidence demonstrates and what the verdict in the case should be. Some of you might be saying, wait a minute, I don't understand why we had a trial. Because let's face it, no matter how much the defense wants to talk about how this is all about Relly's credibility, it isn't. It's on video. What's amazing about this case is how little in the end Relly's credibility for anything that matters in the case is really an issue. Now, it certainly could have been an issue. There could have been a defense in this case. There could have been where the defense put on evidence and they said, hey, listen, Relly, you can't see it, but Relly, when he came, had a weapon. And he said, I'm going to kill you. And the defendant at that point in time pulled a gun to defend himself. And the situation ended and Relly followed. And he threatened again, and he pulled out another gun.
Yo, ain't that what I said?
And that would have been difficult for us to counter, not because it's true, but because the evidence that you would have been given.
Yo, I didn't be a lawyer.
Much more problematic, much more difficult. That's not the defense they chose. The defense they chose.
Yo!
And I'm going to get into this in a little more time and more detail. I want to make sure you all understand.
Ain't that what I said?
This case comes down to one issue and one issue only. They are saying it's a prop gun. If it's a prop gun, he is absolutely not guilty of the charges. Not because he didn't pull it, not because he didn't fire it, but because under the law, if it's not a real firearm, it's not a violation of Penal Code Section 245, and it's not the personal use of a firearm. Now, here's what's interesting. Again, I'm going to explain this in more detail. Mr. Tacopina got up here and he says, absolutely. Hey, listen, he did not have a real gun. It's a prop gun. But it's still self-defense. That's not true. If it is a prop gun, there is no self-defense. And the only way you can get to self-defense in this case is you have to find, one, that it was a real gun, which it clearly was a real gun. There's no question there. It was a real gun. The prop gun is a figment of the defense and the witnesses who testified to it. You have to find that not only is it a real gun and that it was fired, but that the defendant was defending other individuals or himself, and that the force that he used was necessary. And ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't defending anybody else. The force was not necessary. It's a sad situation, and I'm going to confront this head on. It would be easy for you all as jurors to say, wait a minute, I don't get it. This is a guy who's got everything. He has everything. He's successful. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got 2 children who were here. And some of you might be saying, gosh, you know what? Why would he risk that? And that's a very good question. It's just not a question that is for you to consider. Because in the end, the issue is not why did he risk it? Why did he do what he did? Because what the evidence shows is that is what he did. This is also not, let me repeat, not about Relly and his civil suit. And let's talk about that for a moment. And let's talk about exactly what we are dealing with here. I want to move forward here. As I'm talking, again, some of you might say, hey, listen, Mr. Lewin, we've been listening to this case. Why are you even up here arguing? We get it. If I were in charge of the court system, which I'm not, I would make an adjustment. And what would happen is there would be a scoreboard right on top of between where juror number 4 and juror number 5 is. And I could look up and I could see, okay, we're up 42-0. I can take a knee, I can run the clock out, but I don't have a scoreboard. I have no idea what U12 jurors are thinking. I have no idea. I have no idea if some of the crazy arguments by the defense, gosh, maybe somebody believes them. One of the most difficult, frustrating things that can happen is, and I try not to do this, but I will see jurors taking notes, writing things down at certain points where I'm thinking, oh my gosh, why are they writing that? What could, that doesn't make any sense. Of course, I don't know what you're writing. I have no idea. You could be writing down a point, you could be writing down, that doesn't make any sense at all. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. I've got an obligation to make sure that I address everything that the defense has brought up. Good points, bad points, irrelevant points, nonsensical points. I have to address it all because I don't know where each one of you are at. And the reason is pretty simple. There is no way that I can ask you 12 jurors to do your job if I haven't done mine. So that's kind of the background of where we find ourselves. All right, let's talk for a second about the defense closing argument. And I think it's important. So what they have done, and listen, I get it. Relly, in a lot of ways, was a very problematic victim. Why is he problematic? Well, one, in a lot of ways, he's not very sympathetic. And I'm not here to get you to like Relly, to get you to say, you know what, Relly deserves $30 million. Because unlike what Mr. Tacopina said, you're not here to decide that. You are not here. I'm not Relly's lawyer, and you're not the jury who's going to decide what damages he's going to get. Evidence has showed he has a civil suit. You're aware of that. I'm not telling you anything that's not a part of the evidence. And if that civil suit goes to trial, as you all know, there will be a jury that will decide what, if anything, he gets. That is not U12. I don't mean to shortchange you alternates. Being alternate is a really, I'm not going to lie, it's a crummy job. You get to sit through everything, and then you don't get to vote. I think I said this on Bois d'Or. I would have held my hand up and said I cannot be an alternate. I can't do it. I need to be able to vote. So when I say U12, I really mean U16. You never know who's going to end up on our jury. But what is important to keep in mind is that you're not here representing Relly. But you know what I do want to explain? I want to explain for a second what happened with Relly and who he is and what he's been through. And I think it's really important, and this kind of goes to what the defense is in this case. This is a picture that if you look at it, it's very blurry, okay? You can't see what's going on. Why is that? Because what the defense wants to do is they want to zoom up so close on every irrelevant fact that you forget why we're even here. And what's an example of that? I'll tell you right now. Mr. Tacopina spent time pointing out the fact that Relly was not honest about buying a property in Miami. Now you need.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connecting, the one platform that replaces all of these. I'm talking about Live.
Have to do with what happened on November 6th. Nothing. But he would say, well, but wait a minute. If Relly is not being truthful about that, you don't have to believe about anything. I'm going to get to why that is not what the instructions actually direct you to do. But I want to do something more. I want to do something better. I want to explain to you from the evidence why Relly was up there doing what he did. So let's first talk about the fact that this guy Pina spent a lot of time talking about, hey, the defendant, he just sat there, he was dignified, he didn't make any fuss, etc. That's all true. That doesn't mean anything. The defendant is an extremely powerful individual. His wife is even more powerful. Relly found himself in a situation where he was on the wrong side of that power divide. And by the way, it doesn't matter why he got there, but you know why. You heard it. There was a disagreement about ASAP Josh and about what happened to him and what was going to be paid for and what wasn't. And what's important is that Relly and the defendant had a disagreement about it. That's what happened. And because of that disagreement, and because of ego, this is what happened. Now, some of you might be saying to yourself, wait a minute. I mean, in the end, what really happened in this case? Okay, it wasn't a problem.
Really nerves.
Obviously. The evidence demonstrates, and by the way, we don't have to prove that Relly got shot. The reasonable inference from the evidence is that he's got a wound on his hand that he didn't have beforehand. I'm going to address this again, but every time you hear the defense say, where was the witness to testify to that? You need to remember something. They are the ones that are arguing that this was a prop gun. They are the ones that are arguing that Relly didn't actually sustain these injuries from a gunshot. They are the ones arguing that casings would not have been found. You've got how many lawyers over there? How many people? There was a point in time during jury selection where they almost had a football huddle. There were like 8 or 9 of them over there. Do you think for one moment, 1 millisecond, that if those individuals had something positive to say to help the defendant, that they would have called those individuals? If, for instance, Relly's injuries could not have been caused by a graze wound, they would have called a witness. So what you're left with is, Relly didn't have that wound when it started. He testified that he felt heat going through his hands instantly. So the idea that, well, it's a minor wound, and that's true. But we're not here to talk about the consequences. I want to really point out something that's really important. This was 10 p.m. on a busy Saturday night in the middle of Hollywood. And what happened? And you know this. I'm going to go through this evidence at length. But the short story is that the defendant, because he was angry, because of ego, because of the fact that he is who he is, he decided that he was going to have a confrontation with Relly. That's what happened. We'll go through the video. It's very clear. The defendant goes there with a gun. He's got 2 guys with him. He grabs Relly. He initiated this incident. And what I don't think is being addressed enough, and Relly talked about it, is that, remember, Relly has no idea before this is happening. He doesn't think it's this severe of an issue. They've known each other half their lives. They understand they're upset with each other. That's clear. You have a text back and forth. But at that moment, and I'm not talking about when the defendant fires the gun. I'm talking about the parking garage. When the defendant pulls out the gun, Relly's entire future flashes before his eyes. And do you know what that future is? He's done. It's over. What makes it over? Well, he understands that if the defendant is upset with him enough to pull a gun on him, that he's going to ruin him. As he told you, that means no more artists will sign with him. That means record deals will go away. He's done. And he doesn't know this is coming. He doesn't have time to contemplate it. And what's his response? It's shock and it's anger. And it's not really thinking about what is smart. The argument that Mr. Tacopina makes is, well, who would go after somebody who's pulled a gun on them? Well, that's not quite a fair argument because it's not somebody who's pulled a gun on them. It's someone that was a close friend. And Relly told you he really wasn't thinking about the consequences. He was angry. He also told you that, you know what? Rocky had pulled a gun on him and he put it back. So he realized at that point, his life as he knew it is over. By the way, he was right. So we're not here to talk about what damages Relly should get, what damages he shouldn't get. But let's remember something. That man shot him. That man took away the career that he had. I don't know what that's worth. 30 million sounds a bit excessive to me, but I'm not the lawyer in that trial and you're not the jury. So that will be hashed out, that will be debated, and that will be eventually decided upon. But there's no question in that moment, he realized that he was losing something very, very important, very precious. And so what does he do? He follows, and we have the second incident. Now, what started the second incident? We'll never know. We know that Relly is yelling at him. Relly is saying very unkind things. And we know there's no question the defendant is proud. Okay? And I'm going to give you another word because he's entitled. Right? Everybody runs around. He is a big, important man, and everybody serves him. This is just a small example, but it's important. The witnesses who came in are dependent upon him financially. They're dependent upon him for their careers. And what happened in the middle of a trial with 12E on the stand? 12E's asked a question. Has anyone ever seen or heard a defendant yell out to a witness in front of the jury, "Don't answer that"? That's what happens when you have a lot of power. And no one has ever told you, you know what? You can't do that.
If y'all want to see it, fine. It's on my live.
Why did he take out the gun and fire those shots? I don't know. But you don't have to figure that out either. Because in the end, and I covered this in jury selection, I asked each one of you, if I prove to you, Mr. Prezlemic and I, if we prove to you what happened in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, and you don't understand why it happened, it still happened. But that's not where the story ends, because that act, and the first act's important too. When he pulls the gun out, I'm going to go through the video, but it's very clear that that incident ends because a couple of people walk by. That's very clear. There are witnesses. One of the witnesses, I think 12, I believe, even mentioned, yeah, there's people walking by, but that's not what ended. Well, you can see where they are, and you can see that right after, that's when he puts the gun back. When they get to the second scene, something happens. And one of the things that makes no sense in the defense argument, 0 sense, is that they keep talking about the timing of the shots. Okay? It's not when the first shot was fired, and you're going to see it. You can see, you can't tell what it is, but you can see Rocky make a movement behind his back and pull out a firearm. Pull out, you can't tell what it is, but he's going to pull that item out, and at that point in time, he's going to start advancing to where Relly and Ills are. That is what Relly responds to, is that firearm being pulled out. Yes, he grabs Ills before the first shot is fired because he's trying to avoid getting shot. So again, the timing of which shot it is it 1 second before or after? That's an irrelevancy. It doesn't matter. It's not even the defense theory. And the other thing that is really, really important, and again, I'm going to call it out. I'm not going to hide behind it. That man decided that his ego and his vendetta and his anger at Relly was important enough that he was going to risk not only Relly's life or Ill's life, but he was going to fire 2 shots from a 9mm firearm in the middle of Hollywood. Now, I don't have to tell you, because you all know it's common sense. Bullets travel until they hit something. That's what happens. They're fired at very, very high velocity. They're coming out at an incredible speed. And they travel until they hit something. Sometimes what they hit is the ground. And they ricochet. Sometimes what they hit is a car. Sometimes what they hit is the...
It's not a day. It's a season.
Come on with the ads.
Walking down Hollywood Boulevard with her family, all of a sudden drops dead because they've been shot in the head by a bullet that somebody selfishly fired to settle a childish dispute. That's what he did. That's the conduct in this case. It's not about what injury Relly received. It's not about how much money he's going to sue for. Those are not in the jury instructions. You're not going to see a jury instruction on, quote, extortion. Because that's not what you're here to decide. That's what happened in this case. That man decided, you know what? I'm angry. And I'm going to show him. The defense argument, as I listened, it was almost like Mr. Tacopina took off in a plane with no flight plan. And he flew around in circles. Circle after circle after circle. And eventually, he kind of just ran out of gas and kind of just crashed the plane. There wasn't much direction. There wasn't much focus. And there wasn't an emphasis on the actual facts you're here to decide. Now listen, he's got a tough case. In opening statement, my partner got up here and he told me this is a simple case. It is a simple case. I'm going to tell you, this case could and easily could be a 5-minute verdict. And here's why. Because once you decide that this was not a prop gun, and ladies and gentlemen, it's not a prop gun. I'm going to go through all the reasons. And once you decide that, this case is done. It's over. Because that's the defense in the case. Not, as Mr. Tacopina tried to argue, well, it's self-defense. You notice, Mr. Tacopina didn't actually reach the next step. He talked about self-defense, but he never explained to you, for it to be self-defense, you have to find that it was a real gun. That's what you have to find. If you have a question about that, you ask the court. You have to find, to get to self-defense.
Yeah, it was a bad defense.
And their defense in this case was, it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. Was it a prop gun or was it not? If you find it's a prop gun, all I can say is, you know what? You really need to examine why you're getting there. And I'm going to bring up something that's really important. The defendant is a celebrity. His wife's an even bigger celebrity. Many of you know who they are. They brought in two adorable children yesterday for closing argument. Now, they haven't been here at any other time. And you have to ask yourselves, those kids have a right to be there. Why children that age would be here in a situation like this, don't know. But you have to ask yourselves, am I going to let my feelings of not wanting to convict the defendant? And Mr. Tacopina made it very clear. If you notice in closing today, he literally brought up Brianna, he brought up the defendant's family, and he basically was saying, hey, listen, if you convict him, it's going to be very difficult on the family. That is not something you are allowed to consider. So I'm not telling you I don't think you should consider it. You are not allowed to consider it. If you think you are allowed to consider it, ask the question of the judge. When you go back, you can send out notes, you can ask questions. You are not allowed to consider how this might affect Rihanna or his kids. And there's a very simple reason. We are all in the world responsible for what we do. And I'm going to add something else too. There was testimony from
ASAP sucked. Their defense.
And ASAP, even though it wasn't a question, ASAP Blue wanted to get in front of you, I think 2 times at minimum, that the defendant is looking.
Well, because the defense name dropped her when they was arguing. This
The
is
defendant is looking at whatever Judge Arnold decides he's going to give. So you are not allowed, by the way, to consider, oh my gosh, if I convict, you get 24 years. You're not allowed to consider, even if that
the
was
judge
true.
ain't gonna give him 24.
But in the end, Judge Arnold will decide what the sentence in this case.
He ain't gonna give him nothing.
So if any of you go back there and say, you know what, I just don't think that this crime is not comfortable with 24 years, you can't do that. If one of the rest of you does it, guys, it's misconduct. You can't do it. You got to stop yourself, you got to stop the person next to you, you got to say, you know what, you can't do that.
I don't know.
All right, you've got to base your decision on this case on the.
It's not a hobby. It's your empire.
The instruction does not say on the facts that have been proved from the people's evidence. That is hugely important in this case. There is no question whatsoever that our case got immeasurably stronger because the defense chose to put on a case. No question. Even if some of you were saying to yourselves, you know what? I don't think based on just what the prosecution put on that I would have convicted. And let's think about that for a second. Until the defense case, now they mentioned in opening, but remember, opening is not evidence. Until the defense case, we don't know what the defense is. It could have been self-defense. It could have been any number of things. They chose to put on a defense. They didn't have to. You remember in voir dire, I asked you all, are you going to give any points to the defense if they choose to put on a defense in their case? They don't have to. Or are you going to look at their evidence as critically, as importantly as you brought up?
I got a DM on here.
You all said you would do it.
On TikTok, I do.
They elected to put on a defense that killed their case. It destroyed it. And I'll go through it. It started with Wally. The best evidence from the victim. This is probably the second thing I agree with Mr. Tacopina. Mr. Tacopina put on Wally to impeach the defendant. I'm sorry, to impeach the victim on an issue of whether it was his voice. And obviously, it was Relly's voice. And obviously, he was uncooperative. But let's take a step back and ask ourselves, why was Relly uncooperative in this case? Relly told you, and you saw evidence of it, in April of 2022, when it came out that Relly was the individual who reported the defendant to the police, he's facing death threats. his family is facing death threats. So he is up there not wanting to answer any question about his family. He doesn't even want to give his girlfriend's name. He doesn't want to say where he lives. He doesn't want to identify my aunt. You got to ask yourselves, first of all, is it understandable why he didn't want to answer the question? Of course it is.
I can't believe
You have to ask yourselves.
Sucks.
Mr. Tacopina repeatedly asked those questions. Listen, that's his right as a lawyer. He can certainly do that. But it was very clear that the result of that, if not the intention, was to get Relly upset, to get him agitated, and to shut him down. And that's what happened. But even more importantly, none of those questions, none of those answers matter. And what's amazing is the defense, their witness, they put on the evidence from Wally, which is some of the most crucial evidence in the case. And again, I'm going to get there. So the defense had no obligation to put on a case. They could have done nothing. But do not be mistaken. Some jurors go back and they say, you know what? Well, because if I only look at the people's case, they haven't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why they said prove from the evidence, not prove from the people's evidence, all of the evidence in the case. So we've got a duty, and we don't hide behind it at all. We have a duty to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And by the way, it's interesting. Mr. Tacopina keeps talking about, quote, reasonable doubts. There's no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not individual pieces. Reasonable doubt is an overall view from all of the evidence. So when he says, well, listen, if you have a reasonable doubt about Relly's credibility, then that means it's a not guilty. That's not true at all. The question is, when you look at all of the evidence, if you find that Relly's credibility is really material, if you find that there isn't other evidence that overcomes it, does the overall collection of the evidence cause you to have a reasonable doubt? There is no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not like pieces of a cookie where you pick up one and go, here's a reasonable doubt. Here, it's not how it works. And you got the instruction that shows it. We have to prove every element of the crimes charged. No question, that's our burden. But this is really important. Not every element in every case is in dispute or reasonably in dispute. So what does that mean? So for instance, we would have had to prove that it was the defendant who was at the scene. That's our burden. But the defense has already conceded that. We would have had to prove that the defendant had a gun. They've already conceded he had a gun. They say it's prop gun. We would have had to concede, we would have to prove, that the defendant assaulted Relly with the gun. Well, they've conceded that. They just say it was a prop gun. We don't have to prove whatsoever that the defendant shot Relly, although that's what the evidence demonstrates. So very little in this case is in dispute, and that is hugely important. So let's talk about the relevant evidence in this case.
They should have said it.
So the day before the shooting, November 5th, 2000. Relly's in a car with Jabari. Again, I got to talk about Bari for a second, ASAP Bari. The defense is saying, well, why didn't you bring Bari in to us? Bari is the guy, if you remember, who posted, who is calling Relly a rat or a snitch. I can't remember which it is right now. The people's position is that Bari is not credible. If the defense wanted to bring him in, if they thought that he had evidence to add to their case, they would have brought him in. They flew in a guy from France, okay? Let's just take a step back. They flew in an individual from France, at tremendous extent.
6 months.
On almost no notice. And they flew him in because they wanted to prove that that was Relly's voice on the tapes. Now, one has to ask themselves, do they listen to the tapes? Because the tapes are some of the best evidence we have in this case. And you know that they only played for you a little snippet. I'm going to play the whole first part of that call, uninterrupted. I'm not going to give a snippet. So what happened in this case? Day before the shooting, there's an issue between the two of them. Okay? The defendant is upset with Relly.
Is he about to?
That's not a dispute.
Jesus Christ. I can't.
He's upset with him. I have no idea whether Relly was right about this dispute or the defendant was right about the dispute. But here's what I know for sure. It does not matter. It's not an issue for you to even consider. Let's assume that Relly paid for every part of ASAP Josh's funeral. Okay? The most expensive funeral in the history of mankind. He paid $20 million for the funeral. Let's assume that happened. It doesn't change the fact that he can't assault him with a firearm. I don't know. We have no idea who was right on this, but it's very clear it doesn't matter. But what's important is there is a dispute. And by the way, if that call did not take place, do you believe for a second that they would not have brought ASAP Bari in? And what do you think would have been the response for the defense if we would have brought ASAP Bari in, and ASAP Bari would have lied the same way that Welby lied, and Wally lied, and ASAP Lou lied? So he's his close friend. If that guy was going to help him, they would have called him. And they have the power of the subpoena just like we do. And in fact, he's the defendant's friend. They know where he is. They're able to access him. So the fact that he's not here, do not get caught up in that game. But
yeah, they ASAP is there.
The relevance of this
Wow.
is simply that they
call
had a
ASAP
dispute
Mob.
the day before. And the defendant, who is clearly a proud individual, got embarrassed by the fact that Relly is hearing him talking about him behind his back, which, let's face it, it's not very manly, okay? It's just not. And it's clear that the defendant is embarrassed by this. He's embarrassed by the fact that Relly knows he is talking about him behind his back. And Relly doesn't like it, clearly. So this is the day before the shooting. You can see what's going on. I'm not going to repeat the language. This is what we have. And by the way, at this point in time, this is a stupid little incident, okay? The man's a multi-millionaire. Why on earth is he going to take it to the level that he took it? I don't know, but that's exactly what he did. So what happens? Well, the day of the shooting, we know that Relly is receiving a bunch of calls from the defendant, from Ills, and from 12. And if you don't think that Ills and 12 know what's going on, I got a bridge to sell. Okay? If you think, as the defense argued, that those were credible witnesses, Relly was angry and he was hostile. They weren't angry or hostile. They were just liars. Start to finish. So what happens? Well, we know shortly before the shooting, let's get to it, stop ducking my calls. Now, by the way, Relly says, hey, listen, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. And when you look at it, it looks like they're going to have a disagreement. But this is really important. Relly can kick the defendant's ass all day, okay? That's clear. But if Relly does that, he loses his life. He doesn't have any interest in doing that. He knows it, the defendant knows it, everybody knows it. Even those lying witnesses, 12 and Lou, eventually had to concede that the defendant has a lot of power in the industry. The industry where Relly works, the industry that he is dependent on for his livelihood. So he's got not only no motivation for getting into a fight with the defendant, he can't do it. He's got to sit back and take whatever he's going to take. Yeah. Because he's power. That's who he is. He's got power. There's Rocky and there's Relly.
That's true.
Rocky knows it and Relly knows it. That's just the facts of life. So what happens? We have this incident. Now, thank God we have video in this case. Okay? Because without video, we'd all be in trouble. This video is very clear. And when Relly is walking, there's a couple things you want to consider. I'm going to get to this again. The idea that the defendant is bringing a gun to this meeting makes no sense at all. He's got two guys with him. He's not afraid of Relly. Relly's not looking for a fight. And you're going to see that the first action is the defendant grabbing Relly. That's what you're going to see as they're walking up. And I have this is slowed down so you can see. So what you saw, the defendant grabs his arm. Now the defendant is pushing him forward. Relly is holding him back. Now this is really important. Stop it for a minute, please. Do you mind stopping it for a minute? So this is really important. Some stuff in the trial is almost fine. I would ask 12, so what was the weather like of that time? Man, it was cold. And Relly, he's huge. He's got muscles all over his body. They made Relly out to be the Hulk. They made that happen because that's the narrative they wanted to create. But the problem is if you watch, Relly clearly is stronger than Rocky is. He's stronger than Ills is. Yet he's letting Rocky push him back. If he had wanted to, he had his hand available to punch Rocky.
It's sad.
He didn't do it. Probably not because he didn't want to. Because he's a grown man who understands that if he does that, it's over. He's got no career. He's done. What he doesn't understand is that in the next moment, Rocky's going to take out a gun, and Relly is going to realize, oh my God, it's over anyway. Please play.
I'm afraid the prosecutor.
Stop. I don't know if you remember, but when I had Toby on cross-examination, and he is saying that he's trying to pull the Relly off of Rocky. And I think this same image, and I'm asking him, well, wait a minute, how are you trying to pull Relly off of Rocky when you're in the middle? You're trying to keep Rocky off of Relly. No, I'm not in the middle. Of course he's in the middle. Keep playing it. And now watch the gun. Stop. It is true, we do not see the gun come out. But we know from before that the gun was not in Rocky's hand because we saw his hand before. Now, if you remember, what was 12's version of how the gun came out? I mean, guys, I'm not making this up. He said that Relly lifts Rocky off the ground. His pants fall down, and Relly reaches back to pull his pants up and happens to end up with the gun and what looks like his finger on the trigger. That is more absurd than, again, the tornado example with Bill. It's absurd. It insults your intelligence. And the only value that it has is if you are going to try to find a way to let this man get away with what he's done. And this goes back to what your duty is. You're here to call balls and strikes. What happens to Rocky is not your responsibility.
I'm here.
Not whatsoever. Your responsibility is determining what happened. It's almost like what an umpire does, okay? When an umpire calls a strike or calls a ball, he doesn't own what happens in the game. The players decide the game. He's just making the calls according to the rules. Do not be fooled into the idea that, quote, Rocky's life is in your hands. Rocky's life is not in your hands. The determination of what Rocky did is. And what happens from there, that's on him, and that's up to the judge. So what happens? So he's got the gun out. Continue, play, please. Stop. So if he was trying to put the gun back, why is the gun now from behind him to in front of him? So they're going to say, well, you don't see what he does with the gun. Well, if his gun fell out accidentally, why doesn't he put it back? Well, it's because it didn't fall out accidentally. He pulled it out, and now he's going to assault Relly with it. And the fact that you don't see the assault because of the cameras, ask yourselves, logically, he took the gun out. He switched hands. The gun is now in front of him. What's he doing with the gun? He's doing exactly what Relly said he was doing with it. And by the way, nobody said that the defendant tried to murder Relly, intended to murder Relly. You're not charged with that. So the gun comes out. Continue to play. Stop. Okay, now, if you notice, he's about to put the gun back, and you're going to see the people crossing because, keep playing. So the gun went back because you see the people that are on top. They are walking from the direction where Rocky just was. Now, why Rocky put that gun away, we're never going to know. I can't prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt why he put the gun away. No one can. I can tell you that the evidence suggests, clearly, it's undisputed, there's a couple of people walking right by. It's the middle of Hollywood, and Rocky's a pretty famous person, and if he was planning on shooting the gun at that point in time, that would really seem to be an ill-advised place to do it. Yeah. You have to ask yourself, do you think it's a coincidence that when Rocky ends up actually shooting the gun, that the gun is shot in a place where Rocky reasonably doesn't believe anybody's watching? He didn't know about the cameras. He knows there's a crowd of people here. So this is how the first incident ends. Okay, this is how it ends.
They were
so
some BS.
When we're looking at this,
petty.
That's count one. That's the assault with a firearm. That's the personal use of the firearm. We don't have to prove any more than what you've just seen. Now, we do have to prove that it's a real gun. And here's what's interesting. Why are we unable to determine definitively? We certainly have strong evidence that it's a real gun based on what happens in the next scene. But who is in control of that gun? And let's think about what the argument is. They're saying that's a prop gun. Where's the prop gun? How are we supposed to prove that it's not a prop gun when they've got the gun and they got rid of it? It's impossible. There's no way for us to do anything more than what we've done. So what happens at the next scene? Part two of this. Now this is going to be important because what you're going to see here is you're going to see that the incident starts before Relly ever grabs Ills. By the way, Ills is the guy he likes. He doesn't like 12. So you wanna just ask yourself for a second. He never tells anybody, hey, Ills had a gun, Ills had a knife. Here's why I assaulted Ills. He's not assaulting Ills. He's not punching. He's not doing anything to Ills. He's using Ills as a shield, just like he's going to say. But let's look up to the top left corner what's going to happen. Oh, no, okay. So here we go. Back it up again. Start this one over. So when you're watching this, what you're going to see is not as the defense described, that Relly grabs Ills and then Rocky defends him. What you're going to see is Rocky is going to reach behind and then he's going to advance towards Relly. That is clearly when Relly sees the firearm, and that's when he ends up grabbing Ills. So the idea that, well, the gunshot doesn't happen until after he grabs Ills. It doesn't matter. Relly's responding to the fact that Rocky's pulled a gun on him for the second time. And by the way, this is a lot scarier than the first time. Because now they're by themselves, and clearly Relly is concerned he's about to get shot. Now, I'm going to get to it, I'm going to address it, but this doesn't even begin to cover the idea that their defense is not just this was a prop gun, which is absurd. It's an absurd defense. Their defense is it's a prop gun, and Relly knew it was a prop gun. And even though Relly knew it was a prop gun, Rocky pulled it on him to scare him, even though by their own admission, he knows it's fake. And you can see Relly running around, and you can see what 12 does, and you can see what Rocky does, and no one is acting like it's a prop gun because it isn't. So let's watch it. Boom, guns out. By the way, at one point in time, one of the witnesses, I think it was 12, said that the defendant fired a warning shot. You don't fire a warning shot with a prop gun, it doesn't fire it. Also, you can see that on that shot, the defendant has the gun out, facing forward, appearing to target Relly. And by the way, he moves into a better position in between the shots. And the only reasonable conclusion you can reach from that is that he is trying to get a line of fire onto Relly. Relly didn't suffer the minor injury because the defendant didn't try to shoot him. He suffered the minor injury because he used Ills as a shield, and for whatever reason, the defendant didn't hit him.
I think Rihanna told him to take the
other than in his hand. But the idea that you need to look at the gunshot
the lawyer told
and
him
the fact that
I think
Relly is already grabbing Ills as a
he
shield.
came up with this dumb theory. A prop gun?
I'm going to play this now in
Who's running from a prop gun?
Let's give me a second. And the idea, by the way, that Ills, that 12 is running away because Relly is trying to attack him is absurd. If you knew nothing, all you saw was this video, and somebody told you, hey, listen, that's a fake gun, and everybody knows it's a fake gun. You would go, well, wait a minute. If it's a fake gun, why is everybody running around? Why is Relly grabbing Ills as a shield? Why is 12 running away? By the way, how does this incident end? This incident ends not because the defendant voluntarily says it's over. 12 literally is blocking him and pushing him away. The defendant is fired up. He's angry. We don't know what was going to happen next, but it's not as if the defendant decided on his own, you know what, I'm done. 12 pushes him away. So this is the close-up. And again, This
So that's
is
why
really
they
harder.
see it.
This week we played with house, but I got, we played with house. Again, we already know that we've
He
got.
either got grazed on his knuckles or got it some way during the scuff up.
By the way, the only thing that Mr. Tacopina did not accuse Relly of was planting the nail on the seat. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him to say, Relly planted the nail. He was trying to get me. So we know who we have, defendant, 12E, and we've got, which is hard to see, you've got
Ciao.
Relly and Ills. So what happens? You watch for yourself. You're going to see Relly reach and then move. When Relly reaches and moves, I'm sorry, when the defendant reaches and moves, that's when the gun is out.
Mm.
Whoops. Sorry.
I know Brianna said just take the 6 months.
Okay.
She probably mad. She's sitting up in this courthouse.
So here we go. Boom. You see him reach, guns out. 12E moves. Relly is running, trying to get behind Ills. He's not beating Ills. And what is Rocky doing? He's running around, trying to get a shot, and he's going to fire. And when he fires a second time, the gun is outstretched, aiming at Relly. And now look, there's 12E grabbing him and making the defendant go away. That's how this thing is. Again, and I understand
Yes, he didn't get.
you guys don't want to believe that this man who has everything,
he shot at
is going to give it all up for this. I get it. But that's a decision he made. I didn't make it for him.
It is.
You didn't make it for him. The judge didn't. Mr. Tacopina didn't. He made that decision on November 6th. And what's crazy is that apparently Relly would have been more than willing to take the money and not cooperate with anybody. And by the way, why is that? Do you think that if you are in the hip-hop rap community, that going to the police and filing a case against A$AP Rocky is going to help your career? It's done. When Rocky was
We have the deals you need to drive your dream car at Nissan of South Morrow. Get the 2025 Nissan Rogue for 2.9% APR financing for 60 months plus 1,000.
And it's
so not only did the defendant commit this violent crime,
you can hear it,
but in the end, his attitude was, no, I'm not giving you anything. Now, that's arrogant, but it's what happened. And I want to make sure that no matter how successful he is, how famous his wife is, how cute his kids are, how much they giggle here during closing arguments, that you guys are not going to say, you know what? We're going to give him a little extra. He needs to be treated like you would treat any other person. Because in the end, that's all that he is entitled to. He doesn't get to be the big celebrity in a jury.
Yeah.
He's a defendant like anyone else.
Rewinder.
Okay, so what happens after the shooting?
Defense plays a video.
Immediately, Relly understands what's going on. So we had, this was very interesting.
He's not holding.
We had,
you should have seen his first.
Officers called, and the whole idea is, we know that this incident never happened, meaning it was only a fake gun because they didn't find the casings. And what became very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is the defense did not realize until we called our witness, started questioning Lou Levin. They did not realize, it turns out that the prop gun, which was apparently a 9mm prop gun using 9mm ammunition, prop ammunition, is going to have the same brass, maybe lighter, but it's going to eject the casing the same way a real 9mm does, because as Lou Levin told you, and I think as 12E told you, who knows less about guns, the point of those prop guns is they're supposed to look realistic. And if they don't eject a casing, they're not realistic. And any of you who've ever seen a firearm, any semi-automatic firearm, understands that in order for a second shot to be fired, unless you're going to manually take a round out and put it in, which you don't do in a semi-automatic, it's got a chamber and cycle around. That's what it does. They didn't realize that. So what happened is they spent a bunch of time talking about the incredible investigation that the LAPD officer did on scene. I asked you during voir dire, are you going to be able, in this case, are you going to be able, if you don't have every question answered, to come to a verdict, the evidence demonstrates to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the case has been proven? Each one of you said, no, you know what, I don't need every question answered. Let me tell you a question we can't answer. I cannot tell you why LAPD did not find the casings that night. Don't know. They certainly looked. But here's what we know. They didn't find
Get up right
any
now.
casings.
Run out the courtroom.
Meaning,
Better get on the jet. Buddy.
if the defendant's position is correct, if the defense position was the prop gun is correct, there should have been casings there from the prop gun. They weren't. And what we know is, Relly went back and he found them. And I'm going to go through and explain to you why that's credible evidence. So what happens? He goes back, he texts, and he says, hey, you know, you tried to kill me. Okay? What are you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? What the defendant says. By the way, the defendant's position now, their defense is that he shot at him, it was just a prop gun. So the question isn't that the defendant is lying here. He clearly is lying. He's just saying, oh, it's prop gun. So,
oh my God.
Relly says,
Rocky better run.
You tried to set me up and take
Just
me
leave
from my
now.
daughter. He is saying, you tried to kill me. That night, in that text, Relly doesn't know we're going to trial. And what's the defendant's response? Not, hey, that was a prop gun. It's stop making shit up.
He should have said, hey, this is the prop gun in the text.
So,
he would have.
this is what they say is the big evidence in this case. Yes, Relly decided that rather than cooperate with the police, he was going to try to get a bunch of money.
I'm here, y'all.
Is that the honorable thing to do? Is that the good civic-minded thing to do? Of course not. Because the defendant firing his gun in the middle of Hollywood jeopardized everybody. It's not just a crime against Relly, it's a crime against us all. But Relly didn't care about that. And by the way, eventually, when there's a civil trial, I'm sure that the civil lawyers will be arguing that Relly doesn't deserve anything. And luckily, that's not my job. We don't represent Relly. We represent the people of the state of California, and we're here because the defendant committed a violent crime. We're not here asking for money for him. I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you what he deserves. I have no idea. So, what's important here is he's explaining in this text that he wants to get the money, but he's explaining why. He shot at me. Relly never, ever, ever has been inconsistent in the fact that the defendant shot him, that he got hit. Never. Sure, was he not upfront about owning property in Miami? Some of the questions, how did you make money in 2021? Is this a picture of your girlfriend? Imagine if you are sitting here on a case that is being live streamed. You got the camera here. You've already been threatened. Your family's been threatened. Your daughter's been threatened. Your girlfriend's been threatened. And now someone is going to ask you, defense attorney, what's your girlfriend's name? Let me show you a picture of her for the world to see. What do you expect Relly to do? Okay, now we're going to get to the most important statement that Relly gives in this case. And let me tell you why it's so important. And again, some of you might be asking yourselves, why did the defense bring in this evidence? And let's be clear, when the defense says, well, we only brought Wally out here to testify to one thing, that's true. They easily could have played the call. There's no magic form where we got to play and they don't. They're arguing that Relly is inconsistent.
The objection to not play that whole
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the what was around?
The entire call.
We played.
By the defense.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. The defense could have played the entire call, they didn't.
That was the objection.
Objection sustained, go on a second.
So we decided that we were gonna play the entire call. And you can listen to this call, and let me tell you what's so important about the call. Relly does not have any idea that he is being recorded. He's not talking to cops, he's not talking to a prosecutor, he's talking to someone who he thinks is his friend. Now that person isn't actually his friend, that person is an agent of Rocky. How do we know he's an agent of Rocky? Well, we know it for a couple of reasons. One, and again, this is how just lack of credibility filled Wally's testimony. Wally says that basically he just happened to record him. When I'm asking, wait, why are you recording him? Well, he had like 10 missed calls from me. Wait a minute, so your friend, you have 10 missed calls, you decide I'm gonna record this call. He recorded him because he was trying to get information to help Rocky. And you know that because what does he admit that he did right afterwards? He calls Rocky and tells him what he said. But here's what's incredible. When you listen, I'm gonna play it. Wally's testimony was he knew nothing about this incident before this phone call. Yet, you're going to hear him say, I'm not here to pick sides. So that's a straight lie. Of course he knew about it. He's Rocky's good friend. It's already been in the media. It's been blown up in hip-hop websites. Of course he knows about it. And when you listen, what is so crucial about this statement is this is Relly live, not in a courtroom, not to a police officer, to a friend where he's got no motive to make up anything, where he's explaining what happened. And he is literally incredulous. When you listen to this, what's going on is Wally is trying to get him to try to settle this thing for money. That's what's going on when you listen. And Relly's like, hey, I tried to settle it for money. He didn't want to do it. But in terms of the facts of what happened, he is crystal clear and consistent about everything that mattered. So listen.
Child.
Yo, bro. Yo. Shit, bro, my bad. I'm with my girl and shit like that. What happened, bro? You know, I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen, you feel me?
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12 years mixed bro. I'm not, you gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time, you feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand, you feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him, Hills. Why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't get the story or whatever it is. But you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Got Hills and 12 with him. Text messages saying link up where you at. And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom in live. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hit Tabari. later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky told.
Y'all, I gotta pause it 1 second. Relly, the one that's talking, and Wiley, the one I showed y'all a minute ago, Wiley is recording him without the victim knowing. So he telling his friend his truth right now. And the reason they got into it is because Relly checked Rocky, ASAP Rocky, about not doing another friend right. He doing another friend wrong. So he checked him, and this is how this all started. But Wiley is recording him without him knowing.
Within that conversation, because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? Told him taking ASAP out my name. This was 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? Yeah. He's a bitch, so he goes in and hit Bari because Bari influenced her a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money 12-year bills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Whoop-de-whoop. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom. Shit gets related to him. Next thing you know, I've been over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping. Yeah. I answered. He's like, where you at? With a slip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W, but I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? If you know Hollywood Boulevard, they all look the same. You're like, no, you're not. Nigga, that's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay? All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. He calls me. Those calls me. Yeah, I got all these text messages. Bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people who heard this story. Rocky out here thinking this all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, if anything, on how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on him. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up? Or do I cripple him because he's a multi-millionaire, bro? I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking him on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
So what you looking for? You think
you're a black nigga? I'm teaching everybody how to get money, how to do this. Do Rocky do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, how do you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, dogs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on some like this, that, and the third, or some pokey shit. Nigga, I would have had to got avoided the same day because he reared at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a shield, bro. I'd be dead.
I feel niggas ain't trying to like, you feel me? You not trying to end splash your shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know? Like,
bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all I had. He had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best boy in LA and worry about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? I sent the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times, but I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
there ain't no way niggas just flying like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, Rose. Like, you feel me?
did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
Legal shit before, not a boy, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't even want to go about that way. I went ahead and got a lawyer. If you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the feud because but those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the pure team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next, bro?
And Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Cause everybody look bad, bro. You know, I'm just trying to.
He was bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call him. I didn't have a gun. He left us in Hollywood House, right? Everybody saying everybody looks bad. Why don't everybody put the finger? Because when if I take, bro, I got Hollywood, I got so many people.
Niggas grew up together, bro. Niggas grew up
That's why
together, bro.
niggas hanging. He's in a bitch. Nigga, I beat my way around him every single time. That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12-year ills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole game. You know what I'm saying? The nigga asked the Barbie, he come to the complex con, nigga, Barbie laughed at him like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation went about how he got 12 and Phil's on a jet on some whole shit.
Cause y'all niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. I know 12. I know jams. He didn't know jams. He didn't pop up at my crib. So on Purple Swag, I made that nigga. That's why you feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been that. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last one.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit, you know,
And he ended it when he shot at me. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times? You gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He planned it. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come down. I came to meet him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun.
Remember I showed you Wally, the dude you said, oh, he got his legs crossed on the stand. If you rewind, that man is on the phone, okay, talking to the victim, Relly. Relly is the victim that got the knuckles grazed. Relly is the victim. The dude on the phone is Wally, who testified. Wally is secretly recording Relly. After this incident happened, Relly called. They're all friends, remember. Relly, like, Wally wasn't there. Relly, like, yo, this man loud at me. Oh my gosh. Wally is recording him. So this is why this is good evidence, because this is Relly after Rocky, who on the screen blowed at him. He talking to his friend who is recording him and sends it to Rocky. His friend Wally on the phone, like, don't press charges, just get money from him. That's what y'all hear back and forth. So Relly, the victim, is talking to Wally. Relly is talking to Wally, and they talking about how Rocky just blowed at him. But Wally is being a snake because he recording him without Relly knowing.
But for self-defense, he's a pussy boy. And me and Ills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds. First shit happened like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. You stupid. He did it all on camera, champ. So the world looking at me because of Barry's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do what HBO or community did, his whole career is fucking. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
So that's what I like. Like, what's your, I guess it was the end game here, bro. Like, you feel
The end game, I'm suing this shit out of him. That was my game. And regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire that's trying to kill me.
So really to get paper, bro, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides killing somebody like that, you feel me? That he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, like, splash that shit in the streets type shit is like, man,
It ain't no street nigga. Bro, what the fuck? You know who my family is? This ain't no street nigga. They ain't got 3 or 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This man riding around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga. You already know what would happen. Everybody know what would happen. We're talking about ASAP Rocky, bro. The face of Dior, like, come on, stop it. This ain't a street nigga.
Nah, I'm just trying to, I'm just, cause I fuck with you heavy, bro. Zay, you know, I was always love every time, nigga, and I fuck with you.
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster or real doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
So how niggas
They
like,
got 3 or 4 bodyguards on 24/7.
so like, what's next though, bro? Like, niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just watch this shit?
He's finished.
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
You hear
I
what?
tried already, bro. You don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you gotta look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand I'm not a dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
All right, folks, this time take 10 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 2:45.
So that I'm trying to think how to prosecute. I think what happened, I'm trying to remember. This backfired on them. This backfired on the defense. Oh, you wasn't here when Wally testified. And this guy on the phone, he ended up being a surprise witness. He didn't even know he was getting subpoenaed, okay, until like a couple days ago. Because I don't remember how they got this phone call. I'm trying to think. They got this phone call, and so the defense used it, but they just used a piece of it. So the prosecution, you'll hear him say earlier and just now, he gonna play the whole thing. And he said, you know, they wanted to use a piece of this phone call, but keep in mind that he said it's better than YSL. Relly didn't even know he was being recorded. He didn't even know he was being recorded. And people are like, Wally is a snake because Wally steady telling Relly handle it in the streets. And Relly like, what I'm gonna go do? Blow up his house? He a multi-millionaire. He not in the hood. He got bodyguards. He got bodyguards. I'm not gonna be able to handle this in the street with him. And Wally like, get the bag, asking for a bag. And Relly is like, that's extortion. I have to get a lawyer to deal with this man because if I don't, you know, it's extortion or whatever. So Relly got a lawyer and he already started a civil claim, but the civil lawyer told him civilly ain't much gonna happen until and unless you press charges. So he pressed charges, but before he pressed charges, he still tried to settle with Rocky. And Rocky didn't want to settle. He didn't want to give him no money. So the defense kept on. They used that call to show that Relly, they put it like Relly just trying to get money from Rocky. That's how the defense used that call. And in my opinion, it backfired. Wally on the stand backfired because if y'all rewind it, like I showed a little bit of Wally thing. Wally, at first he was trying to like, I don't recall, but the prosecution got him to admit that he didn't want Rocky to go to jail, that Rocky paid for his business flight out there. So it's in his best interest to try to protect Rocky and testify like Rocky. Oh, I know what it was. When Relly was on the stand, Relly was like that wasn't him on that phone call that they played where he was asking for money. Or Relly said he don't recall or something to that nature, because it was talking about the money piece of it. But he going away and still have to. That's the thing. If he get convicted, he automatically get the civil suit, and it's like for $30 million. It's like $30 million. So what he should have did was settle with this man outside, like how he tried to settle with him, and did that 6 months or whatever that time was. He should have just did that, but I don't think this judge gonna give him a lot of time, because this judge was telling ASAP Rocky before the trial got to this point, he was like complimenting his mom and saying how beautiful Rocky's mom was. No, so I remember when this happened, when they was going at it on social media, because I was saying one thing about it, Relly has been consistent even on social media. He has been consistent with his story that Rocky shot at him, and y'all heard him. And that's another thing. They tried to say Relly told Rocky shot at him 4 or 5 times, but it was only 2 shots that went off. And so I think the prosecution, or even my mind, just went, well, who's counting? He probably felt like it was 4 or 5 shots. And then that scene, if y'all rewind it later, they tried to say that Relly was fighting. Yeah. 1, 2, once you shoot, listen, pow, pow, pow. Okay, yeah, once he pow, pow. Once you do 1 or 2, my mind gone. So Relly said he was using Ills as a shield. Ills is another dude that was out there. The defense is saying Relly was fighting Ills while the pow pows was going off. Who trying to fight when there's some pow pow going on? And they said, oh yeah, he was trying to fight because he knew it was a prop pow pow. Bro, what? I'm okay, and mind you, what's his name? Relly is more built and muscular than all of them. So they saying, they always just using that Rocky would use the prop gun to scare him off, but everybody knew it was a prop gun. Why would this big man who muscular and stronger than you, why not? He would just take the prop gun and laugh at you. He's not about to run from it. Oh, just some random lady and, a random person. She looked like she might have been, her name might have been Kelly or Ashley. And she was, she heard the shots. Okay. And she got on the stand and said that. So it happened. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's too many things going against him. Yeah. So Rebecca got on the stand and said, yeah, he was using Ills as a shield. None of them are his friends no more. None of them. That's what I said too. But like, dang, he was gonna use them as a shield. Yeah. And then in that video, you could see Rocky trying to like move around to get him. Yeah, I'm gonna say pow pow. I gotta remember that. But you could see him trying to whatever. And yeah, and you see 12E run. So 12E, why'd you run if you knew it was a prop gun? A prop pow. Dang. If you knew it was a prop pow, why would you run? Why would any of y'all run and scatter if y'all knew it was a prop pow? It makes no sense. That don't make sense. And he could have just took it from him. Why would he run? So that's why, everybody said it. You can hear it if you go back. Exactly. Why would you? That's what I was thinking. Like, that's not even logical. What I'm running for, I just take it from you. and throw it on the ground. I know it's fake. So, and then, like I said, you got witness testifying, they heard it. You can hear it clearly on the video, right? And so all of this is going on. That's why I was saying that his defense should have been that Relly put or did something first rather than it was a freaking prop joint. That don't even make sense. That's not a good idea. That was not a good idea. So I think the defense attorney probably told him, don't say that. Let's go with a different theory. I think Rocky insisted on that theory because, in my opinion, the defense attorney didn't even look confident. Like, yeah, they're saying that a fake. No, I mean, you can. Yeah, you can if they are. Like, you have to match them in a way. But dang, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. The defense, dang. I was gonna say I think Rihanna and the attorney probably told him to take that plea. That was a really good plea. Come on. That was really good deal. I think they all told him to take it, and he insisted on using this prop theory. And then they said, what was I about to say? They said that exactly. Why would you be walking around with the prop pow? What good is that going to do? And that's what the prosecution said. Yeah, he said so. And this is another thing. They said that even a fake pow, the prop pow would release shell case and fake ones and everything, but they didn't find them. Like, and then the victim is the one who found the case. Relly went back to the scene. That's why I say, y'all, Relly remind me of Charleston White because you done messed around. He's smart, but he acted like when they was getting him mad on the stand, you could tell he was getting mad. He didn't want to answer the questions. He was like, I don't recall. He was being like that. But like his story was straight. You get it? Like his story was straight. It matched with what it said. So I guess the defense angle was like, okay, let me just make it so that Relly is so combative and not trustworthy. But his story match up with the video, you know? So I just feel like they shouldn't have took that approach. They shouldn't have took that. No. No. Remember, he not denying that he did the pow though. He just saying he did it with a prop. That's why they messed up. So now it's just a matter of, was it a prop or was it a real one? He not denying that he did it. Like in the defense closing, he even shows it and he even acknowledges. That's what I'm saying. He even acknowledges there's one pow, there's two pow. The freaking defense lawyer calls it out. But he calls it out and he's like, he's like, there's the first pow. This is where, what's his name? Relly is fighting Illy. You call him Charleston White too. He called it out. He just did not do a good job. He did not do a good job. Okay, y'all. Now, Relly testified for many days. He did it for many days. Let's go back. This is Wally. So this is the guy, Wally, who was talking to Relly on the phone when Relly called him. So Wally is a snake because he sat up there and let that man tell him everything that happened. and was recording it and sent the recording to Rocky.
Which you're taping, and then immediately calling the defendant to report what happened. And you're telling me you've never asked the man, hey.
You are using apple cider vinegar the wrong way. If your goal is to lose belly fat, you
Did you cap 2 rounds in him?
Said I don't recall.
Well, is that something you think you remember?
3 years ago, I don't recall.
So you're telling, I just want to make sure I understand this. Your testimony is, yeah, I'm recording him, and I'm well aware of this situation that happened. And I've talked to the defendant about it. I talk to him every couple of months. But I've never asked him, hey, Relly's accusing you of shooting him. Did you do it? You never asked him that.
I don't recall, no.
Well, isn't it true? You didn't ask him that because you don't want to know the answer.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's testimony, it doesn't recall.
It's cross-examination.
Yeah, it's a fair question.
Isn't it true that you didn't ask him that question because you don't want to know the answer?
Like I said, I don't recall, but I might have asked him.
So now you're saying you might have asked him if he shot Relly, but you don't remember the answer?
I said I don't recall me asking him that question, right?
So let me be clear. I want to know, has the defendant ever discussed with you anything about the shooting?
No.
So then your answer would be, if you ever asked him about it, would be a definite no, correct?
Sure, correct, so.
Then why is it a moment ago you just said, I don't know, I don't remember?
Because I don't recall.
Do you understand the difference between no and I don't recall?
Yes.
So no, would you agree would mean he absolutely never mentioned anything, and I don't recall would be, I'm not sure. Would you agree with that, those definitions?
You can agree to that.
And my question is, don't you think that as you're taping Relly for somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, getting information about this incident and about what he intends to do, and then calling the defendant back immediately to report what happened, that you might have had a conversation with him about, hey, dude, what actually happened? Did you shoot the guy? You're saying that didn't happen, you never asked?
Never asked.
Are you curious?
No.
So you don't have any interest at all as to whether or not the defendant actually shot at Relly?
Doesn't make a relevancy objection again.
Sergeant Medical. And that prerogative of the subject.
So would you agree, your position is that you are talking to Relly and he is telling you about what he intends to do in terms of getting money from the defendant? Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you ever say to Relly during any of these calls that you recorded, hey, Relly, how come you're getting money from him if the shooting never happened?
Never asked that.
Don't you think that would be a legitimate question to ask him?
No, I was just hearing his side of the story.
Well, in fact, you
Or,
agree
dude, what's
that there
the
is
prop gun?
nothing that Terrell has ever said to you, nothing that in any way indicates that the shooting did not happen. You agree?
I agree.
Would you also agree that whatever efforts Relly makes after the shooting, however much money he asks for, whatever calls he makes, does that change what happened during the incident?
Objection. Question.
What's that?
Sorry, man.
Well, let me ask you something. I'm asking you. You're taping him and you're reporting that conversation to the defendant. I'm asking you, is there anything about Relly's statements about suing the defendant, trying to get $30 million? Is there anything about those statements that you are aware of that changes what actually happened the night of the incident?
No, I think I answered that.
So would you agree that whether or not
Yeah, the DA don't.
Relly sues for $1, $20 million, $100 million, $20 gajillion, that in the end, either the shooting happened or it didn't? Would you agree?
Yes.
My thing is, if y'all all know it was a
Hold on. Before you pay for yet another app to manage your
Why they
team, let me
messed
introduce
up?
you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all.
everybody know it's the prop, but y'all.
And it's your further testimony, despite all that, you've never had one
Bro, he used-
conversation or asked him one question, the defendant, about what actually transpired.
Objection is.
How many calls in total did you record?
2.
2 calls? Now, you said that you were upset because the idea that Relly was coming into court, you said you were offended by his line. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you were taping his calls, did you know you were taping?
No.
Do you think that friends tape other friends' phone calls?
Sometimes they can.
I'm asking you, I'm not asking you physically, I assume, sir, that if somebody wants to record a call, I didn't ask whether it's technically possible. I'm asking you, do you think that a friend records their friend's phone calls when that person doesn't know it?
Objection, you gave an answer.
That's not a legal objection. It's not.
Now, these attorneys go at it a lot too.
Speculation, what friends do is irrelevant. Ask another question.
You called Terrell a friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that it was being a friend of his to tape his phone calls without his knowledge?
Yes.
How was that being a friend to Terrell?
Sometimes friends do things like that.
You mean sometimes friends betray friends by taping their calls and then calling other people to report what they found? Is that what you mean?
That's what they call betrayal.
Argumentative.
So, when is the last time that you had spoken to the defendant prior to immediately calling him after the May 2022 phone call?
I didn't talk to him.
What's that?
I said I didn't talk to him prior to really calling me.
No, so, well, you talked to him before, so I'm asking you the last time. When did the last time be?
I'm not sure.
When is the first time, so when did you first find out about the whole incident, the shooting? When did you find out?
From really 2022.
No, I'm not asking when you found out from Relly. When did you first hear about the shooting?
When really told me.
So you're saying you had never heard about this shooting that happened to your friend, ASAP Rocky, until May of 2022?
Correct.
So you're saying you speak to him every other month, you're aware that that shooting, that incident happened in November 2021, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that even though your friend was involved in a shooting, lead shooting, ASAP Rocky, you didn't hear about it for 5 months?
I heard about it from Relly first.
And you said the first time you heard about it from Relly was in May of 2022. That's what you testified to, correct?
Yes.
So when's the first time you talked to Relly after November of 2021?
Oh,
I'm
wait,
not
y'all,
sure.
we gotta go back.
Well, give me an estimate of when the last time you spoke to him was.
I said I'm not sure.
Well, here's my question. You had the advantage of knowing exactly where it was. Same thing with Hills. Again, the plan was clearly from these witnesses, and particularly from Joel, we're gonna build up the back. Relly gave. So, if the defense had an expert that was gonna say what they wanted, you would have heard.
Wally ended up, the dude we just watched,
Okay, let's talk about Ills for a second.
during the trial.
This was, again, the defense went all in on a couple of things. One of the things that went all in was that
This
if
guy-
there were casings at the scene, LAPD would have found them. Well, they didn't realize.
Oh, you recording phone calls, bringing you in the court during the
Therefore,
trial.
the question isn't that LAPD missed the 9mm casings in this case. The issue is that without question, whether it was the 9mm or the prop gun, it would have left casings and LAPD missed it. Why? We'll never know. Why did Relly find it? Well, he had the advantage of knowing exactly where it was. Same thing with Ills. Again, the plan was clearly from these witnesses, and particularly from 12E, we're going to build up the fact that Relly gave Ills a beatdown. This had to do with his strength, how strong he is. He's punching him in the fist. Remember the judge? I still think there's a difference between a closed fist and a regular fist. But the judge, if you remember, when I mentioned closed fist, the judge said, well, a fist is a fist. It doesn't really matter. Their testimony was, and even today, you've got the defense saying how Relly is landing haymakers on Ills. They said that he was bleeding.
Yeah.
Okay? Relly's a big guy. He's very strong. They said he was punched in the face at least 3 times. Well, I guess they didn't realize we were going to have a video the next day, less than 20.
I gotta crack a little joke. Relly was the one that found the rounds. Yes. That meant Relly knew instantly. He said, oh, this fool then pow-powed at me. I want to go find these rounds. And he went and found them joints. Okay. So that's why the defense is saying he planted them there. But when they searched Rocky crib, it matched what he carried. And Rocky had his tour manager come testify that was his pow that it matched. He just left it there. And they was going to the gun range, and he just so happened to leave his stuff there that matched what Relly found. Y'all, it's a joke. That's why I said they did not think this through. But yes, Relly said, oh, I just hit the jackpot, and went back and found the rounds.
4 hours later. And this is from the video. Look at his face. No injuries. No injuries. Nothing. Zero. Still photo from the video. Nothing. That is not the face of somebody that was punched in the face repeatedly, given a beating by a large, strong man less than 24 hours before. Someone who they said was bleeding from an injury to the lip when we see nothing. And by the way, where is Ills? Ills is his friend, Rocky's friend. If you think for a moment that Ills would have had something helpful to say in this case, they would have called him. And when they said, wait a minute, the people needed to call him. Why on earth would it make sense for the people to call one of the 3 individuals who was clearly involved in ambushing Relly in the first place and who is reliant on the defendant for his career? If Ills had anything helpful, they would have called him. So I brought this up in voir dire, and this is really important, an idea that I wanted to make sure you guys understand. We mentioned that we might have to be a little bit aggressive on cross-examination. And I wanted to make sure, and I asked you all in advance, hey, listen, if we have to be aggressive in cross-examination with witnesses, are you going to hold that against us? You all said that you wouldn't. Now, whether you all found Mr. Przlenek to be too aggressive, too loud, too mean, I can't control this man. I can try, but it's impossible. And again, I make that joke because obviously, I'm an intense guy. This is a serious situation we're in. And Mr. Tacopina got up here, he explained to you what it's like to be a defense attorney, what it's like to have, he said, let me tell you something. I want you to imagine right now that someone you killed was a victim. What kind of prosecutor would you want? Would you want somebody who takes what they're doing seriously, who is aggressive, who does their job, and who goes after witnesses who need going after? So I'm not asking you guys to like me. It'd be nice if you did. That's not what this case is about. It's not about me, my personality. It's not about Mr. Tacopina's personality. It's about what the evidence in the case is. And there's a great quote. Professor John Henry Whitmore, Northwestern Law School dean. He also wrote a series of books, legal books. He was a scholar. And what he said was, cross-examination is beyond any doubt the greatest legal engine ever invented for the discovery of truth.
Really use common sense, you ask me.
The defense put up 3 witnesses who lied about basically every material fact they were asked about. Those lies were exposed in cross-examination. Was it gentle? It wasn't. But that's what it took. And I want to apologize for it. I said before, I can't expect you all to do your job if I don't do mine. All right, let's talk about what the elements are of assault with a semi.
Really didn't make that man.
One, you don't need to actually touch somebody. So the fact that did the defendant touch Relly with the gun on the first incident, it doesn't matter. By the way, he pulls the gun out. If any of you are buying the idea, as 12 said, that it fell out.
I just want to know, both of y'all.
Then I'm up here wasting my
If
breath.
Brianna pow at y'all.
I would add that you're all intelligent people, and if
Both of
anybody
y'all.
is even
And
remotely considering that, I would ask you
pow
to ask
at y'all
yourselves and
tomorrow.
ask them,
She pow at y'all.
is that what you think, or are you trying to find a
Are
way
y'all gonna sue
to
her?
not convict this man because of who he is? The issue of treating everybody equally, it's paramount to our criminal justice system.
Are y'all gonna sue
So-
Brianna?
Again, back to the elements.
Will
You
y'all
didn't
make
actually touch
sure
something.
y'all collect evidence?
The evidence
The
is
step
that
case
you did.
on her pow
You
y'all.
do not need to intend to use the force, meaning you don't have to pull that gun, meaning that you're planning on shooting. You don't actually need to injure someone. You don't need to fire the gun. You don't even need to point the gun at the victim. This is in the instruction.
Listen,
And that also goes for the personal use of the firearm.
if
Now,
Brianna
one thing
pow
is, it has to be a firearm.
and
And
Levita,
again, I'm gonna go back to this.
are y'all going
The
to?
defense is, it was a prop gun.
I just want to know.
That's the issue in this case. They say it's prop gun, they say all the evidence shows it's prop gun, we say it's firearm. Once you decide that it is a firearm, that means that their entire defense has fallen apart. And now what Mr. Tacopina apparently wants you to do is say, well, even if the witnesses we put on lied, even if it was a real gun, here's why it was self-defense. There's an old story about it's a civil case, civil lawyer, and he has a dog bite case, and he is defending his client is the dog, and they're being sued, the client is being sued because his dog has points. Gets up and closes.
Unless Rihanna drop a bag, y'all are going to sue her.
Client's dog, there's no way you could have done any kind of damage to the plaintiff because he was on a leash. He was in the yard, could not have gotten to where he says he got. But if you find that he was loose,
Exactly.
the dog's old.
Listen, she
And
pow.
he couldn't have done anything.
I'm doing like really. I'm finding it.
But okay,
I'm not waiting for police because they might
he
be
was off leash.
I'm gonna pay them off.
And he had some big teeth. Well, my final defense is my client doesn't own it.
Right here.
That's what we have here. It's no different.
Here go the shell
It's a prop gun.
Rihanna.
Absolutely a prop.
Rihanna pow.
Evidence doesn't show it's prop gun, but it's prop gun.
Okay,
If you find it's not a prop gun, here's why Rocky
Give me
fired
the
real
bag.
gun self-defense.
Or I'm going to the coast.
It is almost insulting.
This might be
Because
our
he's so
blessing for brother. He don't want to miss his blessing. I don't know. I think
So when a
that
defendant
judgment
equips
on
and positions himself to carry out a battery, he has the
even
express
worse
ability
judgment,
to
you
fire,
can take the plea.
even if some steps remain to be taken. This is basically saying once he's taken that gun out and he's committed the assault, when that gun comes out, at that point in time, the assault's done.
Hello, Irene. Guess what? You caused me
So
emotional
this is
distress.
the
It's a fake one. I thought it was
right?
real.
So
Now
this
my
is
heart.
really important
I'm
because remember, it only applies
listen.
if it is
Emotional
a real gun
distress.
and not a prop. But it's a little more than that, because what it basically says is you have to show that they are acting in lawful self-defense
Yeah.
or a defense of another. The defense position in this case is that the defendant was acting to protect Relly and Gills.
Please. And then when I read, I
It's
took my
more than
next
that,
ankle.
okay?
Shoot, now I got to go to the doctor.
So basically, they're saying that defendant believed that
I'm
he,
traumatized. Shoot,
Gills,
I'm
and
traumatized.
Twelve were in
I
imminent
can't
danger.
walk down streets anymore.
Imminent danger.
That is in-
Okay, of suffering bodily injury. And by the way, and you all know this, if someone is in danger of being touched unlawfully, you can't shoot them. Okay?
That's
You don't have to actually go through jury instructions to figure that out. Okay? If I go and I slap one of you guys, you can't shoot me. And why is that?
Y'all hear it?
Because he's got to believe that the immediate use of force was necessary to defend against the danger, and that it was no more force than was reasonably necessary to
Right.
defend against the danger. So, what does all this mean? Well, they're basically claiming that the defendant used a prop gun, which means
So you you can't go get a pow pow. That's
but they're also arguing, hey, if you find, well, there was a gun, even though that's not our argument. And Mr. Tacopina wouldn't come out and say it. But that's what the law is. If you don't believe me, you can ask the judge. Self-defense only applies in this case if it's a real gun. And the problem is, it also only applies if the force used was no more than reasonably necessary to defend against that danger. And now let's look at what that alleged danger is. There is no beating up of Gills, okay? There was no beating up of Gills. It's a lie. It's not true. You see the video. But even if somehow you wanted to argue, and you know it's a lie, because you can see that the gun, you can't see what the item is. So let's be clear. You can see Rocky pulling something out. You can't tell what it is, but you can then see that what he takes, he ends up putting out in front of him and aiming and shooting. That is what prompts
Rocky know he could.
Relly to grab Hills. They say, well, he had to use, I guess, and Mr. Tech can never argue this. He can't because it's inconsistent with his theory. But the theory would have to be that Rocky ended up firing the gun at Relly because Bills was in imminent danger. What imminent danger? He's got no injury. It's made up. The defense is created. Didn't happen. Very important. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. So even if you somehow believe that Relly was going to cause future harm, it doesn't work. He has to have believed at the time that there was imminent danger of bodily injury. Imminent danger of bodily injury. Okay? That's what you need. It has to be reasonable, and he has to act because of that belief. You don't have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why the defense didn't really argue, because they are riding the boat. Their position is the dog
If
was
I
off the
was
leash.
ASAP Rocky right now,
So the dog was on the leash.
this very
Not that the dog
I
had no
would pack
teeth,
up my
and
stuff
not that the guy
in
didn't
the
know the
courtroom while they doing this.
But
Pack
in the
up
end, that's what their argument requires.
and go.
You have to believe.
Fly out of there.
inconsistent
Rihanna, give me a jet.
Just
I'm
doesn't
headed
work.
to Bali. I'm out of here because they ain't nobody
Now again,
me.
the slightest
I'm outta
touching,
here. I'm
we're not
not
talking about the slightest touching. They're basically saying that in the first incident, they're trying to argue that Relly is the aggressor when the facts in the video don't show it. Even if he grabbed his arm, no one says he has a weapon. You cannot pull a gun on somebody who doesn't have a weapon, who's not physically hurting you. You can't threaten them with a firearm. I mean, I don't have to explain that to you all. You understand that. You can't do it. It doesn't work.
That's a horrible defense. I can't
So
believe them.
we have the burden of proving that beyond a reasonable doubt. However, again, it doesn't come into existence until you find that it was a real gun. And once you find it's a real gun, it means their entire defense was fabricated. It wasn't true. Automatically. There was no way that it could be a real gun and the defense was not fabricated. Those are impossible. Those are mutually inconsistent possibilities. When I say possibilities, meaning alternatives. So, a person who starts a fight has a right to self-defense. Relly did not start this fight. The defendant started this fight. And he has to actually, in good faith, he's got to try to stop fighting, which he doesn't. He's the aggressor. Both incidents. And in no way is element 2 satisfied either. So you can play games debating how a self-defense claim that the defense is not even relying on doesn't apply to the case. But you know that. Their defense is, no question, it's proper.
He used Rihanna.
A person also cannot claim self-defense if they are the one that provokes the fight in court.
I love that.
with the
That's the
intention of
problem.
being
Yeah, I got
And that's what happened.
problem.
Relly didn't even use any force.
It's not.
Basically, the defendant assaults him with a firearm because he's mad at him. Shoots at him again because either Relly said something or he's still angry. So, in the end,
Or
statements,
maybe Rihanna is like.
Terrell gave a lot of statements in this case. And about all the issues that matter, he was consistent. Now, they want to say, but wait a minute. He originally said it was 3 to 4 shots. And imagine for a second. Remember, he doesn't know in advance.
This guy is good.
So his memory, and you can all, it's not hard to imagine, you're in a situation where you believe you're fighting for your life. How do you know that Relly was fighting for his life? He's telling Wally he was fighting for his life. He's saying the defendant tried to take him from his daughter. He believes at the time the defendant has fired 3 or 4 shots. And when he talks to Wally, he says 5 shots. That doesn't matter. That's not a question of credibility, and here's why. If Relly were making this up, and remember what they're saying, they're also saying that Relly had to have planted the 9mm casing. Okay? And let's talk about that for a second, because it's important. They are saying, hey, listen, Relly was out here 2 weeks before this shooting, and we don't know that he went back home.
Not
So
immediately.
apparently, Relly planned this out in advance.
Not immediately.
He got 9mm casing.
Plus, they didn't even know where to
from
go at first.
when he went target shooting, knowing that 2 weeks later the defendant
Because
would be
remember,
upset with him, would text him repeatedly, and would assault him with a
Relly was so
9mm
focused
firearm.
right away
And he would have casings ready to
because
put
they
in
heard
the
gunshot.
But just to make it extra difficult, he's going to tell the cops, you know what, I got shot there were 3 or 4 gunshots, but he's only going to turn in 2 casings. So remember, if he's making up this whole thing, which of course he isn't, he is certainly going to produce the amount of casings at the scene that he is saying happened. That's an irrefutable concept. And that's not what occurs.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that somehow Relly is Nostradamus and knows all these things are going to happen. And let's look at what had to occur. It's 10 p.m. on a Saturday night in Hollywood. Relly doesn't live here. We know from ASAP Lou, he can't go out and buy ammunition. He doesn't have a gun. So he certainly could not have, after this incident, bought a gun, fired the ammunition, and dumped it at the scene. So that means that he's carrying around 9mm casings just in case the defendant assaults him. It's absurd. Then they say, well, wait a minute. You know that it's made up because look at the magazine that's found at the defendant's house. And now we go back to ASAP Lou. Listen, ASAP Lou, Prislemek, he really covered it pretty accurately. He's the Swiss Army knife of assistants, advisors, security stuff. You need a personal assistant, lose your guy. You need someone to give you advice on security, lose your guy. You need someone to come over to stay for a search warrant, lose your guy. You need someone to help you get a prop gun, lose your guy. You need someone to get rid of that prop gun after an incident where that prop gun will prove you to be innocent, lose your guy.
Oh yeah, y'all. That's the thing.
Lose
They don't have a
version of
problem.
what happened
He lost it.
is nearly impossible. What is that version? And this is really important because remember, we didn't find out about it at the time. So here's what we know. The evidence in this case that you have, and I confronted the witnesses, is that 12E testified that what he told the defense, what was in the statement we were given, was that the defendant decided to carry a prop gun because he had been the victim of home
Now, if
invasion
you know it was
and
a
violence.
fake one, that's the point.
Let's just look at that for a moment.
If you know you
Nothing about any particular incident.
I'm not.
And then he gets on the stand and he
When I
starts
know you
testifying
trying to
about all these
put
incidents.
charges on me, I got it.
But he says, oh, well, I told them. I told them about it. I think I
This
told
is
them. I
from
guess I don't know.
this is from my video shoot.
These alleged incidents of prior
You
violence.
shouldn't have said that.
And supposedly there's a security person. Just think about this for a moment. 12 testifies that the defendant and he were stabbed at a club with a knife. That there's been a crazy stalker inside the defendant's house.
Imagine if he would have still had it. He could have
That he's been the victim of other violence.
at least.
And we're to believe that a security consultant said, hey, you know what you should do? You should carry a fake gun. Because individuals who are going to, by the way, a home invasion, defense counsel, wait a minute, it's different when you're at your home. That's what 12E said. Those were his words, home invasions and violence. Someone comes in your home. How is a prop gun going to help you? How is a prop gun going to help you against anybody? As soon as you pull a prop gun on somebody, they are going to believe that that prop gun is.
It was so.
I might not if I don't remember. I didn't get into particulars. Are you kidding me? It's the entire case. But all of a sudden, he gets on the stand and he says, for the first time, well, here's what happened. I was gonna teach the defendant, we were gonna go shooting at a gun range. So I brought my Glock 380, which does not use 9mm ammunition. And I brought my Smith & Wesson 9mm, which cannot use a Glock 9mm Glock 43 magazine. It won't fit. They don't even look anywhere the same, and that is from Lou. Look completely different. He says, he gets over to the house,
Yes.
and that's when he realizes for the first time, oh my God, I bought the wrong magazine for my Glock. Now, does it make sense that he felt a need to go out and buy a magazine for his gun, and then did not find out for some period of time, he wouldn't say where he bought it, when he bought it, and it was not for the right gun, but he made another mistake that he clearly wasn't aware of. I confronted him with the fact, he said, well, so I realized that when I was over there, I tried to put the 9mm, or the 380, I'm sorry, the 380 ammunition in, and it wouldn't fit.
Nah, check this out. Now, check this out. By law, when Rocky pulled out his prop pow on Relly, if Relly would have had a real pow, he could have finished him right there. Done. And Relly would walk because he believed his life was in imminent danger, and he matched the method of force that he believed was being used. That is dangerous. You cannot pull out a prop that looks real on somebody. They have a right now to match that. And if it looked like it's the real one, then they got a real one. You're done. That's not even logical. You're done.
Okay. But why was it found loaded completely with 9mm ammunition? As soon as it didn't fit, he would stop. And after, well, I'm a fidgety dude. So while I was drinking, I was fidgeting, just loading a gun, loading a magazine for a gun I don't have and the defendant doesn't have. They spent a lot of time telling you, well, wait a minute, that magazine is new, hasn't been used. I asked Lou, isn't it true, Lou, that when you buy a new gun, most of the time they come with 2 magazines? Well, I don't know, I usually only buy 1. Well, it's interesting because he clearly went out and bought a second magazine for the 380. So not quite understanding what that means. But what is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is here's what happened. Lou doesn't own a Glock 43. He's never had one registered, so he has no reason to have a magazine for a gun he doesn't own. The defendant doesn't have a Glock 43 magazine. He has no reason to have a Glock 43 magazine for a gun he doesn't own. However, there is evidence that suggests that the gun that was used in this crime was a Glock 43. It doesn't have to be, but it is consistent with the evidence. And what is clear is that the defendant got rid of the gun after the incident. Now, he says the gun he got rid of was a prop gun. That's not what the evidence shows. He got rid of that 9mm and the magazine that went with it. But he clearly forgot that in his closet was a second magazine for that gun. A magazine that clearly was not being used in that gun and very well might have been new, because he was using the magazine that was in the gun when it was fired at Relly. So Lou's version is completely impeached, but it's even worse than that. So they apparently have this information. Twelvey and Lou have information about this product that will completely prove that the defendant did not commit this crime. And when does it get turned over to prosecutors and police for the first time? January 20th, the day before this trial started. Now they say, oh no, but actually, we told them about it in August 16th or 17th, 2004. That's still almost 3 years after the incident occurred. Remember, ASAP Lou is at the house when the search warrant is served. He didn't even have to go to the police. All he has to do is say, hey, you know what? That magazine, that 9mm magazine, that's mine. By the way, it was a prop gun that he had. Nothing. You know why he didn't say it? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's why. You know why 12 didn't say anything? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's what the evidence shows. And then what happened?
Yeah.
Literally on February 9th, the morning that Lou was going to testify, we are given information. Oh, it turns out that Lou gave the gun to somebody in New York. And that's why they don't have the gun. Now remember, we're finding this out on what is basically the last day of the trial. We don't have the ability to get that person. But the defense, that's someone they've known about all along. Where is he to testify about this gun?
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself. It's the difference between being creative
We're supposed to bring that person out here who we don't even know exists to prove that it's not a prop gun. I'm sorry, that it's not a prop gun when that's their witness. Do you not think for a moment that if that witness could have withstood cross-examination, they would have brought him out here? Of course they would have. And how do you know that any of this is true? Because you're instructed on it. So the defense spent a long time attacking me, primarily me, attacking Relic. Where is the instruction about evidence that I ended up fabricating? It says if the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? That instruction is because the defendant, by his own, meaning the defense admission, through their witnesses, is that the defendant got rid of the prop gun, the piece of evidence that would demonstrate that he's innocent of these charges, that he got rid of that gun after the incident. The judge isn't going to give that instruction unless that instruction is something you can consider. Not going to do it. What does it say? If the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. If you conclude that the defendant made such an attempt, it is up to you to decide its meaning and importance. However, evidence of such an attempt cannot prove guilt by itself. So in other words, just because the defendant got rid of the gun, that's not enough to prove to you by itself that the defendant is guilty of these crimes. But when you put it with everything else, it is a huge piece of evidence. If someone other than the defendant tried to create false evidence, provide false testimony, or conceal or destroy evidence, that conduct may show the defendant was aware of his guilt. But only if the defendant was present and knew about that conduct, or if not present, authorized the other person's action.
I feel sorry for him.
Circumstantially, the evidence suggests that ASAP Lou and Twelvey and Raleigh are not doing this on their own.
Mm-mm.
The evidence, the direct evidence from Raleigh is that he talked to the defendant immediately afterwards in their conversation. The idea that ASAP Lou and ASAP Twelvey were not having repeated conversations about this incident strains any even idea of reality. You all know that's not true. Of course they talked about it. Obviously, it's a huge incident that occurred. So that is an instruction you were given. It doesn't say anything about Relly. There's no instruction like that for Relly in this case. Flight. If the defendant fled immediately after the crime was committed, that conduct would show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? After the incident, guys, the second incident, he takes off. If it is in fact, if it was simply a prop gun. Why is he running? Why is 12 running? Why are they getting out of there? Why are they getting rid of the gun?
She there today.
I'm trying to argue, you guys, why is the sky blue?
At first, she wasn't
And
coming.
I hope that when you're listening to it, I hope you're all understanding this is not a complicated, complex case.
Yeah, she brought the kids yesterday. The argument.
In the end,
But at first, she
the
was.
evidence in this case,
She
almost
started.
all of it,
I
is
guess
not
when she
circumstantial.
see how it was looking.
So the video is direct evidence. It's direct evidence of what happened. The testimony of
Yeah, so at first, Rihanna wasn't in the building. I think she came that Wednesday or Thursday of the first week. This day 13. I think she started to come about day 3 or 4. She'd come and then, she'd go. She never brought the kids until yesterday closing arguments, but she ended up they just stayed for a little while. She there. And but I think once she saw how serious and how bad, in my opinion, because a lot of these stands and people on the internet is crazy. I don't know what trial they watching something. Because when they, yes, that's what I'm saying. But she did that for sympathy. And I believe ASAP Mama told her to do it because when Rihanna was walking in there with them kids with ASAP Rocky Mama, Rihanna didn't look happy, and I don't think she wanted her kids there. They only stayed for about 3-4 hours. But she brought them because yesterday is when the closing argument started. No, they not there. But I'm like, girl, you ain't need to bring, they're trying to get sympathy. That's why the attorney, the whole situation was just bad. But this prosecutor, y'all heard him, he called it out. Like, why you bring your kids? They cute, but that don't got nothing to do with the situation. It looks like you're guilty. But yeah, so she wasn't there every day until in my opinion, it started looking like, okay, I need to see what's going on. Because he probably didn't even tell her everything. She probably was paying for the attorney. Yeah, but they little babies. In my opinion, too, he got her knocked up back to back after he allegedly committed this crime, so that he had a security blanket. That's my opinion. Because I don't know what in the world. This happened before they had kids. And then she did. That looked desperate. It looked desperate. It looked like you trying to get sympathy. And then they were saying, 2 people in the courtroom was saying how during the breaks, Rihanna was over there standing. She can't talk to the jury, but she was near the jurors, just standing there, I guess wanting them to be fanned out. It just looks so desperate. That fool should have took that plea deal. 6 months, sir, you should have took it.
the witnesses is direct evidence. Relly's statement on the defendant pointed the gun at Relly in the first incident because we don't have it on video. But we've got his gun being pulled out. We have his gun in front of him, and we have Relly in that position. We have him fighting with Relly right before and fighting with him right after. So the only reasonable interpretation of that circumstantial evidence is what you're seeing. Then it's fair to call logical witnesses. This is really important. I mentioned this before. Every argument that the defense made, the defense, and again, I'm not blaming Mr. Tacopina. The witnesses got up here and lied. Mr. Tacopina gets a statement from the witnesses. The witnesses say what they're gonna say. He calls them. Mr. Tacopina does not vouch for his witnesses, meaning, just as we don't. We call witnesses, and those witnesses testify, we evaluate. However,
He wish he could take that plea.
it is certainly legitimate that all these individuals that the defense is saying, why didn't the people call them? Those are witnesses that they are saying we have to introduce to disprove their fabricated defense, which we don't have the ability to do because they control that evidence and information. They've got the prop gun, we don't. They have these witnesses they don't tell us about, we don't. We have proven that this was not a problem in every way that we can. It defies common sense, it defies logic, and it defies all the other evidence. Now listen, I'm not blaming the defense for what they've come up with. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Okay? That's what they've tried to do. They have tried to take a case, and they got bad luck. Imagine, guys, for a second, if we didn't have those video cameras. Imagine what the defense would be. You can't show anything now. This is all made up. You got nothing. But we have the video. We have the gunshots. That's bad luck for the defendant. And again, that's the situation he made. That's his luck. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to go back there. And we've talked a little bit about this before. Let's assume that somebody, when you go back there, starts saying, what if, isn't it possible that, could this have happened? You are not allowed to speculate outside the evidence. That also goes for things like, well, gosh, what if Rocky gets prison on this case? I don't want to go to prison. If any one of you feel that yourselves, you need to let the court know, I can't serve as a juror on this case. That's okay. Some of you during voir dire at points said, you know, I don't know about certain things. And remember, the judge told different jurors, hey, listen, if at any point in time you cannot live up to your oath, let the judge know. If one of the rest of you, so I'll give you this example. Let's say someone goes back there and they say, you know what, I really dislike UVA. I don't like him. I don't like my song. You know, he's obnoxious, etc. Whatever. If that is what you are basing the verdict on, it's misconduct. If someone says, I'm never going to convict on the case because I don't like looking. If it's you and you can't get past it, you need to report yourself to the court. If it's someone else, they need to. We don't know if misconduct happens unless you let the court know about it. So if people, yourself, others are not living up to their responsibilities, you need to let everybody know. That goes the same for the celebrity issue. Okay? The defendant should not be convicted because he's a celebrity. He also should not be acquitted because he's a celebrity. He should not be acquitted because he's got a lovely family. He should not be acquitted because he's successful and wealthy. He should not be acquitted because he can go out there and entertain people and make millions of dollars. Those are factors you are, I'm not just recommending, you're not allowed to consider those factors. All you're doing is you're going to weigh the evidence in this case, and you're going to come to your decision.
I'm telling you. Maybe she probably said that too. I just don't see.
So, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that we should embody conviction charge. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt, because everything is like some possible or imaginary doubt. What does that mean? Well, it simply means that you're going back and you're going to look and you're going to say to yourself, okay, here's the case that people presented. The people that presented evidence that the defendant used a real gun. Have we proven that it was a real gun? Not just from our case, but from the evidence that the defense put on as well. They've argued this is a prop gun.
Listen.
And when anybody goes back there and says, well, wait a minute, I don't like Relly, I don't find Relly credible.
I'm gonna put this back up here.
The problem is, what do you need to find Relly credible out? The defendant is, the evidence is, they're admitting it's him. They're admitting it's a gun. They're admitting he fired it. They're admitting that's him at both locations. The only thing that they are really disputing is they're disputing that Rocky ever put the gun up to him in the first incident. Which, by the way, once he pulls it out, and he's pointing it, and you can see it, he doesn't have to point it at him, but once that gun comes out in that situation, you can read the elements of 245. They've got it. The second incident's easy. He actually fires the gun. So, where exactly is Relly's credibility? Where is it material? It isn't. They have put Relly on trial in this case because in the end, he is a very convenient target. Legally, it doesn't work. Commonsensically, it doesn't work, but that's what they've argued. You can come,
real time,
you
right
should
now.
come to the conclusion in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, based on video and based on the defense in this case. But if you need Relly's credibility, the best evidence you have comes from Wally, their witness, and that tape. That's the only thing.
That's the thing.
Any testimony in court, that's in court. Everyone knows why we're in court.
Listen.
That is the one piece of evidence.
Didn't I just say that?
Yo, it's like, either the lawyer is totally lost out his mind, or Rihanna and the attorney conspired to get A$AP Rocky out of here. I don't know. Maybe Rihanna go with the attorney. I'm just joking, Riri. But this don't make no sense. Wally, the dude, I played y'all some of his testimony. He sat back with his legs crossed. He recorded Relly telling him what happened. That's their witness, y'all. That's their witness. That's the defense witness. And they tried to plant and use that tape to prove that Relly wanted money. Okay, well, so what? And then once you introduce evidence or a person, now I can use them how I want to, the state now. That whole tape, that whole recording, Wally, when he was doing that recording, he didn't think it was going to do like this. I know they tired. He ain't think it was going to fire back like this. Wally's recording shows that, one, Relly was confiding in you about what happened, that he was pow-powed at. You told him to get money. He never said it didn't have. He never said nothing about no prop gun, ever. It just, the recording, Wally's whole existence, in my opinion, helped Relly. But yep, this is real time, y'all. Except for I paused it to talk. But they live right now in California. They 3 hours behind us. So it's just 3:52 there. I'm hoping they don't go to 5 o'clock their time, because that'd be 8 o'clock our time. But yeah, Wally, your recording backfired, buddy.
Coming from the defense, where there's no argument that Relly knew he was being taped, there's no argument that he had any incentive to be untruthful, and you listen to him and you know what he is saying is true. He is shocked. He is basically telling Wally, dude, I tried to get money from him. He don't want to give me any money. Why'd you bring the boys in? He won't give me any money. He tried to kill me. He tried to shoot me. No question. By the way, Wally never mentions it's a prop gun because the defense had not been thought of yet. We started off in this case very early on. We started off.
If it was a prop gun, Wally would have said it on that phone call.
And Boomer is a very important illustration of the difference between what's reasonable and what's possible. And as you remember, We know what happened. We know that the evidence demonstrated that Boomer was the one that got into the trash. And the evidence has demonstrated in this case, beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever, that the defendant communicated that on November 6th, 2021, he committed these crimes. I'm going to end with this. We've done our job in this case. We have. We've put on more than enough evidence through our case, through the cross-examination of witnesses. We've done our job. I'm going to ask you all to do yours, whether you want to convict the defendant or not, based on the evidence. That's what you're compelled to do. Because we can't have individuals, can't have them deciding that because they're angry, they're upset, or they've been disrespected, that they're going to be allowed to go out and shoot at people on the street on a busy Saturday night. We cannot have it. As you go back there,
it's an
and I'm going to say this again. The first thing that I would ask you to do is to decide, was this a prop gun or not? And if you decide it is a prop gun, for those of you who do,
I think that's what he meant.
you're going to have to get
Come home, you got a dog.
all
House
of the
look like that.
nonsensical
Who else
evidence in this
did
case.
it?
You need to ask yourselves,
I think.
are you following the evidence? Are you following your head, or are you following your heart for whatever reason? Once you do that, the case is over, because that means the defense is fabricated. That means it was a real gun. That means you can't believe anything that was said by any of their witnesses. And that means that in the end, the defendant used a real firearm to commit this crime. Again, as defense counsel stated, I want to thank you all for your time and for your attention. And I too want to thank Judge Morrow. It's not going to be the case. And I want to ask, to the best of your ability, when you go back there, you pretend that he's not ASAP Rocky. You pretend that he's just a guy named Akeem Ayers. And you treat him the way you would treat anybody else who was accused of these crimes with this evidence. And when you return a guilty verdict, that is not on you. That's on him. Because that is what the evidence has demonstrated. Do not let anybody tell you that you own his honest. He owns it. On November 6th, he made a very foolish decision, an illegal decision, a criminal decision, a decision that could have hurt individuals far worse than what happened. And it's your job and your responsibility to hold him accountable. Because if we're not going to hold privileged people accountable, who are we going to hold accountable? Again, thank you for your time and attention.
People are saying this DA cry baby.
He's no good. That's what y'all gonna hear outside of this chat. Everybody is like, oh, the DA is terrible. He's a crybaby. He's this, he's that. It's like they just gonna leave just like that. They ain't gonna tell us bye. Oh man, y'all. I thought he was very clear. I don't know. What y'all think? It's over. DA is serious. He is not playing. I don't think he's playing either. I think this was a dumb idea to take to trial. If he get off, no, the defense already spoke. I think, do the defense go back to, I don't think the defense gets a rebuttal. The prosecution went first, and then the defense went. They started yesterday afternoon, and they carried on all the way on to today. And then the prosecution came rebuttal. I hope not. Ain't nothing else to say, bro. Ain't nothing else to say. All they could do at this time is just pray that the judge be lenient. Okay? Pray that the judge is lenient in the sentencing. That's the good thing about it. The judge can sentence him. He wasn't playing. Did he make anything up to y'all? Okay. Yeah, it's like, I don't think he's doing what. Oh, they could rebuttal on Cali? Oh my gosh. I can't take him. Oh my gosh. Let me look this up. Oh gosh. I don't want to hear nothing else. The defense don't need to rebuttal. You already. How many times does the defense rebuttal? In closing arguments. Oh man. It depends on the jurisdiction, they saying. The defense can in California. Let's see. California. The plaintiff used to give the first, followed by the defendant. The plaintiff can make a rebuttal to address the defense. The rebuttal is a chance for the rebuttal.
Number 224. Jury instruction number 224 tells you everything you need to know about circumstantial evidence. There's some question about whether it was shown in its entirety. The entire jury instruction is in 224. Another thing I want to mention to you is I think it is very obvious that everyone at that table left it all out of the field. Everybody put out 150%. I think that's very evident. Right. I want to hopefully focus your duties by kind of summarizing something that both sides have mentioned too. The people have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the gun was real. If the people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Mayers used a real 9mm, then the verdict is not guilty. If you do find that the evidence, that the gun was real, then you look at the 5 elements that are listed for assault with a semi-automatic pistol. That's jury instruction 875. You'll look, you have to decide whether those elements, all 5 elements, have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Then also you can consider the jury instructions on self-defense and the defense of that jury instruction as well. So I'm hoping that this assists you in kind of focusing how you see.
Yeah, he did jury instructions before closing.
All right, I'm going to read the 2 final jury instructions when I'm finished with this. I'm gonna send you to where you're gonna be deliberating. You won't be deliberating in the jury deliberation room here for this court. You'll be deliberating in the deliberation room that is for my court, which is Department 115 on the 11th floor.
Everybody already.
So when I release you, I'd like you to go to the 11th floor and go to Department 115. Department 115, it's right there when you get off the elevators. And Alex will meet you up there. They'll escort you into the jury deliberation room. You can take all of your materials, set them down, and you can leave for the day. On Tuesday, you must be here by 9 a.m. Jury deliberations start at 9 a.m. And when you show up on Tuesday, you're to gather outside the courtroom doors of Department 115 on the 11th floor. Same thing?
He hasn't done any interviews. Yeah, I agree.
I'm seeing Mark. Yeah, all right, 9:30. All right, here are the final two jury instructions. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another and to deliberate in the jury room. You should try to agree on a verdict if you can. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have discussed the evidence with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that you are wrong, but do not change your mind just because other jurors disagree with you. Keep an open mind and openly exchange your thoughts and ideas about this case. Stating your opinions too strongly at the beginning or immediately announcing how you plan to vote may interfere with an open discussion. Please treat one another courteously. Your role is to be an impartial judge of the facts, not to act as an advocate for one side or the other. As I told you at the beginning of the trial, do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, including but not limited to your spouse or other family, or friends, spiritual leaders or advisors or therapists. You must discuss the case only in the jury room and only when all jurors are present. Do not discuss your deliberations with anyone. Do not communicate using social media during your deliberations. It is very important that you not use the internet in any way in connection with this case during your deliberations. During the trial, several items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room when you begin to deliver. I made arrangements for a screen, a projection screen, to be brought into the jury deliberation. It's actually bigger than that. So if you want to review the videos, you'll be able to do that. We're going to need a clean computer though. You've got to connect the computer to the projector, which is connected to the screen. Mark, our audio visual guy, he can show you how to do that if necessary. If you need to communicate with me while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson or by one or more members of the jury. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you not communicate with me except by a written note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. Do not reveal to me or anyone else how the vote stands on the question of guilt or issues in this case unless I ask you to do so. Your verdict on each count and the special finding of the firearm allegation must be unanimous. This means that to return a verdict, all of you must agree to it. Do not reach a decision by the flip of a coin or by any other similarity. It is not my role to tell you what your verdict should be. Do not take anything I said or did during the trial as an indication of what I think about the facts, the witnesses, or what your verdict should be. You must reach your verdict without any consideration of punishment. You will be given verdict forms. As soon as all jurors have agreed on a verdict, the foreperson must date and sign the appropriate verdict forms and notify the bearer. If you are able to reach a unanimous decision on only one of the charges, fill in that verdict form only and notify the bailiff. Return any unsigned verdict. To the alternate jurors, the jury will soon be deliberating, but you are still alternate jurors, and you are bound by my earlier instructions. Do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, not even your family or friends, and not even with each other. Do not have any contact with the deliberating jurors. Do not decide how you would vote if you were deliberating. Do not form or express an opinion about the issues in this case unless you are substituted in for one of the deliberating jurors. Will the clerk please swear the bailiff?
Yes, sir. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Stop the state. You will take charge of the jury. Keep them together. You will not speak to them yourself, nor allow anyone else to speak to them on matters connected to this case, except by order of the court.
The judge.
If you have agreed on the verdict, you will be recorded. For the board, you take charge of the alternate jurors, apart from the jury, whether it's delivering the cause, up to you otherwise, instructed by the court, so help you God.
All right, the case is now yours. Alex is going to meet you on the 11th floor in front of Department 115. He will escort the 12 of you into the jury deliberation room, put your materials down, and then leave the day. Remember, 9 o'clock Tuesday, 9:30 Tuesday, please be outside the courtroom doors, not here, Department 115 on the 11th floor. For the four alternates, I'd like you also to go up to the 11th floor now. What I'm going to want you to do is to give Deputy Bennett your contact numbers. I assume you all have a cell phone? All right, I'd like you to give Deputy Bennett your cell phone numbers so we can reach you in case we need you. And if we do call you, we're going to need you quickly. So while the jury is deliberating, you could be in the hallway, you could be in the jury assembly room downstairs, you could walk around, you could be in the cafeteria, but you have to be ready, willing, and able to come to the courtroom if you're summoned. All right, you folks are going to be excused now. Take all of your materials. Council needs to remain. We have a public council.
Your Honor, what should the alternates do with our materials?
Yeah. You can leave those. We have chairs upstairs in Department 115. You can just find a spot and you can leave them there. Everybody take all the transcripts, notes.
So he's charged with 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic. Yeah. So maybe that's why he thought the prop gun was a good idea. I don't know. But do y'all think it was a prop gun? I think that was a horrible defense. But like in the YSL trial, they could be like starstruck people and don't want to convict them. To me, it's clear. It's very clear. Remember, I don't know what ASAP Rocky be doing.
The aggravating factors that was in play, obviously, he was found not guilty. The aggravating factors have no relevance to anything. What I want to know is whether, if there is a conviction, how you want to deal with the 2 aggravating factors. What I mean is, you want the jury to make a finding as to whether they're true or not, or you want to let the court meet at some time in the future to make that decision. What about, all right, in the event that the aggravating factors become relevant, you have a right to have this jury determine whether or not the aggravating factors are true. And they have to make that finding beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury can do it, or I can do it. Whether the jury does it or I do it, the standard of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, Mr. Tacopina has stated that I can make that decision rather than the jury have to make that decision. Do you understand that? So you waive your right to have the jury make the decision and agree that I can make that decision when it becomes necessary. Join? That's it. All right, the next question is readback. If there is a readback, request for readback of testimony, what I want to know is whether both sides are willing to waive their presence and agree with the court reporter to go into the jury deliberation room and provide the readback of testimony. However, both sides will know what that readback is before it's ever provided.
I agree. We're on that motion and agree with what's going to be read to them.
Any communication from the jury, whether it's a request for readback or a question, will be given to both sides before any response is given to the jury. If there is a request for readback, all of you will know what the request is and will hammer out what the readback will be.
All his jurors are.
Again, Mr. Mayor, you have a right to be present for the readback of testimony. What would happen is the readback of testimony. And you would be there, the lawyers would be there, the prosecutors would be there, and I would be there. The alternative, you can waive your right to be present. So what would happen is if there is a request for readback of testimony, the testimony would be provided, but it would be the court reporter going into the jury deliberation room and providing the readback, the testimony that is requested. You won't be in there, the attorney won't be in there, prosecutors won't be there, and neither will I. You understand? You waive your right to be present? Join? All right, the last thing is, I thought that 1 hour call would be appropriate, meaning that if the jury summons that they have reached a verdict, that the verdict would be read an hour after they've made that notice. Do you have any response? Do you think it needs to be more than that, less than that?
Right.
No, it should be fine, obviously. No, it should be fine.
Oh, but that reminds me. Mr. Mayor's, well, under the circumstances, Mr. Mayor's needs to be here. People, do you think 1 hour is sufficient?
That's fine. If we could, an hour and a half would be easier, but.
Well, I can make it,
90 minutes would help us, yes.
all right, we'll do 90 minutes, and if everybody can gather before that, okay? But it will be 90 minutes from the time that what I said to the jury, that all of you who are left all feel that you all put out 150%.
Sure.
You did your complaints about. All right, anything else to David?
So during the PowerPoint presentation, people they played the video and I can't be certain of this, but it appears to us that the sound of the first shot played earlier on the video to the jury, the one that they presented People's Exhibit 15. So just before we leave here today, we can just look at the PowerPoint presentation and confirm that the video was the same video admitted as People's Exhibit 15 line. The shot was actually moved and they modified that video in some way. Not to figure out something correctly, but I just wanted to hear that. That's okay.
Nothing to modify, and we will show the videos that submitted. I do not believe I need to sit down with council and go through the full story. Its authority in ruling that that is an insignificant issue. The court is seeing the evidence that they presented to all the
The jury has the exhibits. No, I'm not deny that.
There's evidence on it, it's not an insignificant issue, it's whether or not the shot occurred or went to hills. It's a significant issue in this case. In fact, people now are.
Please, please, stop.
Evidence is this concern. The court not this evidence.
I think that showing the exhibit of Relly's knuckles, I don't think attention, it's an oversight. It's true. Like I said, it is an oversight, it's a mistake, but we're all human beings, we make mistakes. The jury has the exhibits. The exhibits are what matters in this case, not how.
There he is.
Oh, there. Did you want to bring it here?
No.
You know what? Let me show y'all.
Yeah, we got that. Thank you. All right, well, all right.
That's a wrap. Thank you.
Oh, but I don't want to do it on here. When y'all done, y'all search this up. Put y'all search that up. And y'all see what y'all find out about how he talked about that. That was he had an interesting take with what was that, the Michael Ferguson back in 2008, where I don't think he really, I don't know, he might, I don't know, but look that up. I think he shared some comments people didn't really appreciate from him back in the day about one of those things. Yes. So now it's just verdict watch. I hope that they shouldn't take long to come up with a decision unless Rihanna then sends some money. Unless she done sent some money, but yeah, Monday is, what is it, President's Day? Monday is a holiday, so they don't have it Monday. And are they deliberating now? What time is it there? About 4 something? What if they come back with a verdict? After the jury get a verdict, they have 90 minutes to show up in court. They got 90 minutes, and then they'll read the verdict, y'all. So, I think I posted it. Yes, yep. We just waiting for the verdict now. We on verdict watch, and we gonna see what happens. I definitely will keep y'all posted. Thank y'all so much for tuning in with me. Check out the replay, Lavita. Rewind wherever you missed it. The defense is at the beginning, and then I play some videos during the breaks. Yeah, she probably wanted to. She probably was like, you know what? If you get this time, buddy, I told you so. But too, I think if he get found guilty, the judge gonna be lenient on him. The judge gonna get paid. Yeah. I don't think he gonna get nothing harsh. He ain't gonna get nothing harsh. I don't think that. So, but we will see. So y'all can catch up on this one. Karen Reed, y'all know Karen Reed trial. If you go under my playlist, because the judge is nice. He's just a nice guy. He was I'm gonna make a quick playlist of little stuff with this. He was asking before this started, was Rocky and Rihanna married? He just seemed really nice and personable. And I don't think he's gonna give him no time because he's a celebrity. That's just the bottom line. So it would suck to be a regular person getting attacked by a celebrity these days, because I don't think they're gonna face the same consequences because they got money. They're gonna put something in that judge pocket, and he know it. He know if he be nice that he gonna get nice gifts. You know, he gonna get nice gifts, and everybody talking about some really want the money, as if Rihanna or Rocky did something to them, they wouldn't be trying to do the same daggone thing. They would. As a celebrity, you need to be smarter. You need to not do certain things. But you're going to do it, you're going to get away with it. I mean, look at all these people that get away with it. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if the jury use their common sense, or if they're going to be like groupie jurors and vote against it. We don't know, but it's probably one person at least, or two, that think like that. So, ooh, this camera on this computer is not that good. But yeah, thanks y'all for tuning in. Like I said, I'm gonna create another playlist, because right now I just have Nazaya and Karen Reed as playlist. But I'm gonna just throw another one together so y'all can see this, and I'm gonna find that link for the first part of the prosecution's But I feel like the first part of his closing argument was good. The second part, the rebuttals, was like excellent. And I'll put it in here though, so y'all can find it if y'all want to check it out. And then I posted the video while we was on here about showing the incident. Y'all done seen it now though. But this video, if you rewind it in here, it's a lot. You can check out in this live. Just rewind. We was on here for 7 hours. Exactly. That part. They act like it's a freaking crime to want to be compensated. You crazy? Like, for real. It's not a crime to want to be compensated if you do some crappy stuff. So anyway, y'all, make sure y'all hit the like button if y'all haven't. Like this, and tune in. And I will talk to y'all later. It's your girl Evie with Evie TV. And if you got some questions, drop them in the comments and I'll get back to y'all. Bye-bye.